relentless. And ultimately victorious as Lucas's Emmesia's late penalty secured a 1-0 win over Everton under the Elland Road lights. From the very first whistle, the atmosphere was thunderous. The famous old ground roared its approval as Daniel Farke side-pressed and probed, refusing to allow Everton even a moment of comfort. For all of Leeds' dominance, though the scoreline remained stubbornly locked at 0-0, with only one of their 12 first-half efforts finding the target. The Toffees were poor. Passive in possession, hesitant in attack, and visibly rattled by Leeds' intensity. They looked aside, still searching for identity. Their most notable talking point before the game had been the high-profile lone arrival of Jack Grealish from Manchester City. Yet, when he was introduced, with 20 minutes to go, the England international could do little to ignite what was a desperately lackluster display. Then came the moment of truth. With just 6 minutes remaining, Anton Stach let fly from the edge of the box, only for James Turkalski, Everton's captain in defensive rock, to block with an outstretched arm. After a VAR review, referee Chris Kavanagh pointed to the spot. Step forward, Lucas, and cool, as you like. The German striker stroked the ball into the bottom corner, sending Jordan Pickford the wrong way, and Elland Road into pandemonium. The eruption of joy felt like a release not just for the win, but for Leeds' return to the big stage after a 2-year exile. Daniel Farke's men survived 7 minutes of stoppage time without alarm. Debutant goalkeeper Lucas Purry calmly marshalling his defense to claim a debut clean sheet. At the final whistle, the noise was deafening, a reminder of just how formidable Elland Road can be when Leeds are alive and kicking. For Everton, it was an evening to forget. David Moyes caught a forlorn figure on the touchline, head in hands as his side repeatedly gave away possession. His new boys, Kiernan Dewsbury Hall and Grealish, showed flashes but lacked influence. While Dominic Calvert-Lewin, registered for the squad, did not even feature, Leeds, meanwhile, offered plenty of positives. Anton Stach was excellent in midfield. Gabriel Gudmundsson's lung-busting shift down the left showed promise, and Nmetch's coolness under pressure bodes well for the battles ahead. Even Joel Pyro, who struggled to impose himself, has room to grow into the league's pace and power. The message was clear. Leeds United are back-end. They won't be easy to beat. Next up, a daunting trip to Arsenal awaits. But with Elland Road bouncing and belief coursing through the squad, Leeds fans will dream of another famous survival, fight with perhaps even more. Everton, meanwhile, must regroup quickly ahead of their first game at Hill Dickinson Stadium. Urgent reinforcements are needed, or else a long, grim season could be on the horizon.
Final frontiers. How India, as dawn breaks over South London and the Oval prepares to host the climactic finale of this pulsating test series, a battered but brave Indian team readies itself for one last battle. The ghosts of missed chances at Edgbaston and Leeds have been laid to rest by the iron-willed resistance of Manchester. Now, from the ruins of a crumbling 1-4, to start on day 4, a phoenix has risen and it soars toward the Oval, hungry not just for redemption but for triumph. No pant, no Bumrah, no excuses. Yes, India will walk into this final test without their firebrand wicketkeeper and their bowling spearhead. But if the drawn fourth test taught us anything, it is this. India's resolve runs deeper than its injury list. The defiance of Shubman Gill, the elegance of KL Rahul, the relentless poise of Washington Sundar, and the lion-hearted grit of Ravindra Jadeja have shown the world that this side can bend, but it will not break. Enter Akash, deep. The storm whisperer. He's waited. He's watched. Now he's ready. The 27-year-old Bengal pacer is set to make his long-awaited debut at the highest stage, and what a canvas awaits. Swing-friendly conditions, an expectant crowd, and a chance to carve his name alongside legends. Like Mohammad Shami did in 2014, or Bumrah in 2018, debutants have often turned the Oval into a birthplace of belief. Forget England's shenanigans. Focus on the prize, the Bazball bravado, the phantom handshakes, the viral antics. Let them be. India must not be drawn into the pettiness that clouded the spirit of the fourth Test's final hour. Let England wrestle with their own image in the mirror. India's focus must be on cricket, clarity, and conquest. Let their response not be tweets or talk, but scoreboard pressure and test dominance. India's winning blueprint: bat long, bat deep with a resurgent top order and an engine room full of century makers. India's best chance is to bat once and bat England out of the game. The Oval has seen monster totals before. It's time for the Gil-Rahul Jadeja Washington core to strike gold once again. A 3 spinners. With the surface expected to wear on days 4 and 5, India's spin trio of Jadeja, Sundar, and Kuldeep could weave a web tighter than any baseball can break. England's middle order has been vulnerable to spin. India must make them dance. Back the debutant Akashdeep mustn't be burdened. It must be unleashed. With Siraj's fire, Woke's lack of support, and overworked Stokes, Deep could prove the X-factor England never expected. Outthink, not just outplay Shubman Gill must channel Dhoni's patience and Ganguly's nerve. The field placements, DRS calls, and bowling rotations must be sharp. India needs cricket IQ more than emotion, and let the spirit of Manchester fuel the fire. 'Cause out there at Old Trafford, this team found itself. It rediscovered belief, unity, and the steel to hold out for 143 overs without blinking. That was no fluke. It was the soul of Indian Test cricket rising again, yielding and beautiful. This is not just the final test of the series, it is a chance for India to rewrite the narrative, to silence critics, to humble arrogance, to walk away with heads held high in a drawn series that feels like victory. Let England worry about reputational damage. Let India write history. The Oval awaits, and so does glory.
Cricket bat and ball, why India should have swept England 5-0 in the 2025 series. Missed opportunities in the land of Miss Sunshine. Let's be clear. India were the superior side. Across 5 tens tests, India consistently had better batting depth, sharper bowlers, and stronger match positions. And yet, the series reads 2-2. But the scoreboard doesn't tell the whole story. Because in truth, India should have won 5-0. Bomb 1. India had the best batters, bar none. While Root and Brook fought hard, India's batting was deeper and more versatile. Yashasvi Jaiswal was explosive and consistent. Shubman Gill's double hundred was a statement knock. Karan Nair and K.O. Rahul played vital rescue roles. Youngsters like Juro and Sai Sutherland showed composure under fire. England often relied on 1 or 2 performers per innings, but India had runs coming from multiple sources, yet squandered key moments through ill-timed aggression or collapse. Fear 2. India had the stronger bowling unit, even without Bumrah. Siraj was the fair starter, finishing with 5 wickets in the final test to seal a historic 6-run win. Prasid Krishna was a revelation with pace, bounce, and critical wickets. Kuldeep Yadav's spin in helpful conditions was underutilized. Jadeja, with both bat and ball, was ever-present and impactful. Now picture this. Jasprit Bumrah, fully fit and available for the entire series. Reverse swing, accuracy, lower order cleanups. The England tail would have lost at 15 balls, not 50. Sun with phase 3. A dry English summer, home away from home. 2025 brought the driest English summer in years. Pitches were flat early, turning late. Reverse swing came into play often. Spin became a threat. These weren't traditional English conditions. They were tailor-made for Indian strengths. And India used them well, just not well enough to convert dominance into decisive wins. Bullseye 4. India dominated match situations, but failed to finish. Let's recap. Test 1, Leeds. India posted 471 and 364, yet England chased 371 in a shocker. England batted out of their skins, but India's bowlers were passive when it mattered. Test 2, Birmingham, Clinical. India won by 336 runs. Test 3, Lord chasing 193. India collapsed for 170 despite parity in the first innings. One partnership away from a win. Test 4, Manchester, a high-scoring draw, but India were on top for much of the game before rain dulled momentum. Test 5, the Oval, India held their nerve. Siraj delivered a masterpiece. That's 4 out of 5 matches where India were in control, yet only 2 wins. Flex Biceps 5, India's next gen delivered under pressure, even without. Bumrah, Shami, Pant for 5th test. Nitish Reddy withdrawn. India fielded a side full of fighters. Akash a deep bowled with control. Juro kept him batted with maturity beyond his years. Sai Sutherland showed promising touch at the top. Washington Cinder provided balance. That's depth. That's a bench that could compete with anyone, even England's first 11. 6. Tactical flexibility outshone baseball bluster. India weren't stuck in a one-note approach like England's baseball. They adjusted bowling plans daily. Balanced aggression with patience. Used field placements smartly. Didn't panic when under pressure, except in a few critical mid-order moments. England went gung-ho. India read the pitch, the ball, the moment. And yet, missed opportunities kept the door ajar. Faye is World Cup round 7. England survived. They didn't dominate. The series results suggest parity, but let's not pretend. England was saved by rain at Manchester. Woakes came out to bat with one arm in the final test. India let them escape at Leeds and Lords after bossing the first innings. Baseball only clicked intermittently, mostly thanks to Root and Brooke. On paper, the series was 2-2. On the pitch, it was India ahead in 14 of 20 sessions. Really, boys, final word, a 5-0 in disguise. India outplayed England in skill, adaptability, and pressure handling. They dropped key chances, but not the standard. They came with belief and left with pride. And if Bumrah had been around for even 2 more tests, the scoreboard might have told a very different story. This 2-2, it hides a truth the cricket world knows too well. India were the better team. England were just lucky to escape.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
King of the chase, Virat Kohli's masterclass propels India to Champions Trophy final. When the stakes are high, when the pressure is suffocating, and when the opposition is Australia in a knockout game, there is one man India turns to, Virat Kohli. And once again, on the grandest of stages, he delivered with a masterful knock, steering India to a dominant victory and into the final of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. With 265 to chase in Dubai, against a gritty but undermanned Australian attack, India needed a composed yet aggressive approach. The early loss of openers Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill had the Australian camp hopeful of another heartbreak for India. But Kohli, as he has done time and again, was unflustered, He absorbed the pressure, soaked in the expectations, and produced a batting masterclass that not only secured victory but also reasserted his dominance as the undisputed king of the chase. Kohli's chase blueprint: calmness, control, and class. The anchor that kept India afloat. Unlike modern white ball batting where power hitting dominates, Kohli's art is different. It is about construction, calculation, and conviction. He played a patient yet commanding knock of 84 runs from 98 balls, ensuring India never lost control of the chase. He maneuvered the innings in phases, starting cautiously, then shifting gears, and eventually setting up the finishing act. Phase 1. Settling in power play caution, overs 1 to 10 overs. After India lost early wickets, Kohli partnered with Shreyas Iyer 45 off 62 in a much-needed stabilizing stand. Instead of forcing the game, he countered Australia's pace duo of Nathan Ellis and Ben Dwarshuis with classic strokes, refusing to take risks while ensuring the scoreboard ticked along. Phase 2. Mid-innings control. Overs 11 to 35. This is where Kohli thrives, dictating terms without looking rushed. Against Adam Zampa and Tanveer Sangha, he displayed his legendary footwork, working the ball into gaps and rotating the strike with ease. With every ticking run, Australia's grip on the match loosened. Phase 3. The final push. Overs 35 to 48. With the target well within reach, Kohli unleashed his aggressive side, finding boundaries with ease while ensuring he didn't throw away his wicket. His 91-run partnership with KL Rahul, 42, asterisk took India to the brink before Hardik Pandya's explosive cameo, 28 off 24, sealed the deal in style. Australia fought, but Kohli was inevitable. Stephen Smith and his men knew they needed something special to stop India, but their attack lacked the firepower to break through Kohli's fortress of composure. The Australian bowlers, particularly Ellis, 2 to 49, and Zampa, 2 to 60, tried their best, but Kohli remained untouchable. His ability to find singles at will, capitalize on loose deliveries, and absorb pressure like a sponge made a difference. Unlike previous heartbreaks at the hands of Australia, where India faltered in knockout games, Kohli ensured that history did not repeat itself. The defining moment, the finishing touch. With just a few runs required, KL Rahul smashed a massive 6 off Maxwell to seal the win with 11 balls to spare. But by then, the job was already done. It was Kohli's innings that sculpted this chase, taking India past every obstacle with authority and poise. As Kohli walked off to a standing ovation, bat raised, he had once again reminded the world that when it comes to chasing under pressure, there is no one better. India's statement victory, a warning for the final. This was not just a win, it was a statement. A clinical chase, a commanding performance, and a reminder that Kohli thrives when the world is watching. Now, with their place secured in the Champions Trophy final, India will take on either New Zealand or South Africa in a showdown for the trophy. But with Kohli in this kind of form, history might just be waiting to be rewritten. For now, one thing is certain. The king of the chase has spoken once again. Crown cricket bat and ball.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat filled a roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
WTC Final 2025 Day 1. Rabada rattles, Aussies respond, and quick-fire collapse opens the door. At Lord's, where Test cricket breathes its most iconic air, Day 1 of the World Test Championship Final 2025 lived up to the occasion, but not in the manner the batters would have wanted. It was a day where seam ruled, spin surprised, and the scoreboard swung like a pendulum caught in a storm. Rabada leads with fire and fury. South Africa's decision to bowl first under thick clouds was vindicated almost immediately. Kagiso Rabada, relentless and ruthless, stormed into the history books with 5 for 51, etching his name on the Lord's Honours Board for the second time. He wrecked the top and tail of the Australian lineup with venom and precision, with support from Marco Jansen, who chipped in with 2 crucial wickets, including Travis Head on the stroke of lunch. Notably, South Africa's plan to bowl around the wicket to Usman Khawaja worked again. Khawaja's persistent weakness to that angle continued to haunt him, while Cameron Green, elevated to number 3, was undone by a stunning catch from Markram. Smith and Webster stand tall briefly. Stephen Smith crafted the familiar Lord's innings, elegant and exact, reaching 66 fluently despite suffering from the flu. His 50 made him the leading overseas run scorer at Lord's, but his surprising dismissal to aid in Markram's part-time spin, yes, really, triggered a collapse. Meanwhile, Bo Webster, riding his luck, scratched and scraped to a valuable 72, not always convincing, but crucial nonetheless. He survived a review where the LBW called that South Africa didn't opt for, a decision that cost him. Their dismissal sparked an all-too-familiar Australian tail collapse. From 192 for 5, they were rolled for 212, losing the final 5 wickets for just 20 runs in a spectacular late afternoon slide. Stark sets the tone, SA in trouble. If Day 1 was a rebarter show, Mitchell Stark stole the evening spotlight. First over, first wicket, Ed Macram gone. Next, Rickleton nicked a slip. Cummins then removed Mulder after an unconvincing 6 off 44 balls, and finally Hazelwood, clinical and composed, castled Tristan Stubbs with a ripper to leave South Africa gasping at 43 for 4 at stumps. Timber Bama 3 and David Bedingham 8 are the last hopes of resistance, with Australia firmly on top, already leading by 169 runs and licking their lips at the prospect of making this a short test. Key takeaways. Rebarter's second was 5-4. Pure pace, pinpoint plans, and pride for South Africa on a tough day. Australia's collapsing tale, from 192 for 5 to 212 all out, a familiar frailty exposed again. Australia's new ball impact, Stark, Cummins and Hazel would combine for 4 for 43 in 18 overs of relentless pressure. Smith at Lord's, 66 more runs at the home of cricket, but his flu-struck fluency ended with a surprise scalp. South Africa's fragile batting, their inexperience showed as they ended the day in tatters. The battle ahead. There too beckons with high drama. Can South Africa's middle and lower, or defy the odds and drag their side back into contention? Or will the Aussies run riot and take a stranglehold on the mace?
IPL 2025 Match Report. Delhi Capitals vs Sunrisers Hyderabad, 30th March 2025. Stark's historic 5-4 and Du Plessis' firepower sink Sunrisers in Vizag. Result: Delhi Capitals won 66 for 3, Du Plessis 50, Fraser McGurk 38, Porel 34 not out, Ansari 3 for 42, beat Sunrisers Hyderabad 163, Aniket 74, Stark 5 for 35, Kuldeep 3 for 22, by 7 wickets. Venue: Dr. Y.S. Rajshekhara Reddy ACA VDCA Cricket Stadium, Vishakhapatnam. Introduction: Stark and DC sparkle in Vizag. Delhi Capitals notched their second consecutive victory in IPL 2025 with a commanding 7-wicket win over Sunrisers Hyderabad in Vishakhapatnam. Mitchell Stark starred with the ball, producing a record-breaking maiden 5-wicket haul in T20s, while Faf Du Plessis set the tone with a brisk half-century in the chase. Despite Aniket Verma's explosive 74 off 41 balls, SRH's aggressive batting approach once again came under scrutiny as they collapsed under pressure, handing DC a comfortable win with 4 overs to spare. Stark sizzles with career-best spell. Mitchell Stark was simply unplayable. Bowling with pace, control, and deadly accuracy, the Australian left-armer tore through SRH's top and lower order to finish with figures of 5 for 35, the best of his T20 career. After Abhishek Sharma's needless run-out in the first over, Ishan Kishan slashed to deep third, and Nitish Reddy heaved a slower delivery to mid-on. Then came the most anticipated face-off, Travis Head vs Stark. Head managed to force early but fell trying to ramp a rising ball, KL Rahul taking a sharp catch. SRH were reeling at 37 for 4 within 5 overs. Aniket Verma's lone resistance. Enter Aniket Verma, just 3 T20s old, who played like a seasoned pro. Despite being dropped early, he punished DC's bowlers with 5 fours and 6 sixes in a blazing 41-ball 74. Alongside Henrik Klaasen 36, he stitched a 77-run stand off 40 balls to revive the innings. Aniket took a particular liking to Akshar Patel, hitting him for consecutive sixes and following it up with more aggression later. Klaasen's dismissal, caught brilliantly by debutant Vipraj Nigam, triggered another collapse. Kuldeep Yadav struck twice in the middle overs, dismissing Abhinav Manohar and Pat Cummins, while Stark returned to finish things off. SRH were bowled out for 163 with 8 balls unused. Du Plessis leads the chase. Delhi's reply started in high gear. While Jake Fraser-McGurk struggled for timing, Faf du Plessis was all class and control. The veteran South African raced to 50 off just 26 balls, punishing Abhishek Sharma and Pat Cummins with powerful strokes. The 81-run opening stand in under 9 overs laid the foundation for a hassle-free chase. Ansari's return, but DC stay in control. Jishan Ansari, returning to top-flight T20 after 6 years, picked up 3 wickets including Du Plessis and Fraser-McGurk. His 3 for 42 briefly gave SRH hope, especially after he bowled KL Rahul around his legs after a quick cameo. However, Abhishek Porel and Tristan Stubbs ensured there were no further hiccups. Their 51-run partnership of 28 balls took DC home with 24 balls to spare. Key performers: Mitchell Starc, 5 for 35, lethal new ball spell and clinical death bowling. Aniket Verma, 74 of 41, a fearless innings under pressure. Kuldeep Yadav, 3 for 22, choked SRH in the middle overs. Faf du Plessis, 50 of 26, fluent and aggressive start to the chase. Jishan Ansari, 3 for 42, notable return after 6 years. Final word: DC flex their depth, SRH need recalibration. This win cements Delhi's strong start to IPL 2025. With their bowlers firing and the top order clicking, DC are looking like early contenders. Mitchell Starc's performance will be long remembered, not just for the numbers but for the authority it restored. Sunrisers, meanwhile, need to reassess their high-risk batting strategy. Despite Aniket Verma's brilliance, their inability to build partnerships or consolidate after early setbacks continues to cost them. Final result: Delhi Capitals won by 7 wickets. Player of the match: Mitchell Starc, 5 for 35.
Brevis Blitz, Dhoni calm, CSK shatter KKR dreams in a spin-laced thriller. At Eden Gardens, where spin-spun stories and nerves unraveled under pressure, Chennai's Super Kings CSK pulled off a stunning 2-wicket victory that all but knocked Kolkata Knight Riders KKR out of IPL 2025 playoff contention. In a match that veered from explosive to chaotic, it was DeWald Brevis counterpunching half-century and MS Dhoni's vintage calm that scripted CSK's great escape from a 62-4-5 abyss. This wasn't just a match, it was a resurrection, a redemption arc, and perhaps the final nail in KKR's fading campaign. KKR starts strong, Rane, Nareen turn back time. Choosing to bat first on a pitch that offered significant grip, KKR came out blazing, knowing this was a must-win match. Ramanella Gurbaz fell early, but Ajinkya Rane and Sunil Nareen rolled back the years, putting on a fearless display of power play hitting. They took KKR to a robust 67 for 1 after 6 overs, setting up a total that could challenge even the best chasers. Nareen went after our Ashwin with disdain, and Rane mixed timing with aggression. But once the field spread and the pitch took over, KKR's tempo wilted. Noor Ahmed's spell, for wickets, one turning point. The game turned in the middle overs, as it often does on spinning tracks, thanks to Noor Ahmed, CSK's mystery spinner who delivered a magical 4-wicket burst. He snapped up Nareen and Ankush Raghuvanshi in the same over before cleaning up Andre Russell and Rinku Singh at the death. That double strike not only derailed KKR's momentum but left them finishing with 179 for 6, a total that once looked like 200+ in the making. Given CSK's abysmal record chasing such targets in recent years, they'd lost their last 12 such pursuits. It seemed KKR had done enough. But destiny had other plans. Ervil's fiery debut ignites CSK's chase. CSK's response began with a stutter. Ayush Matre fell for a duck, but debutant Ervil Patel walked in like a man possessed. With flicked sixes, back foot slaps, and clean hitting, he gave CSK a much-needed jolt of energy. His 31 off 11 balls, laced with 4 sixes, was audacious and promising. But as wickets tumbled around him, Conway bowled by Moeen, Jadeja and Ashwin departing cheaply, CSK found themselves reeling at 62 for 5 by the end of the power play. What followed was pure theater. Brevis breakout, the over that flipped the game. Enter DeWald Brevis. At 93 for 5 after 10 overs, the game tilted KKR's way. Then came the over, the 11th, where Brevis unloaded hellfire on Vibe of Aurora 6-4-4-6-6-4. 30 runs. A complete psychological inversion. KKR, once 78% favorites, suddenly plummeted. Brevis reached his maiden IPL 50 in just 22 balls, turning the tide in breathtaking fashion. A drop chance by Raghavanshi earlier in that over now looked fatal. Dubey and Dhoni calculated calm in the climax. Just when CSK looked home, Varun Chakravarthi, bowling with cold-blooded precision, dismissed Brevis. The game rebalanced yet again. But Shivam Dubey and MS Dhoni handled the chase like chess masters. Dubey, powerful yet patient, struck 3 crucial sixes, including one monster hit off Aurora that seemed to deflate KKR's spirits. With 10 needed off 9, Dubey fell. Then nor hold out. But Dhoni, always the cool in chaos, launched the first ball of the final over for a towering 6. He refused 2 easy singles, backed himself, and set it up for Anshul Kamboj to deliver the final blow. A chipped 2 over mid-on, and CSK erupted. KKR's collapse so near, yet so far. KKR had done everything right until they didn't. They maximized the power play, exploited spin-friendly conditions, reduced CSK to 62 for 5. But a mix of one poor over, fielding lapses, and lack of composure at the death cost them a must-win game. They now sit precariously on the edge of elimination, relying on other results and net run rate to stay alive. What this means? CSK break a 12-game chasing curse for targets above 180, last successful attempt, IPL 2020. KKR's playoff hopes hang by a thread, needing back-to-back wins and some serious luck. Brevis announces himself, not just with flair, but with impact. Noor Ahmed's spell cements his value on turning tracks. Player of the match, DeWald Brevis. For his 52 off 26 balls, including a game-defining assault on Aurora, Brevis turned a one-sided contest into a heartstopper. He held his nerve, unleashed his talent, and left the crowd breathless.
Day 3 preview, India's fight-back mission at Old Trafford. As the sun rises over Manchester, India enters Day 3 on the back foot, trailing by 133 runs with England already at 225 for 2. The momentum has firmly shifted to the home side, but all is far from lost. The visitors must summon their tactical depth, resilience, and collective skill if they are to claw their way back into the contest and keep the Anderson Ndolka Trophy alive. The morning session will be crucial, perhaps the most pivotal stretch of the match. England's middle order is loaded with stroke makers, but the Duke's ball is still relatively fresh. India must begin the day with a laser-focused spell of tight, disciplined bowling, attacking the top of off-stump with a full length to exploit seam movement and bounce. Jasprit Bumrah will be key here. He must lead with aggression, but also patience. The early wicket of Ollie Pope, still shaky at the crease, could open the door for a flurry. Mohammad Siraj and Dymentionz Anshul Kamboj must forget the erratic spells of Day 2 and recalibrate their lines. Yesterday, too many balls drifted onto the pads or set up nicely outside off. Today, there can be no freebies. They must bowl as if defending 150, not 358. Ravindra Jadeja will also be vital. The Old Trafford surface is beginning to show signs of slow turn, and if England is allowed to stretch their innings into the evening, his left-arm spin will have to both contain and strike. A wicket or two in the first hour, and suddenly the tide could turn. But beyond wickets, India must remember the value of pressure. Dot balls, restrictive fields. No overthrows or casual singles. No overcompensation in trying too hard. The bowlers and fielders must hunt in a pack. England scored at over 5 and over on day, a luxury that cannot be afforded again. Then comes India's second innings, whether today or tomorrow. With Pan injured and England ahead, it is likely India will be under score pressure. This time, the batters must not merely look to survive, they must bat with intent, turn the strike over, and find ways to disrupt England's control. The middle order, Gill, Pant, Sundar, must show maturity and clarity in plans. It's a tall task. But Test cricket thrives on reversals, and India, with their backs against the wall, have been known to fight their fiercest battles in foreign lands. Think Melbourne 2020 or Johannesburg 2018. This could yet be another memorable comeback, but only if they tighten up the basics and bring their best collective self to the pitch today. If Day 2 was about England's statement, Day 3 must be India's response.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
In Darwin's Sticky Heat, history was made under the floodlights as Dewald Brevis, the young maverick of South African cricket, carved his name into the record books with a knock that will echo for years to come. Only 9 T20 internationals into his career, Brevis delivered an innings of breathtaking brilliance, an unbeaten 125 from just 62 deliveries. The highest score ever by a South African in T20 is the second fastest 100 for his country in the format, and all achieved with the kind of composure and audacity that defines great players. South Africa, wounded from their defeat in the opening match, came into the second T20I knowing they had to win to keep the series alive. But when they slipped to 57 for 3 in the 7th over, Australia had their tails up, sensing another kill. That's when Brevis, alongside Tristan Stubbs, began his masterclass. It wasn't a reckless assault. It was calculated surgical destruction. He scored 66 of his runs in the V, punishing anything over pitch, dismantling length balls with those clean, fluent drives, and savage lofty blows. By the 12th over, Glenn Maxwell, who had just picked up a wicket, became the victim of Brevis' ferocious intent. Three sixties rained down the over, one over long, one over cow corner, and one straight back past the bowler, transforming the mood in the ground. In just 16 balls, Brevis went from 50 to 100, reaching the landmark with a pull for 4 off-bend dual shoes. With each stroke, the Australian bowler's plans unraveled. When South Africa reached 179 for 3 after 16 overs, a score beyond 220 looked inevitable, but Australia clawed back briefly. Wickets fell. Stubbs caught in the deep Van Der Dussen holding out, Bosch bowled by Hazelwood full toss, and the visitors briefly wobbled. Yet Brevis remained anchoring the innings, farming the strike, and guiding South Africa to 218 for 7, their highest T20I total against Australia. Australia's chase began with intent, but the pressure of the scoreboard was relentless. Quinton Maffeker, the teenage left-arm quick, mixed raw pace with nerveless aggression, while Corbin Bosch found crucial breakthroughs. The Australians' hopes rested heavily on Tim David, who, even with an injured shoulder, produced another explosive half-century, including a monster 6 that cleared the stadium roof. At 104 for 3 in the 10th over, the chase was alive, but Kagiso Rabada's dismissal of David for 50 changed everything. From there, South Africa's bowlers closed in, Bosch finishing with 3 for 20, Maffeker with 3 for 57. Australia were dismissed for 165, 53 runs short, their first lost batting second in 9 matches, and their first defeat to South Africa in 7 encounters. It was a statement victory, the biggest margin South Africa have ever managed against Australia in T20 is, and a night that belonged entirely to the Wall Brevis. At just 22, he showed not only raw talent but match-winning temperament, turning a must-win game into a personal coronation. For Australia, it was a reminder that even their formidable chasing record can crumble when genius takes center stage. For South Africa, it was proof that a new generation is ready to lead, and that the future is already here.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The collapse after the climb. How India let victory slip at Headingley. In what was shaping up to be a glorious start to the Shubman Gill era, India crumbled in the final act of a 5-day thriller at Headingley, succumbing to England by 5 wickets despite posting 471 and 364 in their 2 innings. It was not just a defeat. It was a lesson in missed opportunities, fielding lapses, poor strategy, and ineffective finishing. Ben Duckett's breathtaking 149, Zach Krula's 65, and Joe Root's calm unbeaten 53 led England to a historic chase of 371 runs in just 82 overs, rewriting the narrative of this Test Series opener. Jamie Smith's emphatic six to finish the job rubbed salt in Indian wounds. So much fire, so little finish. India came into day 5 with everything going for them. A target of 371 for England, the second highest chase ever recorded on English soil. A history of dominance when defending 350-plus scores. 2 innings led by 5 separate centuries, with Rishabh Pant scoring twin tons joining an elite club. But none of that mattered in the end. England chased the target down with clinical efficiency, carving through India's bowling and exposing the soft underbelly of their fielding and tactics. Where did India go wrong? 1 dropped catches, 6 of them. Yashasvi Jaiswal's third dropped Ben Duckett on 97 summed up India's misery. Pant dropped 1. Gill fumbled another. England capitalized on every extra life. Duckett, in particular, should have been gone multiple times before reaching his 149. 2. Bowling mismanagement. Mohammad Siraj, who looked dangerous, was curiously underused. He didn't bowl between the 41st and 81st overs, and Bumrah was inexplicably held back in the final 17 overs. By the time they returned, Duckett, Crowley, and Root had neutralized the threat. 3. Tail-end implosions. India's collapses at the bottom 7 for 41 in the first innings and 6 for 31 in the second meant England were never batted out of the game. On both occasions, the platform had been built by centuries, only to be dismantled by reckless batting and disciplined English bowling. 4. Passive captaincy. Shubman Gill, in his first match as Test captain, was outmaneuvered. His defensive fields and late bowling changes allowed England's batters too much freedom. The decision not to bring Bumrah Siraj back earlier was baffling. 5. Over-reliance on stars. Despite individual brilliance, Gill 147, Pant 134, 118, Jaiswal 101, Rahul 137, the collective cohesion was missing. When Duckett and Crowley cut loose, there was no plan B. India lacked intensity when it mattered most. Ben Duckett, the hero India couldn't remove. Duckett's innings was a masterclass in controlled aggression. Reached his century with a reverse sweep. Took on Jadeja with audacious ease. Punished anything loose from Prasid Krishna and Thaku. He was dropped on 97th and carried on with utter disdain. His 149 off 165 balls took the sting out of India's attack and crushed their spirit. Pant's heroes go in vain. Rishi Pant's double century across both innings should have been the headline. His 134 and 118 were aggressive, intelligent, and bold. He now has 4 Test centuries in England, a record for visiting wicketkeepers. But as is often the case with Pant, the brilliance came in a losing cause. Stat of shame. Despite scoring 835 runs, taking 15 wickets, and registering 5 centuries, India lost. This was only the second time in Test history that a team has lost after scoring 350-plus in both innings. What this means, for England, a 6th straight win at Headingley while bowling first. A confident start to the Anderson and Dulker Trophy. Proof that Bazball is now maturing into a ruthlessly effective unit. For India, 7 losses in their last 9 tests. Big questions over team balance, fielding standards, and Gill's captaincy. A tour that threatens to unravel quickly unless the team regroups with purpose. Next up, Test 2 at Lord's. Can India bounce back? Will Bumrah be fit? Will Gill make braver choices? England, on the other hand, looked buoyant, ready to roll forward with momentum and belief.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Come India, rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like ocean's tide, every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Come India, rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors paint the picture, light for India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India overloaded with strengths, minimal weaknesses. Reigning world champions still unbeaten. India entered this Asia Cup not as challengers but as rulers. They won the 2024 T20 World Cup unbeaten, a feat no other team has achieved in the modern era of competitive T20 cricket. Since then, they've only grown stronger, evolving from a star-heavy team into a finely tuned unit with clarity of roles, fearless intent, and depth that no other Asian side can match. Where Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh still oscillate between rebuilding phases and streaky form, India arrives the most stable, confident, and battle-hardened side in T20I cricket today. Batting firepower. Problems aplenty. India's batting riches are such that Yashasvi Jaiswal, one of the brightest T20 talents in the world, can't even make the 11. That says it all. Abhishek Sharma plus Shubman Gill. A fearless right-left opening combo, both capable of clearing the ropes inside the power play. Gill's strike rate of 155 plus in IPL 2025 shows his married consistency with aggression. Tilak Verma plus Suryakumar Yadav, a rock-solid yet explosive middle order. Skywai, still the world's best T20 batter, provides audacity, innovation, and leadership as captain. Jitesh Sharma, a natural finisher who thrives against both spin and pace, offering a wicket-keeping option. Hardik Pandya plus Akshar Patel, proven all-rounders who lengthen the batting and bring balance. Rinku Singh, Samson Ju, bench, all can walk into most international T20 sides, but here they are backups. India's depth is staggering. This is a batting order built not to survive, but to dominate. IPL has been the perfect proving ground. Every batter in this squad is used to high pressure, hostile conditions, and match-winning expectations. Bowling Arsenal, variety plus match winners. The bowling unit is equally terrifying. Jasprit Bumrah, still the gold standard in death overs. His economy in the last 2 overs of an innings is unmatched. Kuldeep Yadav and Varun Chakravarti, dual mystery spinners who can choke scoring and break partnerships. Hardik Pandya and Harshit Rana, the seam bowling all-rounders who offer flexibility. Harshit's inclusion at number 8 is designed to fix India's only lingering issue, the lack of a bowler who can clear the ropes. Arshdeep Singh, bench, left-arm variation and power. Play wickets if required. With spin-friendly options, death specialists, and multiple rounders, India have every match situation covered. IPL Edge, the strongest school in the world. No team in Asia, indeed in world cricket, enjoys the pipeline of skill and temperament that the IPL produces. Every Indian squad member is tested annually against the world's best players in front of high-pressure crowds, in knockout games, and under lights. When Abhishek Sharma takes on Shaheen Afridi, or Jitesh Sharma faces Rashid Khan, it isn't new. They've faced him in the IPL already. That experience translates directly into fearlessness on the international stage. The only weak spot, number 8 batter. The only concern that lingers is at number 8. India need bowlers who can also clear the boundary. This is why Harshit Rana has been backed over Prasid Krishna despite Prasid's excellent IPL 2025. If Harshit delivers, India essentially erase their only vulnerability. If not, the top 7 may occasionally feel forced to bat with more caution. Still, with Hardik, Akshar, and the aggressive batting philosophy instilled since 2023, this issue is tactical, not structural. Form plus mentality equals favorites. Since the T20 World Cup triumph, India's record has been outstanding. They have not just been winning, but winning with a swagger. Oppositions know they cannot simply hope to outbat or outbowl India. They must produce something extraordinary to even compete. The squad oozes confidence, has clearly defined roles, and carries the aura of champions. Where other teams are juggling combinations, India's players come in with settled roles, IPL-hardened skills, and a ruthless mindset. Final word. Why should India win the Asia Cup easily? Because they are world champions and unbeaten in major tournaments. Blessed with unrivaled depth, a second-string India could still reach the final. Powered by IPL, hardened players who thrive under pressure. Balanced across departments with both mystery spin and death overs mastery. In irresistible form, led by Surya Kumar Yadav's attacking vision. The Asia Cup will be competitive, but realistically, India start not just as favorites, but as overwhelming favorites. Anything less than the trophy will be considered an underachievement.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd. spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. The spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL intensity. Punjab Kings script a historic heist against Kolkata Knight Riders in Mulanpur Thriller. Result: Punjab Kings 111 Prabhavan 30, Arya 22, Rana 3 for 25, Nareen 2 for 14. Kolkata Knight Riders 95, Raghuvanshi 37, Chahal 4 for 28, Johnson 3 for 17. PBKs won by 16 runs. In a plot twist fit for a cricketing screenplay, Punjab Kings PBK staged a sensational comeback on Monday night, defending the lowest total ever in IPL history, a modest 111, and stunning the power-packed Kolkata Knight Riders KKR by 16 runs in front of a shell-shocked Mulanpur crowd. After suffering heartbreak in their previous match, where they failed to defend to 145, PBKs turned the tables in a jaw-dropping reversal of fortunes. Just when it seemed KKR would coast home at 62 for 2, veteran Nugi Ujinja flipped the script with 4 magical wickets, supported by aggressive spells from Marco Johnson and Arshdeep Singh that carved to the Kolkata lineup like hot knives through butter. First innings, PBK's meager meal. PBK's innings began with a short-lived bang. Prabhsimran Singh and Priyansh Arya looked sharp early, racing to 39 in just 19 balls. But just as dreams of another 200-plus total were being whispered, Harshit Rana and Ramandeep Singh unleashed a flurry of short balls that rattled PBK's young top order. Within minutes, PBKs collapsed from 39 for 0 to 54 for 4. Spinners Varun Chakravarti and Sunil Nareen then spun a web tighter than a drum. Glenn Maxwell and Josh Inglis were deceived by Varun's guile, and Nareen's classic variations accounted for the dangerous Suyan Shej and Marco Johnson. A run-out mix-up between Arshdeep and debutant Xavier Bartlett added to the comedy of errors. PBKs ultimately crawled to 111, which seemed 50 runs too few. Second innings, the collapse hurt around the league. KKR started shakily, losing Sunil Nareen and Quinton de Kock inside 2 overs. But Ajinkya Rahane and Raghuvanshi steadied the ship, adding 55 with calculated aggression. At 62 for 2, it was almost a formality, 98% win probability in KKR's favor. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty. Enter Jal, the leg-spinning wizard, under scrutiny after a lean patch, responded like a champion. He got Rahane LBW with a quicker one. Fox Raghuvanshi with drift and dip lured Rinku Singh out of his crease for a stumping and snatched Ramandeep Singh's top edge on the very next ball. The scorecard suddenly read 76 for 7, the Russell tease. With KKR's hopes crumbling, Andre Russell strutted in. His season so far had been forgettable, but tonight he had other plans. He blasted Jal for 16 runs in an over, including 2 colossal sixes. A flicker of fear gripped PBKs, but Arshdeep turned executioner. Targeting Vaibhav Arora, he delivered a brutal over of short-pitch hostility, breaking bones and confidence. The final blow came as Russell bottomed his Johnson onto the stumps, triggering wild PBK's celebrations. Heroes of the night. Yujvendra Chahal, 4 for 28, turned the match with one of the most impactful spells of the season. Marco Johnson, 3 for 17, bounds out KKR's hopes. Prabh Simran Singh and Arya laid the early platform. Arshdeep Singh showed nerves of steel under pressure. Inside, a tactical masterclass in bowling. This wasn't just an upset, it was tactical genius. PBKs used pitch reports, due data, and matchups masterfully. Seamers were unrelenting with their short ball barrage while Chahal slowed it down and played with KKR's minds. It's not every day you see a team lose 8 wickets for 33 runs chasing 112. Match stat nuggets. Lowest total ever defended in IPL history. PBK's 111. Chahal's 4-wicket haul brings him closer to 200 IPL wickets. Andre Russell's 16-run blitz was the highest in a single over this match. KKR lost 6 wickets in 31 balls. What next? PBK's rocket into the top 4, restoring belief in their title credentials. KKR, meanwhile, will need to regroup fast. This isn't just a loss, it's a bruising psychological blow. Punjab Kings showed that grit, guile, and game awareness can trump star power and brute strength. And in a season dominated by high scores and six-hitting carnivals, this thriller was a timely reminder that old-school bowling brilliance still wins matches. Dare to dream, PBKs. You just might be title contenders. Kohli's command. Krinal's craft. RCB blazed past KKR in IPL 2025 opener. Eden Gardens, Kolkata. Under the lights of a buzzing Eden Gardens in the shadow of new season expectations, Royal Challengers Bengaluru, RCB unleashed performance that combined ruthlessness, flair, and smarts to dismantle defending champions Kolkata Knight Riders, KKR by 7 wickets and 22 balls to spare. If this was a litmus test of their auction strategy and new leadership core, they passed it with flying colors. On a pitch offering just enough grip and bounce to demand smart cricket, RCB's planning was on point. Their bowlers, particularly Krinal Pandya and Josh Hazlewood, delivered precise spells that punctured KKR's innings at both ends. Then, Phil Salt and Virat Kohli made a mockery of the chase with a thunderous 95-run opening stand that underlined intent and authority. Hazlewood and Krinal, the early disruptors, the middle overs maestros. RCB's bowling blueprint was simple: use bounce early and pace off later. Hazlewood, returning to IPL action after a long break, looked as sharp as ever. His opening salvo saw Quinton de Kock bowl for just 2, with his signature hard length proving too spicy on the Eden surface. The real stinger came after a Naren Rahane blitz. With KKR motoring at 107.41 after 9.5 overs, they looked poised for 200 plus. But Krinal Pandya stepped up, using his angles and subtle variations to derail the momentum. He removed Rahane, 56 off 31, who had been in vintage touch. Then came the dismissal of Venkatesh Iyer, undone by a quicker bowl. And finally, Rinku Singh bowled attempting a slog. 3 wickets in 3 overs, all with different tactical intent, showing why Krinal was RCB's most astute pick in the mega auction. Russell's wrong UN woes return. KKR's hope rested, as it often does, on the broad shoulders of Andre Russell. But RCB had done their homework. Enter Surya Sharma, and more specifically, his googly, Russell, yet again, failed to read the variation and saw his middle stump shattered. Since 2018, Russell averages a lowly 13 against the wrong UN, a stat RCB exploited to perfection. The back end of KKR's innings fizzled. From a potential 190+, they ended at a middling 174.48, thanks to Hazlewood and Yash Dayal strangling the last 4 overs for just 23 runs. Salt and Kohli, the perfect blend of ferocity and finesse. The chase was never going to be easy against KKR's attack at home. But RCB's newest import, Phil Salt, playing against the very team he powered to a title last year, had other ideas. He cracked the first ball of the inning for 4 and never looked back. When Varun Chakravarthi was introduced early to apply brakes, Salt applied the accelerator, smashing 20 off 1 over. Salt's 56 off 31 was packed with signature aggression, down-the-track lofts, late cuts, and brute straight hits. Kohli, meanwhile, was fluent, focused, and ferocious when needed. His 59 not out off 36 was Kohli at his best, pacing, rotating, then exploding. The pair's 95-run opening partnership in just 8.3 overs crushed KKR's hopes before they could think of Plan B. Tactical win for RCB. This was not just a win. This was a statement. A few highlights of their match-winning strategy. Smart bowling matchups. Krunal used against Rahane. Suyos deployed just in time for Russell. Field placements and spin strangulation. Not once did KKR look comfortable post the 10th over. Aggressive chasing tactics. They didn't just chase the target. They bullied it. Kohli's fire still burns bright. For a man entering yet another IPL with all eyes on his longevity and leadership value, Kohli's innings was timely and telling. His intent during the power play and his urge to finish strong, even when the win was in the bag, hinted at a man on a mission. He wasn't just anchoring, he was dominating. The 6-over mid-wicket off Varun, the cheeky late dab past short third, the calm chat with Patidar mid-innings. It was vintage and evolved Kohli in one package. KKR's questions start early. KKR's middle order crumble, poor finishing with the ball, and the decision to let Salt go all come under the scanner. Yes, Rahane and Naren's 103-run stand was thrilling, but the batting collapse that followed was alarming. Venkatesh Iyer looked short on answers. Rinku Singh's form slump continues, and their death bowling lacked punch, especially after Varun was neutralized early. Final word, Bengaluru mean business. If this opening win is anything to go by, Royal Challengers Bengaluru are not just in it for vibe this year. They are in it to win it, and with smart acquisitions, bold leadership, and an aggressive approach, they've thrown down the gauntlet from match one. As for KKR, they'll have to regroup quickly, find their middle order mojo, and figure out their bowling combinations before it's too late. Stay tuned for more reports, exclusive visuals, and insights as IPL 2025 heats up.
Thunders from the Deep, unleashed at Edgbaston. In the grand theatre of Edgbaston, where legends have often danced on the edge of drama and glory, a new storm rolled in, not from the skies, but from the bowling crease. Deep, India's unheralded Seema, rose like a tidal force from the shadows to flatten England with a career-defining match haul of 10 wickets, proving that even in the absence of, India's fast bowling depth is dangerously rich. The substitute that stole the spotlight. When India rested, eyebrows raised. Against an aggressive English side, minus their attack leader, many anticipated trouble. But Deep, standing in as the fifth pacer in the pecking order just a year ago, brought an energy and edge that silenced critics and shook England's top and middle order twice. His 4-4 in the first innings was clinical. His 6-4 in the second, nothing short of demolition. He bowled with bite, precision, and the rhythm of a man possessed, swinging it late, seaming it sharp, found consistent edges and disturbed stumps like a seasoned master. How he did it, analysis of a bowling masterclass. Relentless line in length, was remorseless in the channel, extracting just enough of the pitch to keep England's batters guessing, especially in the corridor of uncertainty. Smart variation, he didn't rely solely on pace. Subtle changes in angle and speed, especially from around the wicket to the left-handers, caused chaos. Duckett and Crawley were left groping at ghosts. Mental dominance? From the moment he dismissed Duckett with a jagging delivery that zipped between bat and pad, looked like he owned the pitch. The way he worked over Pope and Brooks spoke of growing tactical maturity. Nofrill's execution, in contrast to England's tendency to overdo the short stuff, kept it simple and straight. He made the ball talk, no tricks, just skill. Big match temperament, the pressure was immense, filling his boots, leading an attack on a flat deck, but handled it all with the poise of a seasoned warrior. His celebration after the 10th wicket was subdued. He knew this wasn't luck, it was labor rewarded. Man of the match, man of the moment. As India completed a resounding 337-run win, stood tall, 10 wickets for 94 runs, England demolished on their own turf. His was the kind of performance that doesn't just win tests, it announces a career. India might have been searching for a reliable third-seamer behindhand. They may now have found a lethal leader in waiting. The bigger picture, India's seam evolution. India has traditionally been known for its spin kings, but this match reminded us of a new truth. India's pace revolution is real and roaring. With resting, steady, and deep exploding, this is no longer a one-man show. It's a battery, and it's locked and loaded. A thunderbolt named. For a bowler whose name means sky, deep certainly struck like lightning. In a side bursting with talent, his 10 wickets may well be the spark that redefines India's fast bowling narrative. If this was a debut act on the big stage, one trembles at the thought of what's coming next. Edgbaston will remember his name. So will England. And now, so will the world.
From the first ball to the final call, we rise, we cheer, we never fall. I don't like cricket. I love it. I love it. Feel the fire, bring the sound. Cricket's king, the world's well-played ground. Say it loud, say it proud. Don't like cricket. I love it. I don't like cricket. I love it. Ball by ball, we feel the thrill. From Eden Gardens to Adelaide Hill. Big sixes fly, the stumps go down. This game's got fire in every town. I don't like cricket. I love it. Batsmen dance and bowlers hit. I don't like cricket. I love it. Hearts beat fast, we never quit. From Test to T20, we know the score. It's not just a game, it's so much more. The sound of leather, the cheer of the crowd. We bleed the colors, we shout it loud. I don't like cricket. I love it. Spin or pace, we stand and sit. I don't like cricket. I love it. Every match is pure legit. Who's at the crease? We're locked in. Who's on the mic? Let's begin. Raise your voice, don't ever quit. Say it proud, say it quick. I don't like cricket. I love it. I don't like cricket. I love it. Join the squad. We go deep. Toss rolling. No time to sleep. Match reviews and killer stats with quizzes, chants, and cricket chat. I don't like cricket. I love it. Game by game, hit by hit. I don't like cricket. I love it. This is the show where passion's lit.
Markram sets hittingly ablaze as South Africa crush England. It was supposed to be a 50-over contest. Instead, Headingley played host to a demolition job that looked more like a T20 shootout in just 272 balls. Less than a full T20 match. South Africa dismantled England, bowling them out for 131 in 24.3 overs before chasing the target in a mere 20.5 overs. This was cricket at breakneck speed. Orchestrated by Keshav Maharaj's precision, Wyon, Mulder's movement, and Aidan Markram's stunning batting masterclass. England's early spark fizzles. England's innings started brightly. Jamie Smith, fresh off back-to-back 50s, caressed Nandre Berger through the covers, while Ben Duckett looked to assert himself. But Berger and Ngiddy's probing lengths exposed England's footwork quickly. Duckett was first to go, fencing at a moving delivery. And Joe Root, after one elegant drive, nicked Ngiddy behind to a juggling Ryan Rickleton. Smith, however, continued with intent. He drove fluently, reverse-swept Maharaj, and brought up his second consecutive 50 with ease. England ended the power play at 57 for 2. Far from alarming, but a catastrophic collapse was lurking. Maharaj and Mulder trigger a meltdown Harry Brook. Run out, courtesy of Tristan Stubbs, pinpoint throw. Was the spark South Africa needed? Mulder, bowling with guile, struck again, and Maharaj's spin magic took over. Jacob Bethel edged one to slip via Rickleton's gloves. Will Jacks chipped a tame return catch, and Joe's Butler's feet froze as he chopped Mulder on. The procession continued. Archer nicked off to Markram. Rashid was pinned plumb, and debutant Sonny Baker had his stump shattered. England lost 7 wickets for 29 runs and 43 balls, undone by sharp bowling and brilliant catching. Maharaj finished with 4 for 22, Mulder with 3 for 33, and South Africa walked off having bowled out England in just over 24 overs. Markram's batting firestorm. If the bowlers had set the tone, Markram lit the fire. Facing debutant Baker, he tore into England's attack with audacious drives and effortless singles. Baker's first over went for 14, his second for 20, and his final figures, 7 overs. 76 runs, 0 wickets, were a brutal initiation into international cricket. Markram brought up his 50 in just 23 balls, smashing 44 runs and boundaries. Ryan Rickleton, who survived a close LBW shout and a contentious slip catch early, eventually found rhythm and rotated strike, while Markram showcased full dominance. By the time Markram fell for 86 off 54 balls, South Africa were on the brink of victory. Dueld Brewy supplied the finishing touches with a towering 6, sealing a 7-wicket win and their 3rd consecutive victory over England. England outgunned. South Africa sent in England's preparation, rolling in from the 100 with minimal training, showed in their loose batting and misfiring bowling. South Africa, meanwhile, were clinical. Maharaj reaffirmed why he's now no. One in the ODI bowling rankings, Mulder proved his value as a seaman, and Markram reminded everyone of his white ball brilliance. The scoreboard may show a simple chase of 132, but the tone was clear. South Africa, brimming with confidence after their Australian conquest, are building a ruthless, fearless brand of ODI cricket. England were swept aside not just by skill but by intent, and Headingley witnessed a statement of South Africa's growing dominance.
Slick Sudarshan and crafty Krishna Power Titans passed MI in Ahmedabad Fortress. Date, 29th March 2025. Venue, Narendra Modi Stadium, Ahmedabad. Result, Gujarat Titans beat Mumbai Indians by 36 runs. If there's one thing Gujarat Titans GT have mastered in the IPL era, it's home dominance. Under the bright lights of the Narendra Modi Stadium, they once again showed how local knowledge, smart planning, and cool execution can outfox even the most glittering teams. On a black soil surface tailored to suit their game plan, GT notched up 196 for 8, a total that proved far too steep for Mumbai Indians, who stumbled to 160 for 6 in reply. While the margin of victory was 36 runs, the story goes much deeper, a picture painted with brushstrokes of Sai Sudarshan's classy stroke play, Prasidh Krishna's canny slower balls, and Siraj's long-awaited breakthrough. Sudarshan and Gill built the Loin Chapath. When Shubman Gill had declared his desire to fix GT's power play woes this season, fans expected aggression. And aggression is exactly what they got. Gill and Sai Sudharsan took full advantage of the field restrictions, motoring to 66 without loss in the first 6 overs, GT's third-best power play performance ever. Both batters scored 32 of 18, setting the tone with elegant drives, lofts and cuts. It was their 5th consecutive 50-plus stand in T20s and underlined the growing stature of the Gill-Sudharsan duo. Calm, calculated, yet aggressive, their partnership is quickly becoming one of the IPL's most consistent opening acts. MI fight back, Hardik, Mujib provide a breather. Just as Titans threatened to spiral out of reach, Hardik Pandya delivered a telling blow, dismissing Gill for 38 of 24 with a clever short ball. He now has Gill's number in T20s, 4 dismissals for just 11 runs in 18 deliveries. Jos Buttler took charge thereafter, breaking the boundary drought with a crisp 6 and 4 off Santner. He kept the scoreboard ticking with elegant stroke play, but Mujib-ur-Rahman halted his progress at 39. Though Sudharsan reached his 2nd consecutive 50, GT's final flourish was muted. Bolt yoked Sudharsan, Tevashia was run out the next ball, and Rutherford fell trying to muscle one over the infield. GT could only add 26 in the last 3 overs. Still, 196 felt 15 to 20 runs above par on this pitch. Siraj breaks the Rohit curse. Few battles have seen as many near misses as the one between Mohammad Siraj and Rohit Sharma in T20s. Until this night, Rohit had never been dismissed by Siraj despite scoring 74 of 55 balls. But the 10th meeting finally flipped the script. Siraj bowled a scrambled seam delivery that cut Rohit in half and knocked over his off stump. A relieved roar from Siraj, echoed by Ahmedabad's crowd, told you this was no ordinary wicket. Siraj wasn't done. He returned to remove the struggling Ryan Rickalton, whose 12-ball 7 gummed up the chase. With MI at 48 for 2 at the end of the power play, the tone was set. Suryakumar shows flair, but can't finish. Tilak Verma, who began explosively with 4-6 of Rabada, slowed down as the innings wore on. It was Suryakumar Yadav who infused life back into Me's chase. On just his 2nd delivery, he unleashed his signature Supla shot over fine leg for 6, a reminder of his audacious creativity. He took on Siraj again, then lofted a Sai Kishore over extra cover. But even as sky flowed, Tilak's strike rate dipped, and the pressure returned. Their 62-run partnership steadied the innings but didn't break open the game. And soon, Prasidh Krishna stepped in to blow it all away. Prasidha's masterclass in deception. Introduced in the 12th over, Prasidh Krishna didn't rely on raw pace alone. He pulled out the slower balls, a tactic MI themselves had used, and bamboozled Me's middle order. Tilak Verma miscued a slower short ball to wide long on. Sky, trying to replicate his earlier shot, gloved it to his helmet. Next, Sky attempted a slog over long off and perished to a 97.1 km/h off cutter. The silent assassin had tilted the match decisively. Prasidh finished with 2 for 18, one of the finest spells of the match. Hardik fails to inspire a comeback. With Sky gone, it was down to the returning Hardik Pandya, booed here last season but cheered tonight. The moment was ripe for redemption. Instead, it turned bitter. Unable to time the ball or pierce the field, Hardik laboured through his innings. When Rabada dismissed him in the 17th over, the equation read 73 needed of 18 balls. Game over. While Naman Dheer and Mitchell Santner struck a few late blows, they were cosmetic. The Titans had conquered, and Mumbai were left licking wounds. Tactical brilliance, Gujarat's smart surface call. What's most fascinating is that GT chose this surface. Assistant coach Parthiv Patel revealed during the game that the Titans had opted for a black soil pitch that would grip and take pace off the ball. It worked perfectly. Their batters scored fast while the ball was new. Their bowlers, Siraj, Prasidh, Rabada, bowled cutters and off-pace deliveries on a sticky surface. Mumbai Indians never adjusted. Shubman Gill's Titans are not just a team with flair, they're tacticians with a killer instinct. Final word, Sudharshan's elegance, Prasiddha's intelligence. Sai Sudharshan's 63 of 38 is further proof that he's ready for higher honors, be it for India or in global leagues. Prasiddh Krishna, coming off injuries and early career struggles, is now showcasing the kind of variation and control that could make him a white ball asset. I, meanwhile, have questions to answer. Can Rohit rediscover his spark? Will Hardik deliver under pressure? And what of their bowling combinations? Match summary. Gujarat Titans won 96 for 8 from 20 overs. Sudharshan 63 of 38, Butler 39, Gill 38. Hardik 2 for 29, Bolt 1 for 24. Mumbai Indians 160 for 620 overs. Surya Kumar 48 of 29, Tilak 39 of 29. Prasiddh Krishna 2 for 18, Siraj 2 for 34. Result, Gujarat Titans won by 36 runs. Player of the match, Sai Sudharshan.
Why India should win the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. The ICC Champions Trophy 2025 is one of the most eagerly awaited cricket tournaments of the decade, and India's campaign is laden with anticipation and potential. As one of the tournament's most successful teams, India enters the fray with a blend of historical success, a formidable squad, and an unyielding desire to assert their dominance on the world stage once again. Despite some challenges, including the likely absence of star pacer Jasprit Bumrah due to injury, India's chances remain bright, backed by a well-rounded team and strategic preparation. A balanced squad with depth. India's roster for the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 is a testament to the team's strategic depth and talent development. The squad boasts a mix of seasoned stalwarts and promising young stars, each bringing unique skills to the table. Rohit Sharma, the captain and one of the most consistent ODI performers, leads the team with an unparalleled wealth of experience. His opening partnership with the young and dynamic Yashasvi Jaiswal promises explosive starts and sets the foundation for the innings. The middle order is fortified by players like Shubman Gill and Virat Kohli. Gill, with his remarkable ODI average and an ability to adapt to varying conditions, complements Kohli's legendary consistency and leadership in pressure situations. Kohli, often regarded as one of the greatest ODI batters of all time, provides stability and an anchor around which the innings can be built. KL Rahul adds further depth to the batting lineup. As a wicketkeeper batsman, he combines technical finesse with an ability to accelerate when required. His performances at the number 5 position have often proven to be match-winning, showcasing his capability as a finisher in high-stakes games. The bowling unit, resilient despite Bumrah's absence. While Jasprit Bumrah's injury casts a shadow over India's bowling lineup, the team has ample firepower to compensate. Mohammad Shami steps up as the leader of the pace attack. Shami's exceptional record in ODIs, combined with his ability to deliver under pressure, ensures India has a reliable option for both the power play and death overs. Mohammad Siraj, another key bowler, brings swing and discipline, complementing Shami's aggression. Adding diversity to the pace attack is Arshdeep Singh, whose left-arm seam and control make him a vital weapon, particularly in the middle and death overs. His ability to bowl under pressure adds a new dimension to India's bowling arsenal. The spin department, led by Kuldeep Yadav, ensures balance. Yadav's wrist spin has proven to be a game-changer, especially on pitches offering turn. All-rounders like Ravindra Jadeja, Hardik Pandya, and Washington Sundar further strengthen the bowling unit. Jadeja's left-arm spin, coupled with his fielding brilliance, makes him indispensable. While Pandya's medium pace and Sundar's off-spin provide valuable overs in the middle stages of an innings. Recent form and momentum. India's recent performances in international cricket instill confidence. Winning the 2024 T20 World Cup was a major morale booster, breaking a prolonged ICC title drought. The triumph demonstrated the team's ability to handle pressure and deliver in knockout games, a quality essential for Champions Trophy success. Players who were instrumental in that victory, such as Hardik Pandya and Shubman Gill, are expected to replicate their form. Strength in the batting department. India's batting lineup is arguably one of the most formidable in the tournament. Rohit Sharma's ability to produce big scores in ICC tournaments is well documented. Jaiswal, with his aggressive style and penchant for dominating bowlers, provides the perfect foil to Sharma. The pair's synergy can set the tone for high-scoring games. In the middle order, Gill and Kohli stand as pillars of consistency. Gill's ability to pace his innings and Kohli's unmatched chase master credentials make them a daunting pair for any opposition. KL Rahul's versatility adds another layer of security, capable of playing both an aggressive or consolidating role depending on the match situation. The all-rounder advantage. India's strength lies in its well-rounded team composition, particularly in the all-rounder department. Hardik Pandya's explosive batting and ability to bowl at crucial junctures make him a key player. Ravindra Jadeja, with his all-around contributions, ensures balance. His prowess with the ball and ability to play impactful cameos with the bat make him indispensable. Washington Sundar, another promising all-rounder, offers control with his off-spin and utility with the bat in low-order situations. Hush historical success in the Champions Trophy. India has a storied history in the ICC Champions Trophy. The team has reached the final on 4 occasions and clinched the title twice, including a memorable win in 2013. This legacy serves as both an inspiration and a benchmark for the current squad. India's consistency in this tournament format reflects its adaptability and capability to perform under diverse conditions. Neutral venues, a strategic advantage. While political tensions mean India's matches will be played at neutral venues in the UAE, this could work in their favor. Indian players have significant experience playing in the UAE due to IPL and other tournaments, giving them a strategic edge over opponents unfamiliar with the conditions. The pitches in Dubai, known for being balanced between bat and ball, suit India's versatile lineup. Leadership and tactical acumen. Under Rohit Sharma's captaincy, India's tactical approach has evolved. Sharma's calm demeanor and ability to make decisive on-field decisions are vital assets. His leadership, supported by the experience of players like Virat Kohli and KL Rahul, ensures the team operates with clarity and focus. The emotional and geopolitical context. India's participation in a tournament hosted by Pakistan and the UAE carries immense emotional weight. The geopolitical backdrop adds intensity to matches, particularly the much-anticipated clash with Pakistan. Such circumstances often bring out the best in Indian teams, galvanizing players to rise to the occasion and deliver memorable performances. The path forward. India's journey in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 promises to be an exciting chapter in cricket history. The team's preparation, depth, and resilience are key factors that make them strong contenders for the title. Even without the services of Jasprit Bumrah, India's balanced squad and recent momentum position them as one of the favourites to lift the trophy. The tournament will not only test their skill and temperament but also offer an opportunity to further solidify their legacy in world cricket. India's campaign is more than just a pursuit of silverware. It's a statement of their standing as a cricketing powerhouse. With a well-prepared team, unwavering focus, and a hunger for victory, India has every reason to believe that they can emerge victorious in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
King Gill rises 269 at Edgbaston. A knock for the ages. India 575 and batting on day 2. Second test versus England Edgbaston 2025. Move aside history. Make room for majesty. At Edgbaston, A ground that once haunted Indian dreams, Shubman Gill turned dread into destiny, crafting an innings so commanding, so silken, so steely, that it instantly belongs among the pantheon of great Indian knocks abroad. Not since the imperial elegance of Dravid, the defiance of Tendulkar, or the artistry of Laxman have we witnessed such an innings that fused poetry and punishment with such perfection. 269, 384 balls, 34s, 3 sixes, and not a false note in the entire symphony. The coronation of a modern major. If Headingley was his proclamation as captain, then Edgbaston is his coronation. The innings was not just about runs, it was about reign. Gill didn't bat, he ruled. Every drive caressed, every punch timed, every leave laced with authority. He walked into a cauldron of expectation, a side under pressure, and emerged not just unscathed, but unshakable. It wasn't about dominating England. It was about dismantling doubt, about declaring once and for all that India has a new batting monarch. And his name is Shubman Gill. The foundation steadied Jaiswal, gritty Jadeja. But as every monarch needs an empire, Gill was supported by a gallant court. Yashasvi Jaiswal, once again bold and brilliant, set the early tone with a sparkling 87 his 750 in as many tests against England. He cut, drove, and hooked his way into rhythm before Stokes finally outwitted him. Then came Ravindra Jitjit, ever the soldier in India's red ball wars, stitching a masterful 89 firm when England poked, fluid when they flagged. The 6-wicket stand between Gill and Jadeja was worth 253 breathtaking runs across 276 balls, the pivot on which India turned the tide. Turning points and milestones, Gill reached his century on day 1 with a clinical flourish. He returned on day 2 and marched to 150, showing no signs of nerves, only intent. He raised his double century off 311 balls with a flurry of 4s and a flicked 6 that oozed elegance. And finally, in the post-lunch session, came the sublime 250, brought up with the serenity of a saint and the sharpness of a sword. All this while England rotated their attack tirelessly, Wilkes probing, Carr steaming in, Bashir spinning, and Stokes scheming. But Gill remained a fortress in whites. England had no answers, only admiration. Masterclass in mental fortitude. Gill's innings wasn't flashy. It was focused. He played the situation, not the scoreboard. He resisted temptation when England crowded his cover region. He managed his physical fatigue and soaked up over 9 hours of high-stakes pressure. And he carried the bat from day 1 through to the close on day 2, something only the greats do when the team needs it most. This wasn't just Gill's highest test score. It was the highest score by an Indian captain in England. It will now be whispered in the same breath as Gavaskar at the Oval, Dravid at Headingley, and Kohli at Nottingham. India's monumental 587. India's batting cards gleamed with intent. Jaiswal's 87 provided thrust. Jadeja's 89 brought glue. Washington Sunder's 42 and Akash Deep's late resistance added polish. And amidst them, Gill's 269 not out-towered like a lighthouse above a turbulent test tide. The scoring rate, a brisk 4.01 PRE across 143 overs, shows India's intent. But it was never reckless. It was calculated, clinical domination. A new era, a new emblem. Make no mistake, this innings isn't just about Edgbaston. It's a signpost that declares that the next chapter of Indian batting isn't waiting in the shadows, it's already on the throne. Gill is not just the future anymore, he's the present. And with his bat, he's writing a legacy in real time. The era of King Gill has begun.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Here are 5 insightful and analytical reasons behind Royal Challengers RCB historic victory in the IPL 2025 final against Kings. 1. Game-changing spell. Though his batting contribution was negligible, delivered a masterclass in defensive T20 bowling on a tricky pitch. His subtle variations in pace, especially the 80 kilometers per hour delivery to dismiss, disrupted PBK's rhythm. Conceding only 17 runs in his 3 overs while picking up 2 key wickets, spell throttled PBK's scoring rate at a critical phase immediately after the power play. 2. Strategic use of experience in bowling. RCB's decision to trust seasoned campaigners like Hazelwood and paid off brilliantly. Set the tone with intelligent swing and nailed the death overs with changes of pace. Hazelwood's first 4 balls in the final over .4-6-6-6 ultimately sealed the match, proving how experienced bowlers can absorb pressure and execute under duress. This blend of control, calmness, and situational awareness denied PBKs any breathing space during the chase. 3. Anchoring role and game awareness. Critics may have called 43 of 35 slow, but it was a veteran's reading of a difficult pitch. On a surface where timing was inconsistent, prioritized anchoring the innings through high-pressure spells by Bolt and Dymentionz. His strike rotation kept the scoreboard ticking while others played around him, ensuring RCB posted a defendable total. 4. Middle-order cameos, Sharma's impact. Sharma's blistering 24 of 10 at the back end of RCB's innings proved to be the difference maker. Two audacious sixes, a flat-batted loft over cover, and a scoop over fine leg lifted RCB from a subpar 175 zone to a competitive 190. This injection of pace in the death overs ensured that BBKs were always under scoreboard pressure, especially as dew didn't significantly help the chase. 5. Mistimed aggression and key wickets. RCB's bowlers coaxed BBKs into high-risk plays at the wrong times. Their batting linchpin fell early to a short ball from Shepherd, a psychological blow. Inglis was looking dangerous with innovative strokes, but was dismissed just when he was shifting gears. Tendency to go hard without adjusting to the pitch conditions contrasted sharply with RCB's measured approach. Summary: RCB didn't just win because they were better on the day, they won because they adapted better. From situational batting to disruptive spell, from death over surge to clinical bowling plans and field placements, RCB finally aligned strategy with execution. After 18 seasons, their tactical nous matched their passion, and that made all the difference.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Day 2 Preview. India's roadmap to resurrection at Old Trafford. Day 2 dawns over Old Trafford with tension hanging in the Manchester air and not just from the clouds. India, teetering at 264 for 4, find themselves at a crossroads. A day of grit, patience, and precision awaits as the visitors look to reclaim control in this must-win test. The series stands 2-1 in England's favour, and the part of the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy could very well be called by what unfolds in the next 6 hours of play. India's strategy must be crystal clear: survive first, then strike. In the first hour, India must weather the storm. With the second new ball due in just 9 deliveries, England's fast bowlers, rejuvenated under grey skies, will come hard. Shardul Thakur and Ravindra Jadeja must resist the urge to chase runs and instead focus on survival. Their defense must be compact, their minds sharp. Every over they survive frustrates England further and tilts the pendulum. Jadeja holds the key. A man of steel nerves and silent heroics, he is in form, in control, and in command. His stoic half-century at Lord's nearly stole the game. Now he must anchor again, guide India past 325, 350, and maybe 375. He's done it before. He can do it again. Washington Sundar must play his natural game. If Jadeja anchors, Washington must accelerate. His flair, footwork, and fearless stroke play can unsettle Dawson and root England's spin pair. A cameo of 40 from him might be worth double that in pressure. The tail must wag, not whimper. India's lower order, Siraj, Cambridge, and Bumrah, must become brick walls. A partnership of 30, even 25 runs could be the deciding factor in a game this tight. Siraj's stubborn defense and Bumrah's surprising straight back could be vital cogs in the resistance. The target for Day 2. A first innings total between 375 and 400. Not flashy, but powerful. From there, India controls the pace, the pressure, and the proceedings. If they can stretch this innings well into the second session, England will begin their innings tired, perhaps under fading light, and against a rested Bumrah and a venomous Jadeja on a slowly turning pitch. The weather might stay cloudy, but India's approach must be crystal clear. One eye on the scoreboard, the other on the clock. Let every run be earned. Let every ball drain England. Let them feel the weight of the chase before they even pad up. This is not the time for glory shots or hero plays. This is a time for old-school Test cricket values, partnerships, patience, and pressure. So, as day 2 begins, India does not need fireworks. They need fire. They don't need speed. They need steel. Because match is on one in a session, they're built brick by brick and tomorrow is laying day.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Field of blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL 2025 Eliminator. No second chances. Titans versus Indians. The stakes are sky high as Titans and Indians lock horns in the IPL 2025 Eliminator. Both sides have journeyed through a grueling season, finishing 3rd and 4th respectively. But now, there's no safety net. One team marches closer to the trophy, the other waves goodbye to their campaign. Titans, the big blow. GT's season has been marked by top-heavy brilliance. With Gill, Butler, and leading from the front, their batting order often did need a plan B. But now that safety net is gone. Butler has left for national duty, and while Mendes steps in, he lacks IPL experience and form. His inclusion is a roll of the dice in a must-win clash. Their bowling, once their crown jewel, is now their concern. Is enduring his worst IPL season with just 9 wickets in 14 matches and a bruising economy nearing 10. At a dip in form, and GT's once invincible armor suddenly shows cracks. Yet, don't count them out. They've beaten I twice already this season. Rutherford and Tivasha have been under pressure before. And with Gill and Sublime Touch, the Titans still pack a punch. Indians, star power and stumbling blocks. Indians are star-studded, but not flawless. Has lead the charge with over 600 runs, but the next best is far behind. With Rakultan and Jax gone, the entry of Johnny Bairstow is timely. Fresh of twin red ball 50s for Yorkshire, Bairstow's big match temperament could be crucial. Their edge, however, lies in the bowling. Even after missing 4 games, has produced his best IPL numbers yet, 17 wickets at a ridiculous economy of 6.33. Trent Bolt, Santner, and Roundoff, an attack that thrives under pressure. But Amai have a stat problem. They haven't beaten any of the other 3 playoff sides this season. That's the narrative they'll want to flip tonight. Player spotlight. Shubman Gill, calm, composed, and clinical. He's been GT's heartbeat. The death over Demon. Mies matchwinner in chief. Needs a resurrection on the big stage. Bairstow the wild card. Can he ignite fireworks? Key matchups and stats. Versus Gill? Gill has fallen 2-4 times in 23 balls. Versus Sky hasn't dismissed in T20s, but has conceded 117 runs in 77 balls. Santner versus Mendes? 4 dismissals in 1939 balls. Santner has had Mendes' number. Versus 0 runs, 2 dismissals in 7 balls. Conditions and pitch report. The new surface is unpredictable. It's seen chases of 111 defended and totals of 201 lost. Expect help for seamers early and some turn as the game progresses. Batting first could be tricky, but chasing under pressure isn't easier. No rain threat, but a cloudy sky may favor the quicks. Final word. This eliminator is more than just a match. It's a litmus test of composure, adaptability, and squad depth. Can the Titans find new heroes in Butler's absence? Will Mies' bowling brilliance overcome their inconsistency? Both teams carry questions, but only one will walk into qualifier 2. The other? Time to pack up.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. You'll India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every check the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India crush Australia to storm into Champions Trophy final. Dubai, March 4th, 2025. India delivered a commanding performance in the semi-finals of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025, steamrolling a weakened yet spirited Australian side to secure their place in the final. Led by Virat Kohli's masterclass with a bat and a disciplined bowling display, India chased down a target of 265 with 5 wickets and 11 balls to spare, underlining their dominance in the knockout clash. Kohli's brilliance and India's calm chase. Australia, missing key paces and struggling to contain India's batting firepower, found themselves overwhelmed by the calm and calculated approach of Kohli and company. After early wickets put India in a slightly precarious position, Kohli, in trademark fashion, anchored the chase with an elegant 84 of 98 balls, ensuring India never lost control. Shreyas Iyer 45 provided stability in a crucial partnership with Kohli, while KL Rahul 42 and Hardik Pandya 28 finished the job with composure. Kohli, who surpassed 8,000 ODI runs in chases during this match, reaffirmed his reputation as one of the finest chase masters in cricket history. Clinical bowling sets the tone. Earlier in the day, Australia struggled to gain momentum on a slow, gripping Dubai surface. Stephen Smith 73 and Alex Carey 61 tried to steer their side to a competitive total, but regular breakthrough from India's spinners kept them in check. Mohammad Shami 3448 led the attack with his pace and accuracy, while Ravindra Jadeja 2440 and Varun Chakravarti 2449 applied the squeeze in the middle overs. Despite a few resistant pockets, Australia's innings folded for 264, a total that always seemed below par against India's formidable batting lineup. A one-sided knockout encounter. From the outset, India appeared in complete control. Their bowlers exploited the conditions expertly, ensuring Australia never got the flourish they needed at the death. When it was India's turn to bat, even a couple of early hiccups did not deter them. With Kohli setting the tempo, the chase was a foregone conclusion long before KL Rahul's towering 6-over long-on sealed the victory. India's quest for glory. With this emphatic victory, India has now reached their 5th Champions Trophy final. They will face the winner of the second semi-final between New Zealand and South Africa, in what promises to be a thrilling contest for the coveted title. What next for Australia? For Australia, the semi-final loss will be a bitter pill to swallow. While they fought hard, the lack of experience in their bowling attack and inconsistent batting proved costly. This marks another ICC event where Australia faltered against India in a crucial knockout match. As India marches on with confidence, their sights are firmly set on lifting the Champions Trophy once again. If they continue playing at this level, their chances of securing another ICC title look stronger than ever.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shalwa India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shalwa India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
In every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors guide the picture, light for India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shalwa India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shalwa India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shalwa India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
tribute to Joe Root. The Old Trafford sun glinted softly through the northern skies, as if it knew it was lighting up something historic, something majestic. Amid applause that grew at every stroke, every subtle deflection, every elegant drive-through cover, Joe Root wrote his name deeper into cricketing immortality. On July 25, 2025, Joe Root rose, not with brash fireworks, but with the quiet storm of a craftsman who carves monuments with silk instead of stone. With a sublime 150 against India, his only wrestle control of the Test, but vaulted into the number 2 spot on the all-time Test run scoring charts. Rahul Dravid, Shaq Kellys, Ricky Ponting, icons all, now watch from a rung below, as Root ascended with the weightlessness of destiny. There was something poetic in the way he played. A flick here, a late cut there, the occasional front foot glide that made the bat look like a 1. But behind that finesse was grit, composure, an unwavering hunger for runs and relevance. Root's 38th Test 100 was no ordinary milestone. It was his 12th against India more than any other batter in the game's history. He became the first to register 1,000 Test runs at Old Trafford. And the partnership with Ben Stokes, those 142 runs of togetherness, symbolized not just a stand, but an era. In a match of heroes, Root stood tallest. The stats will live in databases, the figures will shine in graphics, but it's the memory of his presence at the crease, calm, unhurried, masterful, that will echo in hearts and commentary boxes forever. The England crowd stood as one. The applause wasn't just for the runs, it was for the years, the consistency, the evolution, the grace under pressure. Joe Root had long been England's backbone. On this day, he became its crown. And as the sun began to dip behind the Manchester skyline, Root raised his bat, not in triumph, but in quiet acknowledgement. A humble monarch ruled the realm of Test cricket, still hungry, still not done. Long may he reign.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
As the sun rises over the oval and the English summer draws towards final chapter, Team India steps forward, bruised but far from broken. They come not just to play, but to script a final act worthy of legend. And here's the cast of characters chosen to turn the tide. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the aggressive tone setter. Opening the innings with fearless flair, Jaiswal has made a name for himself as a boundary-hunting disruptor. His early assault can rattle even England's best, and if he lasts 15 overs, he'll have the Barmy army murmuring, not roaring. K.O. Rahul, the composed rock. Elegant and assured, Rahul's return from injury at Manchester was like a sonnet amidst the storm. Paired with Jaiswal, he's the yang to the lefty's yin, calmly absorbing pressure while letting his partner blaze the trail. Sai Sudarshan, the temperament technician. With Rahul opening, Sudarshan slips into the number 3 role like silk on skin. Gritty, patient, unbothered by scoreboard theatrics, he's the ideal insurance policy against an early collapse and a quiet grinder against the English storm. Shubman Gill captain, the Centurion commander. 4 centuries this series. Over 700 runs. Gill has turned captaincy into artistry. At number 4, he walks in with a sculptor's chisel, shaping innings, shielding collapses, and setting tempo. His bat, a wand. His presence, pure assurance. Sarfraz Khan, the X-Factor, new to the cauldron but not to combat. Sarfraz brings lower middle-order punch, a cheeky swat, a defiant pull, a jubilant leap. If India need a jolt or a shield, here's the one with fireworks in fight. Ravindra Jadeja, the relentless warrior, 100 at Manchester, 4 wickets when nothing seemed to bite. Jadeja is India's golden thread, weaving bat, ball, and brilliance together. In this 11, he's the glue, the dagger, and the spark in the field. Dhruv Jural, the silent guardian. Calm hand, sharper mind. Jural offers safety in gloves and surprise in bat. Under pressure, he doesn't panic. He plots. And that's what India will count on if the game swings on a slender thread. Washington Sundar, the gentle giant. One of India's finest stories. Promoted to number 5 in Manchester, he's left with 100 in hearts. Back at 8, here's the bonus India never knew they needed. Tight lines with the ball, loose wrists with the bat, and a heart that never flinches. Mohammad Siraj, the lone spear. With Boomer resting, Siraj leads the charge. Fire, bounce, and heart define him. Expect him to probe early, push late, and scream when the ball nips past off stump. This is his time to shine. Kuldeep Yadav, the spin disruptor. Wrist spin is a dying art unless your name is Kuldeep. His variations mesmerize, and on oval turf, he could turn the final innings into a dance of deception. England beware, the Chinaman cometh. Akashdeep, the debutant with a dream. No cap, no fear. Akashdeep brings pace and unpredictability. His skitty action could catch the England top order off guard. Every team needs a surprise weapon. His India's. India's winning blueprint at the Oval. Start strong. Rahul's calm and Jaiswal's fire must repel the new ball. Build mid-order muscle. Gill at 4 and Sarfraz in support. Bat deep. Washington at 8 makes India almost all the way down. Spin Sinori, Jadeja, Kuldeep, and Washi must weave pressure days 4 to 5. Siraj plus Akashdeep equals new ball menace. So here they stand, 11 men with a mission. The shadows of history behind them, a chance to square the series before them. England may hold the edge, but India holds the fire. At the Oval, legends will rise and a nation will watch, hoping that the script ends in blue ink.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Destined to dominate how India can win the WTC trophy and conquer the test world. They say test cricket is the ultimate challenge of patience, skill, and heart. But in the modern era, it's also a test of depth, adaptability, and ambition. And no team right now is better positioned to rise to the top than India, not just to compete in the World Test Championship, but to win it outright and become the most dominant force in red ball cricket. This isn't a dream. It's a blueprint. And the path begins right now. Trophy to trophy that matters. World Test Championship glory. The WTC trophy isn't just a cup. It's the summit of Test cricket, a battle of consistency and brilliance over 2 long, grueling years. It rewards teams that play brave cricket, home and away, and punish those who falter even slightly. India have come close, twice. Runners-up in both previous cycles. The time for heartbreak is over. Now is the time for history. To get there, India must navigate a complex maze with Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and others lying in wait. But the truth is, India have everything it takes to not just win, but dominate. Mapping the road. Points, PCT, and precision. In the WTC, it's not just about wins. It's about the percentage of points contested, PCT. A win gets you 12 points. A draw gives you 4. But slow over rates, they cost you. Rain-affected draws, they drag you down. That's why clarity and killer instinct matter. India's upcoming fixtures include a home series against Australia, 5 tests of high-stakes rivalry. Tours to South Africa and New Zealand, historically tough. Additional home fixtures against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. The most important chunk? Beating Australia 4-0 or better at home. That alone could push India's PCT comfortably into the mid-60s, right into the WTC final zone. It would allow them to breathe, while the rest scramble for points. Fire skill meets firepower. India's depth is their secret weapon. India's 2025 Test Series in England revealed something beautiful. A new golden generation is rising. Shubman Gill has emerged not just as a batsman, but as a leader, confident, calm, and creative. Yashasvi Jaiswal is a revelation, aggressive, composed, fearless. Dhruv Jurel behind the stumps is ice-cold under pressure. Prasid Krishna and Akash Deep offer genuine pace and bounce perfect for overseas challenges. And that's just the beginning. Players like KL Rahul, Karan Nay, and even Sai Sudarshan offer strength in the middle. Spin is covered by Jadeja, Kuldeep, and potentially Axar Patel. Fast bowling depth includes Suresh, Sharda, and if fit, the kingpin himself, Jasprit Bumrah. This isn't a team. It's an army. Bullseye tactically tuned, mentally ready. What separates great teams from world champions? Decision-making under pressure. India's approach under Gill and coach Gautam Gambhir is refreshingly sharp. Attacking declarations that force results. Flexible field settings, adapting to match rhythms. Trust in young players, allowing bold decisions at critical times. Against England, India didn't just fight. They led. Even when results slipped, intent never did. That's the DNA of a champion side. Australian. How to beat the big dogs. Australia, SANZ. Let's talk about the Giants. Australia. India's greatest rivals. To beat them at home, tailor the pitches for spin and reverse swing. Unleash Jadeja early. Keep Siraj and Pras rotating. Neutralize Labuschagne and Smith with smart fields and short bursts. Use Gill's instinct to unsettle Cummins' field placements. South Africa. The African fortress is hard to breach, but India came close before. Use pace, Siraj, Bumrah, and Prasid. Play 3 seamers and 1 spinner all-rounder. Apply scoreboard pressure and stretch the game into day 5. Essie's batting depth has cracks. Expose them early. New Zealand. Swing-friendly conditions need confident footwork. India's young top order can flourish if they play late and trust a straight ball. Don't let the Kiwis build partnerships. Attack with pace, suffocate with left-arm spin, and pile on 400-plus runs to force results. The psychological game. Champions think differently. Winning the WTC won't just be about ability, it will be about belief. And this team, this post-Kohli, post-Rohit, post-Pujara era team believes. Because they aren't living in anyone's shadow. They're writing their own story. They don't rely on legends. They rely on each other. They don't wait to be told. They take the moment. From the youngest debutant to the coolest campaigner, this team plays like a unit, for each other, for the flag, for the legacy. Checkered flag final strategy. 5 things India must do to win the WTC. Dominate Australia at home. 4-0 or 5-0 makes the rest of the campaign manageable. Avoid soft draws. Turn strong positions into wins. Every win is 12 points. Rotate smartly. Keep players fresh without losing intensity. Punish weak oppositions. Don't just beat Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. Bulldoze them. Maintain over rates. No freebies. No slow sessions. Stay sharp. Writing hand hash final word. The trophy is there. Now take it. India has been knocking on the door of Test cricket's highest honor for too long. Now they have the captain, the coach, the bench, and the belief. This World Test Championship isn't just a goal. It's a calling. And if they walk this path with courage, consistency, and clarity, then in June 2027, at Lord's or the Oval, India will lift the WTC trophy, not just as winners, but as rulers of the Test world.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's day for blueprint, precision, patience, and pressure. New day, old battle. But India must write a new script. As the fourth day dawns at Lord's, the iconic ground is wrapped in anticipation. England are 2 without loss in their second innings, and the match stands poised on the razor's edge. But for India, who played the superior cricket across 3 tests and still find themselves scrambling for control, Day 4 presents a vital opportunity to seize back the narrative. Despite KL Rahul's majestic century, Pant's brave 74 and Jadeja's gritty 72 small but costly lapses, particularly in running between the wickets and non-traditional dismissals, have left the match in series tantalizingly balanced. India must now channel both tactical acumen and emotional discipline to wrest this test back into their grasp. What India must do on Day 4 to take control. 1. Strike early, the first-hour gamble. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are a baseball blueprint, quick, flashy, but susceptible early on. India's pace trio of Bumrah, Siraj, and Akashdeep must channel every ounce of venom into the first 10 overs. A breakthrough in the first 30 minutes will tilt the morning's rhythm. Strategy: bowl fuller, allow swing, and tease the outside edge. This isn't about 5 slips, it's about calculated probing. 2. Use the Duke's ball wisely. The ball is just 2 overs old. The conditions at Lord's in the morning, especially under cloud cover, are perfect for Duke's ball mastery. Bumrah, rested and roaring, could be the architect of collapse if India harnessed the conditions with tight seam discipline and subtle variation. Key point: don't waste a shine. Attack the stumps with movement and reverse later. 3. Keep Root under control. Joe Root, sitting tantalizingly on 99, is England's anchor. Dismissing him early without giving him time to settle is non-negotiable. His wicket is not just a number, it's a symbol. It sends a message. Plan, Siroj from round the wicket, Bumrah with the fuller and swinger. Test his patience with line, not length. Foil contain Stokes, anticipate Archer. Ben Stokes thrives in chaos, especially when England are under pressure. India must not feed that far. Containment is the new aggression. Keep fields attacking, but resist reckless chasing of wickets. Similarly, Jafra Archer is likely to come out swinging in his role as disruptor. Respond? Patience from bowlers, pressure from close infielders. Make them earn every run. 5. Fielding in the margins. So far, India have been superior in skill, but let down by small stuff. Overthrows, dropped chances, lazy singles. This day could hinge on a flick at cover, a reflex catch at slip, a direct hit from mid-wicket. Focus areas, mid-on, gully, and cover must be alive. No easy runs, no misfields. Context check, the pitch and the pressure. The pitch is aging. There's uneven bounce. Cracks are widening. Jadeja and Washington Sundar will love day 4 conditions, but India mustn't overbowl spin too early. This is test of rotation, patience, and reading the flow of the match. Mental battle, don't get dragged into England's tempo. Set your own. Discipline over drama. What's at stake? A win here means India go 2-1 up and place one hand on the series. Another missed opportunity in the series slips into a psychological abyss. This is about reputation, momentum, and mastery at the mecca of cricket. Final thought. India has outbowled and outbatted England in long stretches this series, yet find themselves level. Day 4 is not just about skill. It's about writing a statement. No more slip-ups. No more generosity. Just ruthless execution.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd.
destined to dominate how India can win the WTC trophy and conquer the Test world. They say Test cricket is the ultimate challenge of patience, skill, and heart. But in the modern era, it's also a test of depth, adaptability, and ambition. And no team right now is better positioned to rise to the top than India, not just to compete in the World Test Championship, but to win it outright and become the most dominant force in red ball cricket. This isn't a dream. It's a blueprint. And the path begins right now. Trophy to trophy that matters. World Test Championship glory. The WTC trophy isn't just a cup. It's the summit of Test cricket, a battle of consistency and brilliance over 2 long, grueling years. It rewards teams that play brave cricket, home and away, and punish those who falter even slightly. India have come close twice. Runners-up in both previous cycles. The time for heartbreak is over. Now is the time for history. To get there, India must navigate a complex maze with Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and others lying in wait. But the truth is, India have everything it takes to not just win, but dominate. Mapping the road. Points, PCT, and precision. In the WTC, it's not just about wins. It's about the percentage of points contested, PCT. A win gets you 12 points. A draw gives you 4. But slow over rates, they cost you. Rain-affected draws, they drag you down. That's why clarity and killer instinct matter. India's upcoming fixtures include a home series against Australia, 5 tests of high-stakes rivalry. Tours to South Africa and New Zealand, historically tough. Additional home fixtures against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. The most important chunk? Beating Australia 4-0 or better at home. That alone could push India's PCT comfortably into the mid-60s, right into the WTC final zone. It would allow them to breathe, while the rest scramble for points. Fire skill meets firepower. India's depth is their secret weapon. India's 2025 Test Series in England revealed something beautiful. A new golden generation is rising. Shubman Gill has emerged not just as a batsman, but as a leader, confident, calm, and creative. Yashasvi Jaiswal is a revelation, aggressive, composed, fearless. Dhruv Jurel behind the stumps is ice-cold under pressure. Prasid Krishna and Akash Deep offer genuine pace and bounce perfect for overseas challenges. And that's just the beginning. Players like KL Rahul, Karan Nay, and even Sai Sudarshan offer strength in the middle. Spin is covered by Jadeja, Kuldeep, and potentially Axar Patel. Fast bowling depth includes Suresh, Sharda, and if fit, the kingpin himself, Jasprit Bumrah. This isn't a team. It's an army. Bullseye tactically tuned, mentally ready. What separates great teams from world champions? Decision-making under pressure. India's approach under Gill and coach Gautam Gambhir is refreshingly sharp. Attacking declarations that force results. Flexible field settings, adapting to match rhythms. Trust in young players, allowing bold decisions at critical times. Against England, India didn't just fight. They led. Even when results slipped, intent never did. That's the DNA of a champion side. Australian. How to beat the big dogs. Australia, SANZ. Let's talk about the Giants. Australia. India's greatest rivals. To beat them at home, tailor the pitches for spin and reverse swing. Unleash the Jadeja early. Keep Siraj and Pras rotating. Neutralize Labuschagne and Smith with smart fields and short bursts. Use Gill's instinct to unsettle Cummins' field placements. South Africa. The African fortress is hard to breach, but India came close before. Use pace, Siraj, Bumrah, and Prasid. Play 3 seamers and 1 spinner all-rounder. Apply scoreboard pressure and stretch the game into day 5. SA's batting depth has cracks. Expose them early. New Zealand. Swing-friendly conditions need confident footwork. India's young top order can flourish if they play late and trust a straight ball. Don't let the Kiwis build partnerships. Attack with pace, suffocate with left-arm spin, and pile on 400-plus runs to force results. The psychological game. Champions think differently. Winning the WTC won't just be about ability, it will be about belief. And this team, this post-Kohli, post-Rohit, post-Pujara era team, believes. Because they aren't living in anyone's shadow. They're writing their own story. They don't rely on legends. They rely on each other. They don't wait to be told. They take the moment. From the youngest debutant to the coolest campaigner, this team plays like a unit, for each other, for the flag, for the legacy. Checkered flag final strategy. 5 things India must do to win the WTC. Dominate Australia at home. 4-0 or 5-0 makes the rest of the campaign manageable. Avoid soft draws. Turn strong positions into wins. Every win is 12 points. Rotate smartly. Keep players fresh without losing intensity. Punish weak oppositions. Don't just beat Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. Bulldoze them. Maintain over rates. No freebies. No slow sessions. Stay sharp. Writing hand # final word. The trophy is there. Now take it. India has been knocking on the door of Test cricket's highest honor for too long. Now they have the captain, the coach, the bench, and the belief. This World Test Championship isn't just a goal. It's a calling. And if they walk this path with courage, consistency, and clarity, then in June 2027, at Lord's or the Oval, India will lift the WTC trophy, not just as winners, but as rulers of the Test world.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd.
like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's weak shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Australia roared back with record-breaking dominance. For 2 games, Australia had looked flat, toothless, even a little ordinary. Bowled out under 200 in back-to-back matches, they were staring down the barrel of an unprecedented home whitewash. But in Mackay, with pride at stake, the old giants of world cricket bared their teeth. What followed was a spectacular batting exhibition. 431 for 2, Australia's second highest ODI score ever, powered by a triple act of centuries. Travis Head's authoritative 142, Mitchell Marsh's composed 100, and Cameron Green's electrifying 118 not out off just 47 balls. Add to that Alex Carey's 50 asterisk, and the score became a monument to dominance, brutality, and the release of pent-up frustration. This was history made. Only the second time in ODI history that the top 3 batters all scored centuries in the same innings. The first, South Africa, a decade ago against West Indies. Here, fittingly, the Australians turned the tables on South Africa. Head, Marsh, and Green put on a show. Marsh's decision to bat first, breaking the streak of 22 tosses where he chose to bowl, proved inspired. With Rabada injured and GD rested, South Africa's attack looked threadbare, and the Australians pounced. Head blazed his way to a 32-ball 50, driving, cutting, and pulling with trademark aggression. Marsh played anchor, working himself into rhythm, and together they forged a partnership of 250 runs with the first wicket, Australia's 4th highest opening stand. Head's century came in just 80 balls, ending a drought of 25 innings without an international ton. Marsh reached his 100 from 105 deliveries, his power strokes reminding South Africa of his World Cup exploits, but the real fireworks were still to come. Promoted up the order, Cameron Green arrived with license to thrill, and thrill he did. With long levers and raw power, he smashed 6s at will, dismantling South Africa's young Quennamafrica and launching 3 in a row off Mutusemi. His 100 came off just 47 balls, the second fastest for Australian ODIs, and he finished unbeaten on 118, his maiden ODI ton. Carey joined the party with a breezy 50 asterisk, as the pair added 164 runs in just 13.3 overs at over 12 and over. By the time the dust settled, Australia had scored 126 runs in the final 10 overs. South Africa's bowlers were battered, their lines wayward, and their fielders shell-shocked. Connolly's coming of age. If the first innings was about the old guard and a rising star, the second belonged to Australia's next generation. Cooper Connolly, just 22 years old, claimed 5 for 22, becoming the youngest Australian to take an ODI 5-4, and the first spinner since 2023 to achieve the feat. South Africa's reply was doomed from the start. Aidan Makram fell in the second over, recalled and followed soon after, and even Captain Bavuma, briefly aggressive, chopped on for 19. At 54-4, chasing 432 was a fantasy. The World Brevis, with his 49, showed glimpses of defiance, striking 260s off Zampa, but when he held out on the brink of a half-century, Conley took over. Assisted by two breathtaking catches from Mane's Labuschagne at long on, he ran through the mid-order before sealing his 5-4 with Maharaj's stumping. South Africa were bonded out for 155 in just 25 overs, slumping to their heaviest defeat by runs in ODI history, 276 runs. A consolation, but a statement. Yes, South Africa had already won the series 2-1, but this match mattered. Australia restored pride, avoided the ignominy of a whitewash, and reminded the cricketing world that they can still produce the most devastating performances when cornered. To South Africa, it was a sobering collapse after the high of two commanding wins. Their young seamers looked overawed, their batting wilted and their fielding buckled. For Australia, it was catharsis. Centuries from Head, Marsh and Green, a maiden 5-4 from Conley, and the roar of a team refusing to bow out meekly on home soil. The series belongs to South Africa. The night in Mackay, that will forever belong to Australia.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Destined to dominate, how India can win the WTC trophy and conquer the test world. They say test cricket is the ultimate challenge of patience, skill, and heart. But in the modern era, it's also a test of depth, adaptability, and ambition. And no team right now is better positioned to rise to the top than India, not just to compete in the World Test Championship, but to win it outright and become the most dominant force in red ball cricket. This isn't a dream. It's a blueprint, and the path begins right now. The trophy that matters, World Test Championship glory, the WTC trophy, isn't just a cup. It's the summit of Test cricket, a battle of consistency and brilliance over 2 long, grueling years. It rewards teams that play brave cricket, home and away, and punish those who falter even slightly. India have come close. Twice. Runners-up in both previous cycles. The time for heartbreak is over. Now is the time for history. To get there, India must navigate a complex maze, with Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and others lying in wait. But the truth is, India have everything it takes to not just win, but dominate. Mapping the road, points, PCT, and precision in the WTC. It's not just about wins. It's about the percentage of points contested PCT. A win gets you 12 points. A draw gives you 4. But slow over rates, they cost you. In affected draws, they drag you down. That's why clarity and killer instinct matter. India's upcoming fixtures include a home series against Australia, 5 tests of high-stakes rivalry, tours to South Africa and New Zealand, historically tough. Additional home fixtures against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. The most important chunk? Beating Australia 4-0 or better at home? That alone could push India's PCT comfortably into the mid-60s, right into the WTC final zone. It would allow them to breathe, while the rest scramble for points. Skill meets firepower. India's depth is their secret weapon. India's 2025 Test Series in England revealed something beautiful. A new golden generation is rising. Shubman Gill has emerged not just as a batsman, but as a leader. Confident, calm, and creative. Jaswell is a revelation. Aggressive, composed, fearless. Dhruv Harrell behind the stumps is ice-cold under pressure. Prasid Krishna and Akash Deep offer genuine pace and bounce. Perfect for overseas challenges. And that's just the beginning. Players like KL, Rahul, Karun Nair, and even Sai Sudharsan offer strength in the middle. Spin is covered by Jadeja, Kuldeep, and potentially Asur Patel. Fast bowling depth includes Siraj, Shardul, and if fit, the kingpin himself, Jasprit Bumrah. This isn't a team. It's an army. Tactically tuned, mentally ready, what separates great teams from world champions? Decision-making under pressure? India's approach under Gill and coach Gautam Gambhir is refreshingly sharp, attacking declarations that force results. Flexible field settings, adapting to match rhythms. Trust in young players, allowing bold decisions at critical times. Against England, India didn't just fight, they led. Even when results slipped, intent never did. That's the DNA of a champion side. How to beat the big dogs. Australia, SANZ. Let's talk about the Giants. Australia, India's greatest rivals. To beat them at home, tailor the pitches for spin and reverse swing. Unleash Jadeja early, keep Siraj and Prasid rotating. Neutralize Labuschagne and Smith with smart fields and short bursts. Use Gill's instinct to unsettle Cummins' field placements. South Africa, the African fortress is hard to breach, but India came close before. Use pace, Siraj, Bumrah, and Prasid. Play 3 seamers and 1 spinning all-rounder. Apply scoreboard pressure and stretch the game into day 5. Say's batting depth has cracks. Expose them early. Swing-friendly conditions. Need confident footwork. India's young tap order can flourish if they play late and trust the straight ball. Don't let the Kiwis build partnerships. Attack with pace, suffocate with left-arm spin, and pile on 400 runs to force results. The psychological game. Champions think differently. Winning the WTC won't just be about ability. It will be about belief. And this team, this post-Kohli, post-Trohit, post-Poyara era team, believes. Because they aren't living in anyone's shadow, they're writing their own story. They don't rely on legends. They rely on each other. They don't wait to be told. They take the moment. From the youngest debutante to the coolest campaigner, this team plays like a unit. For each other, for the flag, for the legacy. Final strategy. 5 things India must do to win the WTC, dominate Australia at home. 4-0 or 5-0 makes the rest of the campaign manageable. Avoid soft draws. Turn strong positions into wins. Every win is 12 points. Rotate smartly. Keep players fresh without losing intensity. Punish weak oppositions. Don't just beat Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. Bulldoze them. Maintain over rates. No freebies. No slow sessions. Stay sharp. Final word. The trophy is there. Now take it. India has been knocking on the door of Test cricket's highest honor for too long. Now, they have the captain, the coach, the bench, and the belief. This World Test Championship isn't just a goal. It's a calling. And if they walk this path with courage, consistency, and clarity, then in June 2027, at Lord's or the Oval, India will lift the WTC trophy, not just as winners, but as rulers of the Test world.
Here's a comprehensive review of Pakistan's thrilling win over the West Indies. Pakistan sealed stunning victory with spin dominance in Multan. Pakistan claimed a decisive 127-run victory against the West Indies in the first test in Multan, propelled by the spin trio of Sajid Khan, Noman Ali, and Abrad Ahmed, who dismantled the opposition in a mere 36.3 overs on day 3. This win not only marked an impressive start to the series but also showcased Pakistan's adaptability to challenging conditions. The game at a glance. First innings highlights. Pakistan started cautiously, with Saud Shakil and Mohammad Ridwan anchoring the innings with a vital 84 and 71, respectively. Their partnership of 141 runs provided stability before Jomal Borkin's career-best 730 seconds ripped through the middle and lower order, restricting Pakistan to 230. The West Indies' response was stifled by Noman Ali, 539s, and Sajid Khan, 465s. As the visitors were bundled out for 137, Alik Ainajay showed some resistance, scoring an unbeaten 55, but the Pakistani spinners proved too dominant. Second innings drama. Pakistan's second innings began with promise, thanks to Shan Masood's 52. But Borikin once again wreaked havoc. With prodigious turn and guile, he triggered a collapse as Pakistan were all out for 157. Borikin's consistent brilliance and a stunning fielding effort kept West Indies within touching distance of victory. A dramatic final set a target of 251. West Indies began aggressively but faltered against Pakistan's spinning might. Sajid Khan, the standout performer, claimed 550s, while Abrad Ahmed supported brilliantly with 427s. Alik Ainajay displayed resilience with a gritty 55, but the relentless pressure and sharp turn eventually saw the visitors bowled out for 123. Key moments and performers. 1. Sajid Khan's spin wizardry. Sajid's 9-wicket haul across both innings was instrumental, blending flight, drift, and sharp turn. His dismissal of Ainajay with a straight delivery symbolized his mastery over line and leg. 2. Abrad Ahmed's impact, making an immediate mark. Abrad's ability to generate bounds and spin helped dismantle the middle order. His googly to dismiss Gudke's moti was particularly memorable. 3. Borikin's heroics. Borikin's exceptional 730 seconds was one of the finest by a visiting spinner in Pakistan, nearly scripting an unlikely win for his side. 4. Alik Ainajay's lone fight. The young batter stood tall amidst the chaos, using sweeps and calculated aggression to score 50s in both innings. Post-match reflections. Shan Masood, Pakistan captain. Our spinners were clinical, and the partnerships in the first innings gave us the edge. We'll look to strengthen our batting for the next match. Craig Brathwaite, West Indies captain. We need to show more discipline with the bat. Borikin's performance was a huge positive, and we'll build on Ainajay's template for the next game. Player of the match, Sajid Khan. The conditions were challenging but perfect for spinners. I slowed my pace in the second innings, and the plan worked well. Historical context and records. Short test completed mains test in Pakistan. Spanning just 1,064 balls, this test highlighted how pitch conditions favored bowlers. Third fewest runs in Asia with all 40 wickets falling. a testament to the bowlers' dominance over batters. This victory not only strengthens Pakistan's position in the ICC World Test Championship, but also underscores their home dominance. The second test promises more drama as both sides aim to refine their strategies. Reasons for Pakistan's comprehensive win against the West Indies. Pakistan's 127-run victory over the West Indies in the first test in Multan was a testament to their adaptability, strategic execution, and standout individual performances. Below are the key reasons behind this dominant performance. 1. Spin mastery on a turning track. Exploitation of pitch conditions. The Multan pitch provided substantial turn and variable bounce, ideal for spinners. Pakistan's trio of Sajid Khan, Abran Ahmed, and Norman Ali combined to take all 20 West Indies wickets, showcasing their expertise in exploiting these conditions. Sajid Khan's remarkable 9-wicket haul across both innings demonstrated his skill in attacking the stumps and utilizing the footmarks effectively. Controlled bowling partnerships. Abran Ahmed's leg spin offered a different dimension, combining drift, sharp turn, and bounce to unsettle batters. Norman Ali's left-arm orthodox spin added variety, breaking partnerships at crucial moments. 2 resilient batting partnerships. First innings backbone. Saud Shakil, 1984, and Mohammad Ridwan, 71, stitched together a vital 141-run partnership, laying the foundation for a defendable total of 230 in the first innings. Their composure under pressure proved pivotal on a challenging pitch. Lower order contributions. Even as the West Indies bowlers, particularly Jomel Borican, 7:30 seconds, ran through the batting lineup, small yet impactful contributions from the lower order ensured Pakistan crossed the 200 mark. 3. Tactical leadership by Shan Masood. Smart captaincy. Jan Masood's field placements, including strategic deep fielders to counter slog sweeps, restricted scoring opportunities and forced batters into errors. His timely bowling changes, particularly introducing Abran Ahmed during a phase of resistance, turned the momentum in Pakistan's favor. Focused planning. Pakistan's pre-match preparation, which included emphasizing attack and spin and controlling the field, translated well on the field. 4. West Indies' fragile batting lineup. Over-reliance on Alik Atnaji. 5 in both innings, was the only batter who showed consistency, utilizing sweeps and calculated aggression to counter the spin. However, his dismissal exposed the brittle middle and lower order, poor shot selection, several dismissals, including high-risk reverse sweeps, highlighted the West Indies batters' struggle to adapt to the conditions. Lack of partnerships. The visitors failed to build partnerships of significant value, with frequent wickets breaking any semblance of momentum. 5 match-winning moments. Sajid Khan's dominance. Sajid's early breakthroughs in both innings put Pakistan in the driver's seat. His dismissal of Alik Ainajay in the second innings extinguished any hope for the West Indies. Abrar Ahmed's game-changing spells. Abrar's googly to dismiss Gudkesh Moti was a standout delivery, symbolizing his ability to exploit the West Indies' lack of familiarity with quality leg spin. Key fielding contributions. Smart catching and sharp ground fielding complemented the bowler's efforts, ensuring that opportunities were capitalized on. 6 lessons from Jomil Warrikan's performance. Warrikan's career-best figures of 730 seconds in Pakistan's second innings offered valuable lessons for West Indies. Adaptability. His variation in flight and pace proved effective against Pakistan's batters. Missed opportunity. Despite his brilliance, a lack of support from other bowlers and insufficient runs on the board undermined his efforts. 7 historical context and motivation. Psychological edge. This test marked one of the shortest matches in Pakistan's cricket history, with only 1,064 balls bowled. The hosts used the spin-friendly conditions to make an emphatic statement, demonstrating their mastery over home conditions. World Test Championship Stakes. Pakistan's win strengthens their position in the ICC World Test Championship standings, adding extra motivation for consistent performances in the series. Conclusion. Pakistan's victory in Multan was built on a blend of sharp tactics, stellar spin bowling, and critical partnerships under pressure. While there is room for improvement, particularly in batting depth, this win sets the tone for the series and showcases Pakistan's ability to dominate in spin-friendly conditions. The West Indies, meanwhile, need to adapt quickly to avoid a similar fate in the second test.
Thank you.
Hope and bright spots for the West Indies despite defeat. Despite their comprehensive loss to Pakistan in the first test, the West Indies can draw inspiration and optimism from several factors as they prepare for the remainder of the series. Here are the bright spots and reasons for hope for the visitors. 1. Facing exceptional bowling in unfavorable conditions. Challenging conditions. The West Indies face some of the most unfavorable conditions for visiting teams. The pitch in Mumbai offers substantial turn, variable bounce, and footmarks that played into the hands of Pakistan's spin attack. World-class spin attack. Pakistan spinners Sajid Khan, Abrar Ahmed, and Noman Ali delivered a masterclass in spin bowling. Their relentless accuracy and ability to exploit every bit of the system for the pitch created significant challenges for even the best batters. Historical context. It is worth noting that even England, one of the world's top cricket teams, faced a similarly comprehensive defeat in Pakistan under similar conditions. The West Indies are up against a well-known spin attack from a circle designed to test the limits of visiting teams. To Joel Boykin's stellar performance, career best figures 7:32. Warrican's remarkable bowling performance in the second innings demonstrated his ability to adapt to subcontinent conditions. His career best figure showed that he can be a match winner when given the right support. A model for success. Warrican's use of flight, pace variation, and angels provides a valuable template for his fellow bowlers to emulate in similar conditions. 3. Talakanaji's promising consistency and composure. Annaje was the standout performer with the bat, scoring 50s in both innings, 55 in each. His ability to counter the spinners using sweep and intelligent strike rotation was a beacon of hope for the batting unit. Inspiring role model. Annaje's determination under pressure and his fighting spirit set an example for the younger players to follow in future matches. 4. Moments of aggression and positive intent. Encouraging start. West Indies showed moments of proactive play, with Craig Brathwaite and other batters attempting to put the spinners under pressure by using sweeps and calculated aggression. Opportunities for improvement. While their aggression was evident, refining their shot selection and learning when to defend versus attack will enhance their ability to stay in the game longer. 5. Learning opportunities for young players. Gaining valuable experience. Players like Corwin Sinclair, Tevin Inlad, and Annaje gained vital exposure to high-quality spin bowling in difficult conditions. This experience will be crucial in their development as international cricketers. 6. Potential adjustments for the next match. Bolstering team balance. Strengthening the middle order and possibly including an additional spinner could provide the team with greater depth and adaptability. Jaden Seal's pace and swing bowling already offer a solid base to build around. Refining batting plans. If the team focuses on constructing partnerships and employing loaded strategies, they can post more competitive totals. Learning to grind out runs on such pitches is critical. 7. Legacy of resilience and historical comebacks. Drawing inspiration from the past. The West Indies' storied history includes several remarkable comebacks. With better execution and focus, they have the potential to bounce back and salvage the series. Mental toughness. Facing Pakistan spinners on such surfaces is a tall order, but the team's ability to extract quality from this challenge will boost their morale. Conclusion. The West Indies defeat in the first test must be viewed in context. They face an exceptional bowling attack in some of the toughest conditions in world cricket. Even top-tier teams like England have struggled in similar scenarios against Pakistan at home. Bright spots like Jomel Warrican's brilliant spell, Alik Ayanaje's resilience, and moments of aggression show that the West Indies have the foundation to compete. With adjustments in strategy, shot selection, and team balance, the visitors can use these experiences to push back strongly in the next test.
Shubman Gill. The flame that rekindled a nation's roar. India crushes England by 337 runs at Edgbaston. At Edgbaston, under skies once dominated by English triumphs, India scripted a thundering statement. Led by a resplendent Shubman Gill and fueled by a fiery deep, India dismantled England by a colossal 337 runs, a result as emphatic as it was historic. This was more than a win. This was India roaring back, not just into the series, but into global contention with a fire unseen since the golden eras of West Indies and Australia. And standing at the very heart of this revival is one man, Shubman Gill. A bat that speaks for a nation. Gill's breathtaking twin efforts, 269 in the first innings and 161 in the second, were innings of legend, not just for their numbers, but for their timing, their class, and their message. He batted with the serenity of, the dominance of Ponting, and the relentless focus of, but with a Gill flair all his own. No Indian captain has ever scored 430 runs in a single test, and no player in the history of the game had ever scored a double century and a 150 in the same match until now. His bat didn't just put runs on the board, it put belief in the dressing room. Bowlers fed off his calm. Fielders surged with energy. Even England looked stunned. Deep, from prospect to phenomenon. With the ball, India didn't just match England, they outclassed them. And leading their bowling charge was the tireless Deep, who ran in like a man born to make history. In the final innings, he claimed a magnificent 6-wicket haul, finishing with match figures of 10 wickets, and delivering blows that shattered England's resistance and confidence. His seam movement, aggression, and consistency silenced the Holly stand and announced India's pace depth even in the absence of. He didn't just ball deliveries, he balled daggers wrapped in thunder. India, out-batting, out-balling, outclassing. India out-baseballed baseball on English soil without their best fast bowler, with their young captain playing only his second test in charge. Every line of England's strategy was shredded, outlasted and outscored. India's bowlers outthought and outfoxed. India's gapped and outled and outclassed. By the end, England weren't just beaten, they were buried under a mountain of scoreboard pressure and Indian brilliance. The rise of a new era. Shubman Gill's leadership is no longer a promise. It is now a pillar of a new era, an India team that plays with grace, grit, and utter ruthlessness. The team is united, the dressing room is buzzing, and the fan base is surging with belief again. Gill's appointment as captain may well go down as the single most decisive move in modern Indian cricket, a visionary call that has already begun to reshape destiny. The series comes alive. With the series now level, India heads to Lords with momentum, confidence, and purpose. The ghosts of collapses past are exorcised. England is shaken. The world is watching. And India, led by a 24-year-old phenomenon, is roaring louder than ever.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory
South Africa arrived in Cairns with questions swirling over their consistency, but they left with answers written in bold, courtesy of a resounding 98-run victory that gave them a 1-0 lead in the ODI series against Australia. At the heart of it all stood Keshav Maharaj, the unflappable left-arm spinner who delivered a career-best 5 for 33, a spell of guile and precision that cut through Australia's lineup like a surgeon's scalpel. Batting first, South Africa set a daunting 296 on a slow surface that begged for patience and skill. Aiden Markram rediscovered his fluency with a classy 82, Temba Bavuma added a measured 65, and Matthew Breeds justified his selection with a confident 57. Each innings was stitched with resilience, composure, and timely aggression. Together they ensured South Africa posted the highest total ever seen at this venue, a score that at first looked competitive, but under Maharaj's spellbinding touch proved to be more than enough. Australia's reply began like a runaway train. Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head plundered 60 in the first 7 overs with Head's assault on Nanry Berger a statement of intent. But when spin entered the picture, the entire script changed. Sabrine removed Head with sharp flight in turn, and then Maharaj ended with his own masterpiece. First ball, Manin's Labuschagne trapped LBW, review wasted. Next over, Cameron Green's off stump sent cartwheeling by a delivery that pitched middle and straightened just enough to whisper past his bat. Then Josh Inglis was bold. Alex Carey swept across the line and perished LBW, and Maharaj completed his 5-4 by dismantling Aaron Hardy's stumps. At one point, Maharaj figures read 5 for 9. Australia had no answers. Mitchell Marsh battled valiantly with a blistering 88, his power hitting momentarily reviving Australian hopes. Partnering with Ben Dorshuis, he added 71 for the 7th wicket, dragging his team from the brink. But Berger returned to dismiss both, and once Marsh holed out, Australia's resistance evaporated. The innings folded meekly at 198, giving South Africa their heaviest win on Australian soil in over 3 decades. Beyond the wickets and runs, this match carried deeper significance for South Africa. Maharaj, omitted from the T20 showed that his craft is still indispensable in white ball cricket. Markram, opening for the first time in 4 years, looked comfortable and authoritative. Bavuma, back at number 3, brought stability, and Breedsk, the new face, showed he belongs at his level. For Australia, the loss exposed brittle middle order batting in over-reliance on their captain. Their record of dominance at home cracked, and the aura of invincibility looked shaken. For South Africa, however, this was a statement. Not just a win, but a reminder that with the right balance of youth and experience, they can compete and win against the very best. Cairns witnessed a day of Maharaj's magic, Markram's class, Bavuma's resilience, and Brevi's energy in the field. But above all, it was a day when South Africa showed they are no longer here to make up the numbers. They are here to set the agenda. The series now heads to its next battle, but with a 1-0 lead and momentum in their sails, South Africa will believe this could be the start of something bigger. Pakistan and Bangladesh share points after another washout in Rawalpindi. Champions Trophy 2025 ends in disappointment for both sides. The ICC Champions Trophy 2025 concluded on a frustrating note for both Pakistan and Bangladesh, as their final group stage match was washed out without a ball being balled in Rawalpindi. With persistent rain forcing the abandonment, both teams finished their campaigns with just 1 point each. This was the second consecutive washout in Rawalpindi, following the Australia vs South Africa game, which suffered the same fate. The abandonment officially sealed Bangladesh's place above Pakistan in the final Group A standings due to a better net run rate, minus 0.443 versus Pakistan's minus 1.087. 1. A tournament to forget for Pakistan and Bangladesh. Pakistan's disappointing exit. For Pakistan, this marks a deeply underwhelming campaign, where they failed to register a single win in the tournament. Their heavy defeat to New Zealand by 60 runs and their narrow loss to India by 6 wickets left them at the bottom of Group A. Key issues for Pakistan. Fragile middle order. Struggled to build partnerships, relying heavily on Babar Azam. Ineffective bowling attack. Despite having top-quality pacers, they failed to apply sustained pressure. Inconsistency under pressure. Lack composure in critical moments, particularly against India and New Zealand. Pakistan will now shift their focus to their white ball tour of New Zealand later this month, where they will play 5 T20s and 3 ODIs. Bangladesh, slightly better, but still disappointing. While Bangladesh technically finished above Pakistan in Group A, their performances were equally underwhelming. They failed to capitalize on key moments, particularly in their 5-wicket loss to New Zealand, where they could have posted a stronger total. Key concerns for Bangladesh. Struggles in middle overs. Bangladesh faced over 50 overs of dot balls in their to-completed matches, indicating a lack of rotation in the batting unit. Bowling lapses. Couldn't apply pressure consistently, allowing opponents to chase down totals comfortably. Missed opportunities. Dropped catches and poor fielding proved costly in both games. Bangladesh will now return home to host Zimbabwe for 3 ODIs and 3 T20s, aiming to rebuild ahead of future tournaments. 2 Rawalpindi's weather woes, 2 washouts in 3 matches. The back-to-back washouts in Rawalpindi have raised concerns about scheduling and venue selection for major ICC tournaments. Australia vs South Africa, 25 February. Match abandoned. Pakistan vs Bangladesh, 27 February. Match abandoned. New Zealand vs Bangladesh, 24 February. Only completed match. While the tournament had been progressing smoothly in Dubai, the persistent rain in Rawalpindi disrupted the competition, denying teams crucial opportunities to compete for points. 3. What's next in the tournament? With Pakistan and Bangladesh eliminated, attention now shifts to the remaining Group A decider and semifinals. 2nd March, India vs New Zealand, Dubai, decides who finishes as Group A leaders. Semifinals, March 6 to 7th. The top 2 teams from each group face off. Final, 10th March. The showdown for the Champions Trophy. Both India and New Zealand are already qualified for the semifinals, meaning their upcoming clash will only determine rankings. However, the battle in Group B remains intense, with England, South Africa, and Afghanistan still fighting for qualification. 4. Conclusion. A wet and disappointing end for Pakistan and Bangladesh. The 2025 Champions Trophy campaign ends in frustration for Pakistan and Bangladesh, with no wins and an abandoned final match. While Bangladesh edges Pakistan on net run rate, both teams will need to go back to the drawing board to rebuild their squads for upcoming tournaments. Meanwhile, all eyes now turn to Dubai, where the semi-final race heats up. Will India or New Zealand top Group A? Can Afghanistan pull off another upset to reach the knockouts? The best of the tournament is yet to come.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. The spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Java India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Day 3 Test Cricket at its best. Manchester Magic. Root's milestone. India's misery under golden skies in Manchester. Joe Root authored yet another majestic chapter in his legendary career. While the scorecard will remember his 150th, the day itself will be etched in the minds of fans as the moment England seized command of the series and India began to lose grip on the script. Root's 38th Test century wasn't just a statistical marvel, it was a masterclass in poise and precision. Every tuck to leg, every dab past point, every silky drive through the covers radiated authority. As he moved past Dravid, Callis, and Ponting to become the second highest run scorer in Test history, only one man remains ahead, Sachin Tendulkar. The chase is on. But this was no solo act. Ali Pope, sturdy and composed, partnered Root in a 144-run stand that rendered India's attack toothless for the first 2 sessions. Their alliance was patient and calculated, draining the sting from India's pace trio. Even the usually menacing Jasprit Bumrah seemed to step behind, wicketless until his 24th over. It was Washington's Sundar, curiously underused until after lunch, who finally broke through. He dismissed Pope and then Harry Brook in a swift double strike, offering India a flicker of hope. But Root and Stokes, as calm and commanding a duo as any in world cricket, turned the tide once more. And then an interruption, not by wickets, but by cramp. Stokes, already the hero with ball in hand 5 wickets in the first innings, now began limping. But like Pant the day before, he returned later, welcomed back like a gladiator to a roaring coliseum. By stumps, he was unbeaten on 77, partnered by Liam Dawson. And England's lead stood at a daunting 186. India's bowlers were visibly drained. Bumrah had rolled his ankle, and Siraj injured his foot. Their fatigue matched the fading hopes of their team, as England batted on deep into the evening with control and clarity. What started as a morning of balance had ended in dominance. Root's 150, Stokes' resilience, and a wagging tail had flattened India's fight. The pitch had begun to misbehave, offering bounce, turn, and uncertainty. But England looked at ease, while India looked out of answers. From 358 all out to trailing by nearly 200 runs, India's fortunes have shifted dramatically. Their only solace? A chance, however faint, to claw back on day 4. But make no mistake, this day belonged to Joe Root. The numbers glittered. 13,379 test runs, 12 centuries against India. First man to score 1,000 runs at Old Trafford. Second, only to Sachin. And yet, he barely raised a thumb in celebration. That's Root, humble, relentless, historic.
India's strategic blueprint to dominate the test, rooted but not defeated. Time for India to roar. As the shadows lengthened over the hallowed turf of Lords at the end of day one, England could breathe a little easier, just a little. At 2:51 for 4, with Joe Root unbeaten on 99, they had rebuilt from early wobbles. But the Indian camp, far from being discouraged, knows the door is still open and they're ready to kick it down. If day one was England's subtle resurgence, day two presents India with the perfect canvas to reassert control through firepower, focus, and fearless cricket. 1. The Root wicket, India's golden ticket. Root stands between India and the potentially fragile English lower order. Dismissing him early will not just break England's batting core, it will break their spirit. Jasprit Bumrah, rested and rumbling, will lead the morning charge with the second new ball. A sharp in-swinger or a nasty lifter could be the surgical strike India needs. If Root goes within the first 30 minutes, India could be bowling at the tail before the Lord's bell rings for lunch. 2. Squeeze the tail, no breathing room. The post-Root lineup isn't exactly invincible. Chris Wilkes can fight, but Koss, Archer, and Bashir are far less comfortable against pace and movement. India must attack relentlessly, target the stumps, unsettle with bounce, and finish the job with intensity. Akash Deep's 10-wicket haul at Edgbaston proved that even without Bumrah, India's attack can rattle bones. No freebies. No second chances. A finish could leave England with less than 325, a manageable mountain. 3. Build from the top, Jaiswal, KL, and Gill the key. Once the bowlers have done their job, India's batters must take command into the crowd. Yashasvi Jaiswal's flair, KL Rahu's calm, and Shubman Gill's brilliance are central to a strong reply. India doesn't just need a total, it needs intent. Strike rotation, fearless stroke play, and mental dominance will be essential to stamp authority. The goal? To bat England out of the game and perhaps the series. 4. Tempo. Control the run rate. Lords rewards busy batters. The fast outfield turns singles into twos and edges into boundaries. India must keep the scoreboard ticking, forcing England's bowlers into defensive modes. If Sundar, Jadeja, and Pant find form, India's lower middle order could play the same role England's failed to deliver, scoring fast, turning pressure into panic. 5. Gill's leadership, cool, calculated, courageous. Captaincy is not about shouting or gesturing wildly. It's about setting the tone, and Shubman Gill is doing exactly that. From his monumental run tally to his fearless declaration at Edgbaston, Gill has shown his not just India's future, is its commanding present. Day 2 is a test not just of skill, but of nerve. Can he manage the bowlers, keep the field buzzing, and adjust to Lord's ever-changing mood? If his current form holds, the answer is a resounding yes. The verdict, a day to seize. This is India's moment. Dismiss Root early, rattle the tail, and bat with purpose in India could emerge from day 2 not just in control, but staring down the possibility of another historic test win in England's own backyard. Lords has seen many legends rise. Today, a new chapter waits to be written.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The Root of Greatness, a glorious tribute to Joe Root. The old Trafford sun glinted softly through the northern skies, as if it knew it was lighting up something historic, something majestic. Amid applause that grew at every stroke, every subtle deflection, every elegant drive-through cover, Joe Root wrote his name deeper into cricketing immortality. On July 25, 2025, Joe Root rose, not with brash fireworks, but with the quiet storm of a craftsman who carves monuments with silk instead of stone. With a sublime 150 against India, his only wrestle control of the test, but vaulted into the number 2 spot on the all-time test run scoring charts. Rahul Dravid, Shaq Kellys, Ricky Ponting, icons all, now watch from a rung below, as Root ascended with the weightlessness of destiny. There was something poetic in the way he played. A flick here, a late cut there, the occasional front foot glide that made the bat look like a 1. But behind that finesse was grit, composure, an unwavering hunger for runs and relevance. Root's 38th Test 100 was no ordinary milestone. It was his 12th against India more than any other batter in the game's history. He became the first to register 1,000 test runs at Old Trafford. And the partnership with Ben Stokes, those 142 runs of togetherness, symbolized not just a stand, but an era. In a match of heroes, Root stood tallest. The stats will live in databases, the figures will shine in graphics, but it's the memory of his presence at the crease, calm, unhurried, masterful, that will echo in hearts and commentary boxes forever. The England crowd stood as one. The applause wasn't just for the runs, it was for the years, the consistency, the evolution, the grace under pressure. Joe Root had long been England's backbone. On this day, he became its crown. And as the sun began to dip behind the Manchester skyline, Root raised his bat, not in triumph, but in quiet acknowledgement. A humble monarch ruling the realm of Test cricket, still hungry, still not done. Long may he reign.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Delhi Capitals vs Chennai Super Kings, 5th April 2025. KL Rahul anchors as Delhi Capitals outclass CSK to break 15-year Chepauk drought. Result: Delhi Capitals 183 for 6, Rahul 77, Khalil 2 for 25 beat Chennai Super Kings 158 for 5, Vijay 69 not out, Nigam 2 for 27 by 25 runs. Venue: M.A. Chidambaram Stadium, Chennai. Introduction: Fortress Chepauk breached again. For the second time in IPL 2025, Chennai Super Kings suffered defeat at their home ground to a side that had not beaten them there in 15 years. This time, it was Delhi Capitals who rewrote the script with a comprehensive 25-run win that not only broke a long-standing jinx but also exposed chinks in CSK's famed armour. KL Rahul, stepping in for the rested Faf du Plessis, crafted a vital 77 of 51 balls to anchor DC's innings. The bowlers, led by Khalil Ahmed and debutant Vipraj Nigam, choked CSK's chase with discipline and precision, turning Chepauk into unfamiliar territory for the hosts. KL Rahul's measured masterclass. Opening the innings, Rahul took his time to assess the slow, dry pitch. He was 25 of 20 balls before shifting gears, thanks largely to his calculated assault on Noor Ahmed, the tournament's leading wicket-taker. With finesse and timing, Rahul took 20 off Noor's 9 deliveries. He dissected the field with sweeps, pulls, and even a delicate reverse scoop off Mukesh Chaudhary. Mukesh bore the brunt of Rahul's aggression, conceding the most boundaries, 40% of DC's total. Rahul's eventual 77 was a lesson in adapting to conditions, accelerating when set, and anchoring when needed. DC's innings lost a bit of momentum toward the end, as Rahul managed just 16 runs off his final 13 balls. Still, the foundation he laid proved invaluable. DC's controlled finish. While Rahul held one end, cameos from Abhishek Pauril 29 and Tristan Stubbs 26 ensured DC crossed 180. Though no batter exploded in the death overs, the innings was built on intelligence rather than brute force. They understood the pitch and the venue and backed their bowlers to defend a competitive total. CSK's shaky start and familiar failings. Chasing 184, CSK stumbled early. Rachan Ravindra was undone by Mukesh Kumar's slower delivery that held in the pitch. Rituraj Gaikwad struck a clean pull off Mitchell Starc, only to pick out the deep fielder. At 20 for 2 in the third over, the pressure was already telling. CSK have not chased down a total above 180 in the last 6 seasons, a trend that looked destined to continue as DC's bowlers suffocated the middle order. Vijay Shankar's laboured innings. Vijay Shankar's unbeaten 69 of 54 balls summed up CSK's batting woes. He scored just one boundary in his first 31 deliveries, struggled to find timing, and nearly ran himself out twice. Despite surviving, he couldn't find fluency on a sluggish pitch. His grimaces and frustrated reactions painted the picture. While CSK hit out on 38 balls and found the boundary just 12 times, DC were successful 21 times from 37 attacking deliveries, a clear indicator of which side managed the conditions better. Dhoni's early arrival, quite impact. For once, MS Dhoni walked out in the 11th over, not the 19th. With the top order collapsing, there was little choice. Dhoni, playing in front of his parents for the first time, scored 30 of 26 balls, including one boundary and one six. Despite the emotional moment, the innings lacked punch. CSK fans, who often erupt at the mere sight of Dhoni, watched in eerie silence as the legend fought a losing battle. Bowling brilliance, Nigam and Kuldeep star. Vipraj Nigam continued to impress, picking up 2 wickets and conceding just 27 runs. His dismissal of Moeen Ali, who was beaten in flight, set the tone. Kuldeep Yadav delivered the ball of the match, a killer googly that castled Ravindra Jadeja. Starc and Khalil complemented the spinners by varying pace and lengths, never letting CSK settle. CSK's numbers tell the story. Jadeja has not completed his full quota of overs in 4 matches. Ashwin has bowled 4 overs only twice. CSK have hit the fewest sixes in the tournament. Their middle order, positions 4 to 7 average just 21.76 with a strike rate of 116.94, the lowest in the league. These stats reflect deeper issues with balance and strategy. Final word, DC rising, CSK reeling. Delhi Capitals executed their plans perfectly, win the toss, bat first, post a par+ score, and let their bowlers choke the chase. KL Rahul's composed 77, backed by disciplined bowling and alert fielding, handed DC a memorable win. For CSK, back-to-back defeats at home raise serious questions. Their aura at Chepauk is fading, and unless the middle order steps up and spin combinations are used better, more heartbreaks may follow.
1. The foundations of West Indies win Jaden Seals' power play. Punch Seals, early double strike, dismissing Sam Ayub after a 9-ball scoreless spell and then cleaning up Babar Azam with a delivery that jagged through the gate, broke Pakistan's top order open. His 323 in reduced overs was about control as much as wicket-taking. He set the tone for Pakistan's stuttering run rate. Rutherford's blitzkrieg. Walking in with the required rate creeping above 6, Sherfane Rutherford picked his moment against Shaheen Afridi in the 17th over, 17 runs in one burst, followed immediately by exploiting Pakistan's weakest link, the 5th bowling option, taking 20 runs off Salman AS over. These 2 overs effectively cut the game in half, creating scoreboard breathing space. Roston Chase's composure came in during a tense phase after Rutherford's dismissal and Nawaz's accurate spell. Chose moments to attack, 2 clean 6s off Ayub, and then switched to strike rotation. Finished unbeaten on 49 ta, closing the game with a controlled drive, showing how to manage a chase post explosion. 2. Where Pakistan let it slip batting, dot ball paralysis. In the first 10 overs, Pakistan managed only 5 singles. No attempt to work the field, allowing pressure to build. Rizwan's 4 off 23 balls was symbolic of a broader tempo problem. Only in the death overs did Hassan Nawaz inject momentum, but rain denied them the last 3 overs. Bowling, 5th bowler. Problem Ayub and Salman together went for 41 runs in 3 overs, a decisive swing in the match. This forced Rizwan to overbowl his frontline spinners earlier than planned, leaving him with no Nawaz overs at the death. Key tactical misstep. Bringing Shaheen back against Rutherford while momentum was building was a gamble that failed. Pakistan could have kept him for a fresh death burst. Once Rutherford had teed off, Salman's follow-up over compounded the damage. 3 turning points. Seals' 2nd over. Double strike on Ayub and Babar. Rutherford versus Shaheen. Over 17, 17 runs. Salman's over, 20 runs. Pressure blown off the chase. Chase's 6s off Ayub. Kept the required rate in check after Nawaz's spell. 4. The balance of styles. West Indies played modern ODI cricket. Targeted weak links, attacked in bursts, absorbed pressure in between. Pakistan played outdated ODI cricket, cautious accumulation without release shots early, struggled to plug gaps in bowling resources. 5 lessons from the match for West Indies. Early wickets, plus targeted mid-innings assault works in rain-shortened games. Rutherford and Chase are an ideal impact, plus anchor pairing for chases. 5th bowler hunting must remain part of the strategy. For Pakistan, strike rotation in the first 15 overs is non-negotiable in modern ODIs. Bowling plans must anticipate part-timer vulnerability, especially in reduced overs games. Over-bowling front-line spinners too early can backfire late. 6. Final verdict. This was a match where West Indies maximized key moments. Seals' early burst, Rutherford's counterpunch, and Chase's composed finish. Pakistan minimized theirs. Poor early strike rotation, mistimed bowling changes, and no recovery plan when the 5th bowler was attacked. A game that swung with the weather, but in the end, it was clarity of intent under pressure that decided it.
CSK crashed to 5th straight defeat as ruthless KKR humiliate hosts at Chepauk. Chepauk is no longer a fortress. On a balmy Friday night in Chennai, the Kolkata Knight Riders KKR stormed into MS Dhoni's backyard and handed Chennai Super Kings CSK their worst ever total at home, chasing down a paltry target of 104 in just 10.1 overs to win by 8 wickets. The victory was not only emphatic but symbolic. A powerhouse like CSK, 5-time champions, were dismantled in their own conditions by a side that hadn't looked as assured all season. It was CSK's fifth consecutive loss, a new and unwanted record for a team long associated with consistency and control. Nareen leads the spin assault. KKR's revival was built on a classic spin strangle, executed to perfection by Sunny Nareen, Varun Chakravarti, and Harshit Rana. Nareen in particular rode back the years with a dazzling spell of 3 for 13, including a rare feat of balling 4 overs without conceding a boundary, the 16th time he's done that in the IPL, the most by any bowler. Introduced early to target CSK's two left-handed openers, Nareen struck immediately. He dismissed Devon Conway with a wicket maiden and exposed the brittle CSK middle order within the power play. Mean Ali, returning to the 11, set the tone with a tight spell that prevented any momentum. Rachi and Ravinder followed Conway soon after, and by the end of 6 overs, CSK were 31 for 2, a crawl by T20 standards and the second worst power play performance this season. CSK's middle order falters again. The cracks in CSK's lineup are now deep and obvious. Their much-wanted middle order ones again fell apart. Rahul Tripathi, brought in for the out-of-form Raj Gaikwad, played a muddled knock of 16 of 22 balls. Vijay Shankar received 2 lifelines through dropped catches but could only muster 29 of 27, struggling to find timing or confidence. And then came the collapse. From 59 for 3, CSK nosedived to 75 for 8. In a 20-over game, that is nothing short of catastrophic. The most damning phase was a 63-ball stretch without a boundary, a statistic that underlines the helplessness of CSK's batters against relentless KKR bowling. In that stretch, the only joy came via a toppage 4. MS Dhoni, brought back into the captaincy hot seat, walked into deafening cheers, but left under a cloud of uncertainty. He was trapped LBW by Nareen for a duck, and the replays showed a faint edge that stirred debate. The on-field decision stood. A tankless defense. With just 103 to defend and Madhishapana unable to bowl, CSK were down a bowler even before the first over was completed. They took the gamble of using Deep Huda as their impact player to bolster the batting, but he fell for a duck, compounding their woes. The new ball bowlers went hard searching for wickets, but in doing so, only bled runs. KKR ransacked 71 runs in the power play, effectively putting the result beyond doubt in the first 6 overs. Nareen wasn't done with just the ball. He returned with the bat to smash a 20-ball 44, snatching the chase away from CSK before they could even entertain thoughts of a miracle. A statement win for KKR. KKR finished the job in style, reached ING 107 for 2 in just 10.1 overs, led by Nareen and a calm finish from Ankrish Rawanshi and Ramla Gurbaz. The win was not just about the points. It was a statement that KKR are figuring out their combinations and, when conditions suit their bowlers, they are as dangerous as any side in the IPL. CSK in crisis mode. For CSK, this is now 5 straight defeats, a run that leaves them 9th on the points table. Their batting depth has been exposed, their bowling plans haven't worked, and their star players are out of rhythm. They've now failed to chase totals above 180 in 11 consecutive attempts, and even defending middling totals has become a nightmare. Captain MS Dhoni summed it up bluntly. We need to look deep down inside. And they must, quickly. Because from here, every game could be the difference between a playoff run and a forgettable campaign. India's great escape at Old Trafford, a test of character, grit, and unyielding spirit. In the heart of Manchester, beneath the graying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The 4th test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story, a masterclass in mental fortitude, and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket. At 1-for-2 in the second innings with 300 runs still to climb just to level the scores, India looked like a team out of breath. Rishabh Pant was ruled out, their bowlers were spent, and the crowd had begun to anticipate a swift finish. But where others saw an ending, India saw a beginning. And that beginning came with the calm defiance of Shubman Gill. Gill, already a man reborn this series, played like a captain possessed. He faced down the new ball, stared into England's eyes, and refused to blink. Every shot was a declaration. India would not fold. Partnering first with the seasoned K.L. Rahul, Gill stitched a partnership worth 188 runs. Their stand wasn't just about survival, it was about shifting momentum, frustrating the bowlers, and tilting the psychological scales back toward the visitors. As Rahul fell just short of a century, the next phase of resistance began. It was a new pairing, an unlikely one, but Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja turned out to be India's unbreakable wall, not just holding the line. They redrew it. Both men batted with poise and patience, wearing down England's bowlers through 143 overs in the second innings. Together, they added 203 unbroken runs and ensured that India walked away not bruised but buoyed. Washington's maiden test ton and Jadeja's defiant century will go down in folklore, not for flash, but for fortitude. England threw everything they had. Ben Stokes, battling through shoulder pain and cramp, delivered one of the spells of the series, fiery, hostile, and filled with heart. He dismissed Rahul, nearly removed Gill, and kept the flame of hope alive. But the injuries caught up. The bowlers tired. The fielders grew frustrated. Tempers frayed, and by the final hour, the match had spiraled into surrealism. Stokes offered a draw. India declined, and when part-time bowlers lobbed balls at 35 miles per hour, Jadeja lofted sixes and Sundar jogged through for centuries. England watched wounded and weary as India celebrated from the balcony, not a win, but a mighty escape. What made it all the more remarkable was the context. India had spent over 250 overs in the field. Their fast bowlers were hobbling, and their talismanic keeper batter Pennant had exited the stage injured after his act of bravery. Yet out came a team not resigned to fate but determined to right a wrong. From Rude's record-breaking 150 to Stokes' heroics, from Gill's consistency to the indomitable spirit of George Washington, this test had everything except a result. And that, in the end, is what made it poetic. As the teams head to the Oval for the finale, the series stands at 2-1. But in spirit, it's 2-all. India has every reason to believe. Because this wasn't just a draw. This was defiance made flesh. This was the heart of Test cricket.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd. chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India versus England 2025, a series of lessons, a glimpse of the future. A smooth reflection on what both teams gained, lost, and learned from an unforgettable 5-test duel. The 2025 India versus England Test series ended 2-2, but beneath that tidy scoreline was a messy, emotional, pulsating 5-act drama. A series that gave us heroes, heartbreaks, tactical twists, and above all, lessons. Deep, defining lessons. Let's take a walk through what both teams will carry forward and what they must leave behind. India, not in transition, already transformed. India didn't just survive this series. They grew. They evolved. And in doing so, they may have quietly laid the foundation for their next golden era. Shubman Gill began as a young captain with questions hanging over him. By the end of the series, he was leading with conviction, trusting his instincts, backing his bowlers, and standing tall with the bat. His bold declarations, attacking fields, and calm presence under pressure weren't just signs of potential, they were proof of arrival. India's real magic, however, was in its depth. No Boomer, no Shami, no Pant, no Ashwin. Yet out came Jurel, Prazid, Akashdeep, Sasudasan. And the team didn't just compete, it controlled large parts of the series. Even in defeats, India were often the side pushing harder, holding the stronger hand, but losing grip in moments of carelessness. Collapses in leads and lords stung badly, but the bounce back was immediate and fierce. The Oval win, sealed by a roaring Siraj, was not just a result. It was a roar that said, "We're not coming. We're here." Most importantly, India showed they don't need to look back. The legends weren't missed. The next chapter has already started. England, a philosophy under pressure. Baseball was never going to be boring, and it wasn't. There were glorious drives, reverse scoops, silly fielders, glorious chaos. But in key moments, especially when the pressure dialed up, baseball showed its cracks. Jamie Smith's rush of blood. Top order collapses rescued by the tail. Aggression where calm was needed. Hope where strategy was required. Root and Brook were England's anchor and spark, but they often arrived with the house already on fire. The bowlers fought hard, but lacked the cutting edge without a true leader of the pack. And while Chris Woke's walkout with one functioning arm was the stuff of legend, it also laid bare England's lack of durability and depth. There were brave moments. There were brilliant moments. But England, by and large, looked like a team surviving on belief, not structure. Shared truths. Mutual lessons. Both teams learned that momentum is king. That partnerships win matches, not just centuries. That captains can change a test match with a single decision. India trusted their youth and were rewarded. England trusted their method and were exposed. India fought smarter. England fought harder. But only one side walked away with clarity about where they're heading. The final reflection. The series ends at 2-2. But in the final test in that final hour, the balance shifted. Not just in the match, but in the rivalry. India leave the tour with a spring in their step. England leave it gritting their teeth and asking questions. The scoreboard says drawn. but the real story. India are building something. In England, they're trying to hold something together. In time, this series may be remembered not for the drawer, but for the day India's new era truly began.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
In every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
England shock India to keep series alive, a gutsy 26-run win in Rajkot. Adil Rashid's magic and England's pacer fire derail India's chase. England produced a stunning 26-run victory in Rajkot to snap India's 10-match unbeaten home streak in T20s, keeping the series alive at 2-1. Adil Rashid's tight spin bowling, early breakthroughs from the pacers, and crucial late runs from Liam Livingstone turned what seemed a modest total into a match-winning effort. India, chasing 172, never looked comfortable as Bryden Cars, Jamie Overton, and Jofra Archer ripped through the top order before Rashid broke India's middle order. Despite a fighting effort from Hardik Pandya, 40 off 35, the home side was restricted to 145 for 9, marking their first T20I loss at home since November 2023. Match summary: England vs India, 3rd T20I. Venue: Rajkot. Result: England won by 26 runs. Player of the match: Adil Rashid, 4 for 15, key middle order wickets. England's score: 177 for 9. Ben Duckett, 51. Liam Livingstone, 43. Varun Chakravarti, 5 for 24. India score: 145 for 9. Hardik Pandya, 40. Jamie Overton, 3/24. Bryden Cars and Jofra Archer, 2 wickets each. How England won this thriller? England's victory was a result of disciplined bowling, smart field placements, and capitalizing on key moments. Here's how they stunned India and kept the series alive. Small Blue Diamond 1 keycap England's batting from collapse to a defendable total. England struggled early on, but their recovery efforts ensured they put up a competitive total. Ben Duckett's explosive start. Duckett attacked India's power play bowling, scoring a rapid 51 off 26 balls. His fluent stroke play against spin helped England cruise to 83 for 1 in 9 overs. Varun Chakravarti's magical spell, 5 for 24. India fought back brilliantly as Varun Chakravarti tore through England's middle order, reducing them from 83 for 1 to 127 for 8. His mystery spin and variations proved too much for England's batters. Livingstone's late onslaught, the game-changer. Liam Livingstone's late surge 43 off 24 saved England. With England reeling at 127 for 8, Livingstone smashed 5 sixes to push them to 177 for 9. His bold hitting against Bishnoi and Hardik Pandya gave England a fighting chance. Small Blue Diamond to keycap England's pacers landed early blows. Knowing that early wickets were the key, England's pacers came out firing on all cylinders. Jofra Archer removes Sanju Samson, 2nd over. A quick, rising delivery forced Sanju Samson into a mistimed shot straight to Rashid. Archer's raw pace set the tone, rattling India's top order. Bryden Cars and Overton rattle India's middle order. Cars removed Abhishek Sharma, 24 off 14, who was India's only aggressive batter early on. Overton's clever change of pace dismissed Suryakumar Yadav and Akshar Patel, halting India's momentum. By the power play, India were 48 for 3, already struggling against the pace-heavy English attack. Small Blue Diamond 3 keycap Adil Rashid, the turning point in the middle overs. When India still had a chance at 85 for 5, Adil Rashid delivered a spell of absolute class. Breaking India's backbone. Rashid bowled Tilak Verma with a beautiful delivery, ending his incredible streak of 336 runs without dismissal. His tight lines and variations made stroke play nearly impossible, leading to India's downfall between the 7th and 15th overs. India only managed 2 boundaries in this period, highlighting Rashid's control. Perfect tactics from Jos Buttler. England ensured Rashid bowled to India's weaker middle order, maximizing his impact. His 4 overs for just 15 runs proved decisive. India could never recover after his spell. Small Blue Diamond 4 keycap Hardik Pandya's lone fight back wasn't enough. Despite wicket stumbling, Hardik Pandya kept India in the hunt with a calculated attack. He targeted Mark Wood and Jofra Archer in the 16th and 17th overs, hitting 2 sixes. However, just as India looked like they could pull off a last-over miracle, Overton dismissed Hardik with a brilliant slower ball. After that, India never had a chance, eventually falling short by 26 runs. Key takeaways: why England won. Tactical brilliance: England made smart decisions, bowling Rashid at the right time and using pacers wisely. Fast bowling pressure: Akars, Archer, and Overton never let India settle. Rashid's experience showed his spell choked India's middle overs, forcing them into bad decisions. Livingstone's rescue act: his 43 off 24 runs ensured England had enough runs to defend. What this means for the series. This 26-run win breathes life back into the series. India still leads 2-1, but England now has the momentum heading into the next game. India's first T20I home loss since 2023 means they'll have to reassess their strategy. With both teams fighting hard, the next T20I in Pune will be a must-watch clash. Final verdict. England proved they are still a force to be reckoned with, using tactical nous, fast bowling aggression, and Rashid's spin mastery to outplay India. However, India remains in control.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Asia Cup 2025 preview. Why India are nailed on favorites to reign supreme. Again, the cricketing spotlight shifts to the UAE as the Asia Cup T202025 kicks off on September 9th. 8 teams, 2 weeks, and 1 glittering trophy. But all eyes are firmly fixed on India, the reigning champions and the most dominant force in the tournament's history, with 8 Asia Cup titles already. 7 in Otis, 1 in T20s, and an unbroken streak of T20 excellence since their 2024 World Cup triumph. India head into this edition as the team to beat, perhaps even untouchable. A record of dominance since lifting the Asia Cup T20 trophy in Colombo in 2023. India have evolved from a team with enviable talent to a well-oiled juggernaut. Their tournament record is unmatched. 8 Asia Cup titles. More than Sri Lanka and Pakistan combined. 2024 T20 World Cup winners with a flawless record. Series wins against Australia, England, and South Africa in the last year, showcasing adaptability across conditions. The team's remarkable consistency and depth means they rarely fielded their full strength. 11 in recent bilateral series. Yet they Veed dominated. Now, with every star aligned, this squad looks primed for another title run. Leadership SKY's vision. Gill's poise, Captain Suryakumar. Yadav brings flair and fearlessness, leading by example with his innovative stroke play. While Vice-Captain Shubman, Gill, fresh from a stellar IPL season and a record-breaking Asia Cup campaign in 2023, provides calm authority at the top. Together, they represent the perfect leadership blend. Sky's explosive instincts matched by Gill's tactical precision. Gill's return to the T20I, she is a significant boost. His ability to anchor an innings at blistering pace, strike rate 155 in IPL 2025, makes him arguably the most reliable T20 opener in the world. A batting lineup with no weak link. India's batting order is a nightmare for opposition. Bowlers Abhishek Sharma, the fearless left-hander, who dominated power plays in IPL 2025, Tilak Varma, and Ring Singh. Middle order, powerhouses who finish games with authority. Hardik Pandya and Shivam Dube, all-rounders who bring balance and explosive finishing. Jitish Sharma, likely first-choice keeper. A 360 striker who's been earmarked as India's long-term finisher. Even stalwarts like Sanju Samson and Yashasvi Jaiswal are waiting in the wings. Proof of India's ridiculous depth. Bumrah and the bowling arsenal. No team in world cricket boasts a better T20 bowling attack. Jasprit Bumrah, the master of Yorkers, whose tournament temperament is unmatched. Arshdeep Singh and Harshit Rana, left and right arm paced. Variety to keep batters guessing. Varun Chakravarthi and Kuldeep Yadav, mystery spin meets guile, offering relentless control. Axar Patel, a dependable all-rounder capable of tying down batters in the middle overs. Bowling coach Morn Morkel has made it clear India will cover all bases, with Dubai's grassy pitches adding intrigue. India have the flexibility to field 3 frontline seamers or deploy a spin-heavy attack, recalling their 4-spinner dominance during the 2025 Champions Trophy. Key storylines to watch: the No. 8 debate. Shivam Dube's all-round ability could give India more batting depth, but Harshit Rana's pace adds firepower. A tactical dilemma for Sky. Gill's golden touch. Can Gill replicate his record break in 2023 Asia Cup run? 302 runs at 75.50. Rinku Singh's finishing prowess. The man who redefined T20 finishing in the IPL now steps onto the continental stage. Pakistan, Clash, Sep, Katorsa, the mother of all contests. And India's ultimate litmus tests before the Super 4. Opposition threats. While Pakistan's pace trio and Sri Lanka's spin attack promise competition, India's bench depth, tournament experience, and winning culture make them stand tall. Afghanistan's unpredictability and Bangladesh's fighting spirit may produce upsets, but the golfing class is stark. India's fixtures September 10th versus UAE Dubai, Sep 14 versus Pakistan, Dubai Sep 19 versus Oman Abu Dhabi, Super 4, and final. September 21st to 28th, why India are favorites, World Cup momentum? India have not lost a T20I series in over 18 months. Depth of talent. Every position has at least 2 world-class backups. IPL advantage. Players are battle-hardened against the world's best under pressure. Leadership stability. Sky and Gill bring the perfect mix of audacity and calm. Bowling, versatility, seam spin balance, and match winners for every condition. Simply put, India is second. She could challenge for the title. That is how dominant this side has become.
India's ODI and T20I dominance, a cut above the rest. India's cricketing dominance in white ball formats, both ODIs and T20Is, has reached an unprecedented level, proving they are far and away the best team in the world. Even without Jasprit Bumrah, arguably the best all-format bowler of this generation, India has stormed through ICC tournaments and bilateral series with an air of inevitability. Their unbeaten run in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 is only the latest chapter in a golden era of Indian white ball cricket. Unmatched depth and squad balance. What sets India apart is their depth and versatility across all conditions. Other teams might rely heavily on 1 or 2 key players, but India's strength lies in an entire unit performing at peak efficiency. Consider this. Batting superstars across generations, India seamlessly transitions between experienced campaigners like Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli and young superstars such as Shubman Gill and Ruturaj Gaikwad. 4 world-class spinners in 111. While most teams struggle to find one high-impact spinner, India fields Kuldeep Yadav, Varun Chakravarthi, Aksa Patel, and Ravindra Jadeja, forming an impenetrable spin attack. Pace battery without Bumrah. Even in Bumrah's absence, Mohammad Shami, Arshdeep Singh, and Hardik Pandya have kept India at full throttle. Undisputed kings of ICC tournaments. India's latest ICC Champions Trophy win cements their dominance. They've now won 22 of their last 23 ICC tournament matches, losing only the 2023 ODI World Cup final. Here's a quick look at India's record across major tournaments. ICC Champions Trophy 2025, trophy unbeaten, crushed Australia and New Zealand. 2023 ODI World Cup, trophy 10 consecutive wins before the final. 2024 T20 World Cup, trophy defeated England, South Africa, and Australia with ease. 2022 T20 World Cup, trophy beat Pakistan and England in the group stage. 2021 World Test Championship Final, New Zealand only loss in a major final. India's T20I supremacy, a different level. While ODIs remain India's stronghold, their T20I dominance is arguably even more frightening. They have built an aggressive and fearless batting lineup, with every player capable of accelerating at a strike rate above 150. Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, the best T20 opening duo in history. Suryakumar Yadav and Hardik Pandya, the most destructive middle order. Rishabh Pant and KL Rahul, dynamic finishers with elite strike rates. Spinners choking opposition. Varun Chakravarthi's mystery spin has bamboozled batters, while Aksa and Kuldeep dominate middle overs. India's bowling, even without Bumrah, remains a match-winning unit. Arshdeep Singh, Mohammad Siraj, and Pandya have ensured that India's pace attack can restrict even the most aggressive opposition. Beating New Zealand in finals, the final statement. India's recent champions' trophy final win over New Zealand proved once again that they are built differently. They've now beaten the Kiwis in 4 out of the last 5 ICC finals they've played. Even when Kane Williamson, Rakan Ravindra, and Daryl Mitchell put up a fight, India had too much firepower. Rohit Sharma's power play dominance, KL Rahul's finishing composure, spin choke in the middle overs, unbreakable depth even in pressure situations. What's next for India? The scariest part? This is not even India's strongest 11. Jasprit Bumrah, Ishan Kishan, and Washington Sundar are waiting in the wings. As they head into the 2026 T20 World Cup and the 2027 ODI World Cup, it's becoming increasingly clear. Police Garlight India is playing white ball cricket at a level far above the rest of the world. Police Garlight. While other teams struggle to find consistency, India has made winning a habit.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner
face. Shall India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Shall India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Fire Siraj seals the series. India stunned England in Test cricket's most thrilling finale. Fire. The Oval, London, August 4, 2025. On a grey, murky Monday morning in South London, Test cricket produced a masterpiece that will echo through the corridors of time. India, on the verge of a series loss, clawed their way to a sensational 6-run victory in the final test at the Oval, their narrowest ever in terms of runs, thanks to the roaring lion-heart of Mohammad Siraj, who claimed a career-defining 5 for 104. This wasn't just a win. This was a dramatic act of sporting theater, filled with agony, redemption, courage, and sheer madness. A climax scripted by the cricket gods themselves. And Siraj? He wasn't just the man of the match. He was the man of the moment, the hour, the series, the emotional engine behind India's miracle. Thunderstorm Day 5. A storm brews and history unfolds. The stage was set under ominous clouds. England needed 35 runs with 3 wickets remaining. India needed something special. What unfolded in this 53 balls was arguably the most electrifying hour in the 148-year history of Test cricket. At 367, England had fought hard. Brooks' elegant 111, Root's majestic 105, and Duckett's rapid 54 had made the 373 target look chaseable. But Siraj had unfinished business. Haunted by his earlier boundary blunder on day 4, where he accidentally gifted Brooks 6 runs by stepping on the rope, he returned the man possessed. Explosion, symbol the final assault. Siraj strikes back. First up, Jamie Smith. Siraj lured him with a tempting line and had him nicking behind. Upstairs it went, and up went India's hopes. Momentum swung. Then came Gus Atkinson, fresh from his 5-wicket haul in the first innings, suddenly finding himself battling the reverse swing and raw fire of Siraj. A half chance here, a scramble there, but no let-up. At the other end, Jamie Overton briefly threatened to take the game away with 2 quick boundaries off Prasid Krishner. But Siraj struck gold again, a sharpened swinger crashed into Overton's pad. After a pause that felt like a full-length feature film, the umpire's finger slowly raised. The review? Clipping leg. Gone. With the crowd at fever pitch, Siraj had ripped out England's backbone. Sheer hash Wokes in, one arm, full heart. Enter Chris Wokes, arm in a sling, body broken, spirit unyielding. Echoes of Colin Cowher's bravery in 1963 rippled across the ground. Wokes was here not to score, but to endure. The Oval crowd gave him a hero's welcome, but India saw only one thing, the finish line. With Atkinson swinging wildly, nearly clearing deep mid-wicket and then smartly pinching 2s and singles, the equation came down to 9 needed. The entire crowd was standing. Entire nations were holding their breath. Bomb the final blow. And then the ball that silenced London and lit up 1 billion homes in India. Siraj, tail up and running in like a man on a mission, fired in the perfect Yorker. Atkinson swung hard. The stumps cartwheeled. Boom. Gone. Victory. Siraj wheeled away in his now iconic Sioux celebration, arms outstretched, eyes to the sky, roaring like a man released from purgatory. His teammates engulfed him. India had done it, from the joys of defeat to the annals of cricketing immortality. Sidar tactical masterclass, old ball magic and fielding fire. What made this victory even more impressive was the old ball artistry displayed by Siraj and Prasid. They didn't just bowl. They choreographed their spells using the reverse swing, wide lines, and late movement to frustrate England's last stand. Jadid's cat-like save on the boundary, Juro's sharp keeping, and Rahul's intensity in the slips all added up. India had their backs against the wall after day 3. The lead was slim. England's middle order had found their groove. But the storm shortened day 4 gave India one final breath, and they exhaled fire. Books a series for the ages. This 5-test saga had everything: centuries, collapses, comebacks, and controversial moments. But no chapter was more dramatic than the final page. It brought echoes of Edgbaston 2005's 2-run thriller, Lord's 1963 Q3 drama, 2019 World Cup final boundary chaos, but now the Oval 2025 enters that Hall of Legends. Glowing stuff, a hero we didn't know we needed. Mahim Siraj didn't just take 5 wickets. He redeemed himself in a way that even Bollywood couldn't script better. From the pain of a misfield to the ecstasy of uprooted stumps, he carried 1 billion hearts in his hand. Speaking head in silhouette hash post-match reaction. Shubman Gill, we were always confident. Siraj deserved this moment. Joe Root, credit to India, they never gave in. This is what Test cricket's about. Andrew Miller, Quick Info. One of the most breathless hours ever witnessed in 2,598 tests. Camera, with flash iconic images, Siraj on his knees, arms raised to the heavens. Wokes, limping off, one arm dangling but head held high. Atkinson staring at the shattered stumps, frozen in disbelief. Team India's victory lap, battle-worn, proud, and unforgettable. Team India's victory lap, battle-worn, proud, and unforgettable. Cricket bat and ball final word. If cricket needed a love letter to test match drama, this was it. India didn't just win a test, they won our hearts. Siraj, the redemption. The Oval, the Coliseum. Test cricket, very much alive. Series result, drawn 2-2. But this final act, India's alone.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Destined to dominate how India can win the WTC trophy and conquer the test world. They say test cricket is the ultimate challenge of patience, skill, and heart. But in the modern era, it's also a test of depth, adaptability, and ambition. And no team right now is better positioned to rise to the top than India, not just to compete in the World Test Championship, but to win it outright and become the most dominant force in red ball cricket. This isn't a dream. It's a blueprint. And the path begins right now. Trophy to trophy that matters. World Test Championship glory. The WTC trophy isn't just a cup. It's the summit of Test cricket, a battle of consistency and brilliance over 2 long, grueling years. It rewards teams that play brave cricket, home and away, and punish those who falter even slightly. India have come close, twice. Runners-up in both previous cycles. The time for heartbreak is over. Now is the time for history. To get there, India must navigate a complex maze with Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and others lying in wait. But the truth is, India have everything it takes to not just win, but dominate. Mapping the road. Points, PCT, and precision. In the WTC, it's not just about wins. It's about the percentage of points contested, PCT. A win gets you 12 points. A draw gives you 4. But slow over rates, they cost you. Rain-affected draws, they drag you down. That's why clarity and killer instinct matter. India's upcoming fixtures include a home series against Australia, 5 tests of high-stakes rivalry. Tours to South Africa and New Zealand historically tough. Additional home fixtures against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. The most important chunk? Beating Australia 4-0 or better at home. That alone could push India's PCT comfortably into the mid-60s, right into the WTC final zone. It would allow them to breathe, while the rest scramble for points. Fire skill meets firepower. India's depth is their secret weapon. India's 2025 Test Series in England revealed something beautiful. A new golden generation is rising. Shubman Gill has emerged not just as a batsman, but as a leader, confident, calm, and creative. Yashasvi Jaiswal is a revelation, aggressive, composed, fearless. Dhruv Jurel behind the stumps is ice-cold under pressure. Prasid Krishna and Akash Deep offer genuine pace and bounce perfect for overseas challenges. And that's just the beginning. Players like KL Rahul, Karan Nay, and even Sai Sudarshan offer strength in the middle. Spin is covered by Jadeja, Kuldeep, and potentially Axar Patel. Fast bowling depth includes Suresh, Sharda, and if fit, the kingpin himself, Jasprit Bumrah. This isn't a team. It's an army. Bullseye tactically tuned, mentally ready. What separates great teams from world champions? Decision-making under pressure. India's approach under Gill and coach Gautam Gambhir is refreshingly sharp. Attacking declarations that force results. Flexible field settings, adapting to match rhythms. Trust in young players, allowing bold decisions at critical times. Against England, India didn't just fight. They led. Even when results slipped, intent never did. That's the DNA of a champion side. Australian. How to beat the big dogs. Australia, SANZ. Let's talk about the Giants. Australia. India's greatest rivals. To beat them at home, tailor the pitches for spin and reverse swing. Unleash Jadeja early. Keep Siraj and Pras rotating. Neutralize Labuschagne and Smith with smart fields and short bursts. Use Gill's instinct to unsettle Cummins' field placements. South Africa. The African fortress is hard to breach, but India came close before. Use pace, Siraj, Bumrah, and Prasid. Play 3 seamers and 1 spinner all-rounder. Apply scoreboard pressure and stretch the game into day 5. Essie's batting depth has cracks. Expose them early. New Zealand. Swing-friendly conditions need confident footwork. India's young top order can flourish if they play late and trust a straight ball. Don't let the Kiwis build partnerships. Attack with pace, suffocate with left-arm spin, and pile on 400-plus runs to force results. The psychological game. Champions think differently. Winning the WTC won't just be about ability, it will be about belief. And this team, this post-Kohli, post-Rohit, post-Pujara era team believes. Because they aren't living in anyone's shadow. They're writing their own story. They don't rely on legends. They rely on each other. They don't wait to be told. They take the moment. From the youngest debutant to the coolest campaigner, this team plays like a unit, for each other, for the flag, for the legacy. Checkered flag final strategy. 5 things India must do to win the WTC. Dominate Australia at home. 4-0 or 5-0 makes the rest of the campaign manageable. Avoid soft draws. Turn strong positions into wins. Every win is 12 points. Rotate smartly. Keep players fresh without losing intensity. Punish weak oppositions. Don't just beat Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. Bulldoze them. Maintain over rates. No freebies. No slow sessions. Stay sharp. Writing hand # final word. The trophy is there. Now take it. India has been knocking on the door of Test cricket's highest honor for too long. Now they have the captain, the coach, the bench, and the belief. This World Test Championship isn't just a goal. It's a calling. And if they walk this path with courage, consistency, and clarity, then in June 2027, at Lords of the Oval, India will lift the WTC trophy, not just as winners, but as rulers of the test world.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
In every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every lively crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Joe Root's masterclass seals memorable chase as England clinch ODI series. In a match filled with mistakes, missed chances, and moments of magic, one man stood head and shoulders above the rest, Joe Root. In a performance that will be remembered among his finest in ODI cricket, Root anchored England's chase with a masterful unbeaten 166, leading them to a 3-wicket victory over a revitalized West Indies side in Cardiff, and with it, a series win. This was not just 100, it was a career-defining, tempo-defining, match-winning epic from the now all-time leading ODI run scorer for England. Amid doubts about his white ball credentials in the modern T20-driven era, Root delivered a firm rebuttal and then some. His innings was one of calculation, calm, and ultimately class. The context of the classic. When England chose to bowl first, they might have expected more control than they ultimately managed. Dropped catches and sloppy fielding marred their performance, allowing West Indies to post 308. Kesey Carty's made an ODI century, 103 provided the spine, while Hope 78 and Brandon King 59 added crucial support. Despite leaving 14 deliveries unused, West Indies had the scoreboard pressure in their favor. And when England collapsed 2-2 for 2 with Jamie Smith and Ben Duckett back in the shed without scoring, it seemed like the pressure was telling. Root, the silent destroyer. Enter Root, calm, composed, cold-blooded. He assessed the carnage and plotted a revival. Together with Will Jacks, who struck an aggressive 49, Root added 143 at a runner ball to bring England back from the brink. What set this innings apart was not just the sheer number of runs, it was the timing. Root went from anchor to aggressor seamlessly. He exploded after reaching 50, needing just 45 more balls to reach his century, which he brought up in style with a 6 and a swept 4. As wickets fell around him, including Captain Butler to a vicious bouncer from, Root continued to manipulate the field, hit boundaries with ease, and keep the required rate firmly under control. His final boundary, a stylish on-drive, was the perfect exclamation mark on an innings of near perfection. The West Indian resistance. The defeat was bitter for West Indies, not because they were outclassed, but because they had fought so valiantly. 4 for 31 was outstanding with the ball, as was Ford early on. Carty's tone was measured, patient, and mature. And yet, for all the heart shown, they had no answer to Root's clinical precision. Their fielding woes mirrored England's earlier. Dropped catches of Root and Brooke came back to haunt them, while key moments slipped through their grasp. In many ways, their defeat was not about being inferior, it was about not taking their chances. The bigger picture. Root's innings not only put England 2-0 up in the 3-match series, but reignited discussion about his role in white ball cricket. In a time when explosive hitting dominates headlines, Root reminded everyone of the power of timing, placement, and composure. His 166 not out is now the highest score of his ODI career and among England's greatest chases in the format. With the Champions Trophy behind them and a home summer ahead, England will take heart from the fact that Root still has plenty to offer in coloured clothing. West Indies, on the other hand, must feel a blend of pride and frustration. Their performance was a massive improvement from their thrashing at Edgbaston, but ultimately still not enough. Their young guns showed fire, but their execution lacked polish. Takeaways. Joe Root is back and better than ever in ODIs. His 18th century was a masterclass in construction, adaptability, and stroke play. Drop chances haunted both teams, but England capitalized better. West Indies are rebuilding, and players like Garty and offer bright spots. England's fielding needs addressing, but they now have a series win to build from. Root's innings had everything: the context, the skill, the pressure, and the finish. When future fans discuss the great one-day knocks played by Englishmen, this one will be near the top of the list. Joe Root didn't just save England, he reminded the world why he remains one of its most complete, enduring batting craftsmen.
Asia Cup 2025 preview. Why? India are nailed on favorites to reign supreme. Again, the cricketing spotlight shifts to the UAE as the Asia Cup T202025 kicks off on September 9th. 8 teams, 2 weeks, and 1 glittering trophy. But all eyes are firmly fixed on India, the reigning champions and the most dominant force in the tournament's history, with 8 Asia Cup titles already. 7 in Otis, 1 in T20s, and an unbroken streak of T20 excellence since their 2024 World Cup triumph. India head into this edition as the team to beat, perhaps even untouchable. A record of dominance since lifting the Asia Cup T20 trophy in Colombo in 2023. India have evolved from a team with enviable talent to a well-oiled juggernaut. Their tournament record is unmatched. 8 Asia Cup titles. More than Sri Lanka and Pakistan combined. 2024 T20 World Cup winners with a flawless record. Series wins against Australia, England, and South Africa in the last year, showcasing adaptability across conditions. The team-asked remarkable consistency and depth means they rarely fielded their full strength. 11 in recent bilateral series. Yet they Veed dominated. Now, with every star aligned, this squad looks primed for another title run. Leadership, SKY's vision. Gill's poise, Captain Suryakumar. Yadav brings flair and fearlessness, leading by example with his innovative stroke play, while Vice-Captain Shubman, Gill, fresh from a stellar IPL season and a record-breaking Asia Cup campaign in 2023, provides calm authority at the top. Together, they represent the perfect leadership blend. Sky's explosive instincts matched by Gill's tactical precision. Gill's return to the T20I, she is a significant boost. His ability to anchor an innings at blistering pace, strike rate 155 in IPL 2025, makes him arguably the most reliable T20 opener in the world. A batting lineup with no weak link. India's batting order is a nightmare for opposition. Bowlers Abhishek Sharma, the fearless left-hander, who dominated power plays in IPL 2025, Tilak Varma, and Ring Singh. Middle order powerhouses who finish games with authority. Hardik Pandya and Shivam Dube, all-rounders who bring balance and explosive finishing. Jitish Sharma, likely first-choice keeper, a 360 striker who's been earmarked as India's long-term finisher. Even stalwarts like Sanju Samson and Yashasvi Jaiswal are waiting in the wings. Proof of India's ridiculous depth. Bumrah and the bowling arsenal. No team in world cricket boasts a better T20 bowling attack. Jasprit Bumrah, the master of Yorkers, whose tournament temperament is unmatched. Arshdeep Singh and Harshit Rana, left and right arm paced. Variety to keep batters guessing. Varun Chakravarthi and Kuldeep Yadav, mystery spin meets guile, offering relentless control. Axar Patel, a dependable all-rounder capable of tying down batters in the middle overs. Bowling coach Morn Morkel has made it clear India will cover all bases, with Dubai's grassy pitches adding intrigue. India have the flexibility to field 3 frontline seamers or deploy a spin-heavy attack, recalling their 4-spinner dominance during the 2025 Champions Trophy. Key storylines to watch: the No. 8 debate. Shivam Dube's all-round ability could give India more batting depth, but Harshit Rana's pace adds firepower. A tactical dilemma for Sky. Gill's golden touch can Gill replicate his record break in 2023 Asia Cup run. 302 runs at 75.50. Rinku Singh's finishing prowess. The man who redefined T20 finishing in the IPL now steps onto the continental stage. Pakistan, Clash, Sep, Katorsa, the mother of all contests. And India's ultimate litmus tests before the Super 4. Opposition threats. While Pakistan's pace trio and Sri Lanka's spin attack promise competition. India's bench depth, tournament experience, and winning culture make them stand tall. Afghanistan's unpredictability and Bangladesh's fighting spirit may produce upsets, but the golfing class is stark. India's fixtures September 10th. versus UAE Dubai, SEP 14 versus Pakistan Dubai SEP 19 versus Oman Abu Dhabi, Super 4, and final. September 21st to 28th, why India are favorites, World Cup momentum? India have not lost a T20I series in over 18 months. Depth of talent. Every position has at least 2 world-class backups. IPL advantage. Players are battle-hardened against the world's best under pressure. Leadership stability. Sky and Gill bring the perfect mix of audacity and calm. Bowling, versatility. Seam spin balance and match winners for every condition. Simply put, India as second, she could challenge for the title. That is, how dominant this side has become.
Why India has been the most impressive team in the Champions Trophy 2025. India has been the standout team in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025, displaying dominance across all departments. With an unbeaten record so far, they have breezed into the semifinals after topping Group A, setting up an electrifying showdown against Australia. Their performances have been marked by confidence, tactical intelligence, squad depth, and leadership, making them the team to beat. Here's a detailed analysis of why India has been so formidable in this tournament. 1. Supreme confidence and winning mindset. India has approached each match with an unshakable belief in their abilities, built upon their recent successes in major ICC tournaments. This confidence has been evident in their ability to handle pressure, bounce back from tough situations, and stay composed under crunch moments. Examples of India's confidence in action. White-heavy checkmark overcame a tricky chase versus Bangladesh, 229 target, with calmness thanks to Shubman Gill's century. White-heavy checkmark defended 249 against New Zealand on a spinning track, trusting their bowlers to get the job done. White-heavy checkmark Rohit Sharma's aggressive captaincy has kept the team positive, ensuring India remains proactive rather than reactive. A confident Indian team is dangerous, as they trust their plans and execute them with precision. 2. Strength and depth, a squad full of match winners. One of India's greatest strengths in this tournament has been their depth in both batting and bowling. Batting depth. Even if the top order fails, middle and lower order batters step up. Axar Patel's contributions at number 7 have been crucial. Hardik Pandya has played vital cameos in the death overs. Bowling depth. 3 world-class spinners, Kuldeep Yadav, Jadeja, and Varun Chakravarti, have made India's attack versatile. Seamers like Mohammad Shami, Hardik Pandya, and Harshit Rana provide different strengths in varied conditions. Varun's inclusion against New Zealand added a mystery factor, showing India's ability to adapt. India is not relying on just 1 or 2 players. They have a deep squad where different match winners step up each time. 3. Balance attack, dominating with both spin and pace. India has been able to dominate opposition teams with both spin and pace, making them the most well-rounded bowling unit in the tournament. Spin dominance. Ravindra Jadeja, economical in wickets in the middle overs. Kuldeep Yadav, wrist spin threat. Wickets at crucial moments. Varun Chakravarti, mystery element. Unplayable against New Zealand, 5-wicket haul. Seam attack. Large blue circle Mohammad Shami, a proven wicket taker with the new ball and at the death. Large blue circle Hardik Pandya provides key breakthroughs and balances the attack. Large blue circle Harshit Rana, impressive new ball spells. India has a flexibility to adjust their bowling strategy based on pitch conditions, making them extremely dangerous. 4. Tactical and fearless leadership from Rohit Sharma. Under Rohit Sharma's captaincy, India has been aggressive and tactically ahead of their opponents. 5. Proactive team selections. Trusted his 3-spinner attack against New Zealand, which proved match-winning. Included Harshit Rana in earlier games to give seam options. 5. Attacking field placements. Has not been afraid to place close catches in the middle overs to force mistakes. 5. Backs players even when they struggle. Trusted Shreyas Iyer's slow innings against New Zealand, knowing it was a tricky pitch. Gave Varun Chakravarti a chance, which paid off spectacularly. Rohit commands respect, keeps the dressing room relaxed, and ensures India plays fearless cricket. 5. Experience meets young firepower, a perfect mix. India's squad is a blend of experienced stars and young, fearless talent, making them unpredictable and dangerous. Experienced leaders. White heavy checkmark Virat Kohli provides stability, experience, and mental strength. White heavy checkmark Rohit Sharma, tactical genius and aggressive batting at the top. White heavy checkmark Jadeja and Shami bring composure and experience in key moments. Fearless young stars. White heavy checkmark Shubman Gill, calm, classy, and capable of winning games alone. White heavy checkmark Iyer and Axar Patel, showing maturity under pressure. White heavy checkmark Kuldeep and Varun, two world-class attacking spinners. The perfect mix of youth and experience is helping India thrive in this tournament. 6. Adaptability to different conditions. India has shown the ability to win in different conditions, something many teams have struggled with. Examples. Against Bangladesh, the pitch was slow, so they paced the chase cautiously. Against New Zealand, spin was key, so they choked runs with spinners and forced mistakes. In earlier games, India's team has also adapted well, ensuring balance. Unlike teams like England, who struggled on slower pitches, or New Zealand, who collapsed against spin, India has been flexible, adapting their strategies to each match condition. 7. Mental toughness and big match temperament. And this Champions Trophy has been no different. Large blue circle even when 33rd against New Zealand. They recovered to post a winning total. Large blue circle against Bangladesh. They remained calm in a tricky chase. Large blue circle against New Zealand. Their bowlers absorbed pressure and struck at key moments. Other teams like England and New Zealand have struggled under pressure, but India remains composed and executes their plans perfectly. 8. Fitness and workload management. India has managed its squad smartly, ensuring players remain fresh. Jasprit Bumrah was rested for the tournament, ensuring he is fit for bigger ICC events. Hardik Pandya is being carefully used as an all-rounder. Squad rotation has kept bowlers fresh, preventing overuse injuries. This focus on fitness gives India a big edge in a long tournament. Final verdict. Can India go all the way? India has been the most complete team so far, combining heavy checkmark fearless leadership, heavy checkmark squad depth and flexibility, heavy checkmark match-winning spinners and pacers, heavy checkmark mental strength and big match players, heavy checkmark the hunger to win another ICC trophy. With momentum and confidence sky-high, India is firmly the team to beat. But their semi-final clash versus Australia will be the ultimate test. If they win that, they will be odds-on favorites to lift the trophy.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's weak shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Asia Cup 2025 preview. Why India are nailed on favorites to reign supreme again. The cricketing spotlight shifts to the UAE as the Asia Cup T 2025 kicks off on September 9th. 8 teams, 2 weeks, and 1 glittering trophy. But all eyes are firmly fixed on India, the reigning champions and the most dominant force in the tournament's history. With 8 Asia Cup titles already, 7 in ODIs, 1 in T20s, and an unbroken streak of T20 excellence, their 2024 World Cup triumph, India head into this edition as the team to beat, perhaps even untouchable. A record of dominance. Since lifting the Asia Cup T20 trophy in Colombo in 2023, India have evolved from a team with enviable talent to a well-oiled juggernaut. Their tournament record is unmatched. 8 Asia Cup titles, more than Sri Lanka and Pakistan combined. 2024 T20 World Cup winners with a flawless record. Series wins against Australia, England, and South Africa in the last year, showcasing adaptability across conditions. The team's remarkable consistency and depth means they've rarely fielded their full-strength 11 in recent bilateral series, yet they've dominated. Now, with every star aligned, this squad looks primed for another title run. Leadership, Sky's vision, Gill's poise. Captain Surya Kumar Yadav brings flair and fearlessness, leading by example with his innovative fieldsley, while Vice-Captain Shubman Gill, fresh from a stellar IPL season and a record-breaking Asia Cup campaign in 2023, provides calm authority at the top. Together, they represent the perfect leadership blends, Sky's explosive instincts matched by Gill's tactical precision. Gill's return to the T2011 is a significant boost. His ability to anchor an innings at blistering pace, strike rate 155+ in IPL 2025, makes him arguably the most reliable T20 opener in the world. A batting lineup with no weak link. India's batting order is a nightmare for opposition bowlers. Abhishek Sharma, the fearless left-hander who dominated power, plays in IPL 2025. Tilak Varma and Rinku Singh, middle-order powerhouses who finish games with authority. Hardik Pandya and Shivam Dube, all-rounders who bring balance and explosive finishing. J.D. Sharma, likely first-choice keeper, a 360-degree striker who's been earmarked as India's long-term finisher. Even stalwarts like Sanju Samson and Yashasvi Jaiswal are waiting in the wings, proof of India's ridiculous depth. Bumrah and the bowling arsenal. No team in world cricket boasts a better T20 bowling attack. Jasprit Bumrah, the master of Yorkers, whose tournament temperament is unmatched. Arshdeep Singh and Harshit Rana left and right to keep batters guessing. Varun Chakravarti and Kuldeep Yadav, mystery spin meets guile, offering relentless control. Aksa Patel, a dependable all-rounder capable of tying down batters in the middle overs. Bowling coach Moore Morkel has made it clear, India will cover all bases. With Dubai's grassy pitches adding intrigue, India have the flexibility to field 3 frontline seamers or deploy a spin-heavy attack, recalling their 4-spinner dominance during the 2025 Champions Trophy. Key storylines to watch. The number 8 debate, Shriram Jube's all-round ability could give India more batting depth, but Harshit Rana's pace adds firepower, a tactical dilemma for SKY. Gill's golden touch. Can Gill replicate his record-breaking 2023 Asia Cup run, 302 runs at 75.50? Rinku Singh's finishing prowess. The man who redefined T20 finishing in the IPL now steps onto the continental stage. Pakistan clash, September 14th, the mother of all contests and India's ultimate litmus test before the Super 4. Opposition threats. While Pakistan's pace trio and a Sri Lanka spin attack promise competition, India's bench depth, tournament experience, and winning culture make them stand tall. Afghanistan's unpredictability and Bangladesh's fighting spirit may produce upsets, but the golfing class is stark. India's fixtures. September 10th, Viz UAE, Dubai. September 14th, Viz Pakistan, Dubai. September 19th, Viz Oman, Abu Dhabi. Super 4 and final, September 21st to 28th. Why India are favorites? World Cup momentum. India have not lost a T20I series in over 18 months. Depth of talent. Every position has at least 2 world-class backups. IPL advantage. Players are battle-hardened against the world's best under pressure. Leadership stability, SKY and Gill bring the perfect mix of audacity and calm. Bowling versatility, seam, spin balance, and match winners for every condition. Simply put, India's second 11 could challenge for the title. That's how dominant this side has become.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, not the name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Day 3, Manchester Magic, Roots Milestone, India's Misery. Under golden skies in Manchester, Joe Root authored yet another majestic chapter in his legendary career. While the scorecard will remember his 150, the day itself will be etched in the minds of fans as the moment England seized command of the series and India began to lose grip on the script. Root's 38th Test century wasn't just a statistical marvel. It was a masterclass in poise and precision. Every tucked leg, every dab pass point, every silky drive through the coverage radiated authority. As he moved past Dravid, Cowley's impounding to become the second highest run scorer in Test history, only one man remains ahead, Sachin Tendulkar, and the chase is on. But this was no solo act. Ollie Pope, sturdy and composed, partnered Root in a 144-run stand that rendered India's attack toothless for the first 2 sessions. Their alliance was patient and calculated, draining the sting from India's pace trio. Even the usually menacing Jasper Bumrah seemed a step behind, wicketless, until his 24th over. It was Washington Sundar, curiously underused until after lunch, who finally broke through. He dismissed Pope, and then Harry broke in a swift double strike, offering India a flicker of hope. But Root and Stokes, as calm and commanding a duo as any in world cricket, turned the tide once more. And then an interruption. Not by wickets, but by cramp. Stokes, already the hero with ball in hand, 5 wickets in the first innings, now began limping. But like Pant the day before, he returned later, welcomed back like a gladiator to a roaring Colosseum. By stumps, he was unbeaten on 77, partnered by Liam Dawson, and England's lead stood at a daunting 186. India's bowlers were visibly drained. Bumrah had rolled his ankle and Siraj injured his foot. Their fatigue matched the fading hopes of their team as England batted on deep into the evening with control and clarity. What started as a morning of balance had ended in dominance. Root's 150, Stokes' resilience, and a wagging tail had flattened India's fight. The pitch had begun to misbehave, offering bounce, turn, and uncertainty, but England looked at ease while India looked out of answers. From 358 all-out to trailing by nearly 200 runs, India's fortunes have shifted dramatically. Their only solace? A chance, however faint, to claw back on day 4. But make no mistake, this day belonged to Joe Root. The numbers glittered: 13,379 test runs, 12 centuries against India. First man to score 1,000 runs at Old Trafford, second only to Sachin. And yet he barely raised a thumb in celebration. That's Root, humble, relentless, historic.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts
The rise of Shubman Gill, forged in fire, tempered by trials. When Shubman Gill was thrust into the crucible of test. Leadership during one of India's most volatile overseas series in recent memory. Many questioned if the gifted young stroke-maker was ready to bear the burden of captaincy. With injuries mounting, Jasprit Bumrah ruled out, Rishabh Pant still recovering. And KL Rahul, in and out Gill's transition from India's next batting superstar to Test captain, felt both urgent and inevitable. But what has unfolded over the last 5 tests, culminating in a potentially historic comeback at the Oval, is the story of a player maturing in real time. 1. The flawed beginnings, missteps, and missed chances. Every good captaincy arc begins with adversity, and Gill's was no exception. Critics were quick to point out questionable field placements, an overly passive approach in Manchester, and an inability to break partnerships when England accelerated. He looked isolated at times, visibly weighed down by the sheer intensity of expectation. On day 4 at Headingley, when England chased down 371, Gill seemed out of options, the bowling plan unraveling and his fielders out of rhythm. But here's the crucial thing. He watched, he learned, and he adjusted. 2 bold changes at the Oval, a captain recast at the Oval, a new Gill emerged. Tactical patience with aggression. Instead of knee-jerk reactions, Gill trusted his bowlers. He delayed Siraj's introduction in the second innings, holding him back as a trump card, and Siraj repaid that faith with the decisive wicket of Zach Crawley at stumps on day 3. Masterful use of resources, with no Bumrah or Pant. Gill reinvented India's core, gave extended spells to Akashdeep, Jadeja, and Washington, each delivering in kind. The faith in Akashdeep as night watchman not only saved wickets, it demoralized England when he slammed 66. Crisis management. When 6 catches went down and England clawed back, Gill didn't implode. He reset field placements. He used the pitch creatively, funneling balls into awkward zones, allowing Sundar and Jadeja to probe. He didn't emulate Kohli or Dhoni. He authored his own manual quiet resilience, youthful nerve, and vision. 3. Team culture shift, building the best test unit without Bumrah. India's historic test side's Kohli's pace quartet era. Dhoni's fortress at-home years thrived on big personalities and fierce leadership. Gill, in contrast, has crafted a team that's calm under fire, capable of collective resilience. Empowering the fringe, Karun Nair, Akashdeep, Hurrell, names that once hovered outside the playing she, were given defined roles and belief. The result: match-winning contributions when it mattered most. Adaptive strategies. Gill's India can go hard Jaiswal's, Sehwag like blitz, or grind it out. Hope like holding patterns when needed. Without Pant and Bumrah, Gill adjusted India's blueprint to make them multidimensional, not dependent on one superstar. Field presence and demeanor. Gill is rarely animated, but his intensity is internal. He patrols mid-off like a hawk, consults bowlers, and allows autonomy, especially crucial in a long series. 4. Statistical and situational brilliance, highest run scorer in the series. Over 750 runs with centuries on Green Tops and Seamers Havens, leading from the front. Win-draw ratio, from 2-1 down and morale battered. He steered India to a 2-2 standing with 1 day to go. This isn't just recovery. It's renaissance. Series turnaround at the Oval. The key is that mix of aggressive declarations, strategic bowling changes, and momentum control on flat day 3 and day 4 pitches. Gill never allowed the game to drift. 5. The Gill Doctrine, leadership redefined. If Kohli's leadership was a lioness roar and Dhoni's a chess master of silence, Gill's brand is an evolving symphony. Its note careful, deliberate, and daring. Approach is less about overwhelming the opposition and more about outthinking them. It's about letting Jaiswal explode, Jadeja grind, and Siraj hunt, but always on his cue. He isn't perfect, but that's his greatest strength. Learns, he listens, he evolves. And in doing so, he is quietly assembling India's next test, Dynasty 1, not dependent on single stars, but built on depth, adaptability, and belief. Final thought. The Oval as a turning point. Should India win the 5th test at the Oval, It one team merely be a series draw knit will mark the official ascension of Shubman Gill as a generational leader. To win without Bumrah Pant, Shami, or Stokes on the opposition side, while juggling form, fragile confidence, and debutante contributors is not mere captaincy. It is alchemy. It's right now. Shubman Gill is pure gold.
Elland Road eruption. Leeds back with a bang. Leeds United marked their return to the Premier League in true Yorkshire relentless. And ultimately victorious as Lucas's Emmesia's late penalty secured a 1-0 win over Everton under the Elland Road lights. From the very first whistle, the atmosphere was thunderous. The famous old ground roared its approval as Daniel Farke side-pressed and probed, refusing to allow Everton even a moment of comfort. For all of Leeds' dominance, though the scoreline remained stubbornly locked at 0-0, with only one of their 12 first-half efforts finding the target. The Toffees were poor. Passive in possession, hesitant in attack, and visibly rattled by Leeds' intensity. They looked aside, still searching for identity. Their most notable talking point before the game had been the high-profile loan arrival of Jack Grealish from Manchester City. Yet, when he was introduced, with 20 minutes to go, the England international could do little to ignite what was a desperately lackluster display. Then came the moment of truth. With just 6 minutes remaining, Anton Stach let fly from the edge of the box, only for James Turkowski, Everton's captain and defensive rock, to block with an outstretched arm. After a VAR review, referee Chris Kavanagh pointed to the spot. Step forward, Lucas, and cool, as you like. The German striker stroked the ball into the bottom corner, sending Jordan Pickford the wrong way, and Elland Road into pandemonium. The eruption of joy felt like a release not just for the win, but for Leeds' return to the big stage after a 2-year exile. Daniel Farke's men survived 7 minutes of stoppage time without alarm. Debutant goalkeeper Lucas Purry calmly marshalling his defense to claim a debut clean sheet. At the final whistle, the noise was deafening, a reminder of just how formidable Elland Road can be when Leeds are alive and kicking. For Everton, it was an evening to forget. David Moyes cut a forlorn figure on the touchline, head in hands as his side repeatedly gave away possession. His new boys, Kiernan Dewsbury Hall and Grealish, showed flashes but lacked influence. While Dominic Calvert-Lewin, registered for the squad, did not even feature, Leeds, meanwhile, offered plenty of positives. Anton Stach was excellent in midfield. Gabriel Gudmundsson's lung-busting shift down the left showed promise, and Nmetch's coolness under pressure bodes well for the battles ahead. Even Joel Pyro, who struggled to impose himself, has room to grow into the league's pace and power. The message was clear. Leeds United are back-end. They won't be easy to beat. Next up, a daunting trip to Arsenal awaits. But with Elland Road bouncing and belief coursing through the squad, Leeds fans will dream of another famous survival, fight with perhaps even more. Everton, meanwhile, must regroup quickly ahead of their first game at Hill Dickinson Stadium. Urgent reinforcements are needed, or else a long, grim season could be on the horizon.
IPL 2025, Titans Tower over Sarich, Gill, Butler, and Sudasan light up Ahmedabad at Narendra Modi Stadium, Ahmedabad on May 2nd, 25. Gujarat Titans 224 for 6 beat Sunrisers Hyderabad 186 for 6 by 38 runs. GT's top-order treble sinks SRH's playoff hopes. In a searing Ahmedabad evening where the mercury touched 41 degrees Celsius, Gujarat Titans turned up the heat on and off the field to deliver a statement win over Sunrisers Hyderabad. Powered by a masterclass in controlled aggression from Shubman Gill, Jules Butler, and Bisar Shuterson, the Titans soared to 224, a total SRH never really looked like threatening. The Titans' 38-run win has elevated them to join top the table with Mumbai Indians on 14 points with a crucial game in hand. In contrast, SRH are now hanging by a thread. Every remaining match is a must-win, and even then, qualification isn't guaranteed. Match summary. Gujarat Titans, 224 for 6, Gill 76, Butler 64, Sutasan 48, Unadkat 3 for 35. Sunrisers Hyderabad, 186 for 6, Abhishek 74, Prazid 2 for 19, Siraj 2 for 33. GT won by 38 runs. Key performances and tactical breakdowns. Gill, Sudasan, Butler, seamless power, asymmetry. There was a calm but clinical ruthlessness about Gujarat's start. They may have intended to spend the first 3 overs assessing the pitch, but a flurry of freebies from Mohammed Shmi and Pat Cummins demanded punishment, and punish they did. Gill picked up where he left off, majestic on the front foot, efficient with his placement. Sudasen, reclaiming the orange cap, was brutal on anything short or wide. Power play score 82 for 0, GT's best ever, and the third highest control percent this season, 79% of runs from controlled shots. This wasn't slapdash hitting. It was textbook tempo setting. Sudasen fell for 48 off 23, but the tone had been set. GT weren't just targeting a big score. They were going for psychological domination. Butler battles on in the heat. While Gill and Sudasen feasted on the looseners, Joe's Butler had to wade through the tougher phases. After Sudasen's dismissal and Gill's soft runout, SRH managed a brief chokehold, 17 balls without a boundary, but Butler absorbed the pressure and responded with a composed counterattack. His 64 off 37 was not fireworks, but a necessary glue. It bridged the innings and ensured GT stayed on track for 220+. In a heatwave, with 2 wickets down and SRH using cross-seam and cutters, Butler's resolve ensured SRH never gained full control. SRH's bowling blues, death by precision. It's now a grim trend. SRH have conceded 3 of the top 4 controlled power plays this season, and most of them have come against them. The new ball woes continued. Shami looked off rhythm. Cummins gifted away half volleys. Zushin Ansari, their mystery card, could only find occasional success. Even on a catch 3 for 35 was damage control rather than game turning. By the end, SRH bowlers had run out of answers and overs. Prasad Krishna's relentless hard lengths. Chasing 225, SRH needed a dream start. They got Sparks, Abhishek Sharma, and Travis Head launched quick counterpunches, but Prasad Krishna had other plans. Bowling on a low bounce surface, Prasad abandoned his slow ball routine, focusing on high-release hard lengths. His figures 4 overs for 19 runs and 2 wickets, priceless in a high-scoring game. His dismissal of Head was a standout moment, short ball, miscue, and an extraordinary 32-meter sprint catch from Rashid Khan at deep square leg. That one moment shifted momentum firmly back to GTSRH's chase from their never quite recovered. Abhishek's lone resistance. Amidst collapsing plans and rising required rates, Abhishek Sharma showed maturity beyond his years. He counted pace with intent, using the crease smartly and timing his shots with elegance. 74 off 43 balls, adorned with innovative lofts and confident pulls. Yet, with rising pressure, wickets falling, and a required run rate hovering above 14 after the 9th over, it was always a solo stand. When he fell in the 17th over, the chase effectively ended. SRH were outplayed in every key phase. GT's top order got runs quickly and in control. Their bowlers exploited the pitch smartly and their fielders supported with athleticism and awareness. SRH, by contrast, lacked plans, execution, and intensity in the field. GT power play score 82 without loss, best this season. Sai Sudasen, back to number 1 in Orange Atlas, now past 540 runs. Pras Krishna, second in Purple Cap race with 18 wickets. Rashid Khan went for 50 in 3 overs, his most expensive IPL spell ever. SRH, hanging by a thread. SRH now have to win all remaining games and still depend on other results. Their poor net run rate and erratic bowling means their qualification chances have been severely dented. From playoff contenders to bring a exit in 3 matches, the slide has been swift and unforgiving. When your best phase comes after 10 overs into the match against a side like GT, you've already lost it mentally, said Sunil Gavaskar post-match. Player of the match, Shubman Gill, for his majestic 76 off 39 balls, setting the tempo early and anchoring the innings with fluency and elegance. Final thoughts. GT are peaking at the right time. Their top 3 are all among the top 4 run scorers this season. Their bowling is adapting even without pace leader Mohit Sharma. Their fielding, still world-class. The Titans look like genuine title contenders again. SRH, meanwhile, have all the firepower, but none of the fire control. Their campaign now hinges on miracles and mathematics.
Bethel's breakthrough and Archer's firepower seal record-breaking rout. Southampton bore witness to a demolition of epic proportions. England, already trailing in the series, roared back in style with a statement victory that sent records tumbling. Jacob Bethel's maiden international century and Joffer Archer's blistering new ball spell combined to hand South Africa their heaviest ODI defeat in history. A 342 on thrashing that reverberated across the cricketing world. South Africa had entered this match with this series already won 2-0 up, and with a chance to whitewash England in their own backyard for the first time since 2006. But on a sunny afternoon at the Ageas Bowl, they were unrecognizable. Sloppy in the field, undisciplined with the ball, and utterly shell-shocked with the bat. England's pride was bruised but not broken. And this was their revenge. Bethel's coming of age at just 21 years old. Jacob Bethel announced himself as England's newest batting superstar, retaining his place at no. For despite a poor test series against India, Bethel played with fearless authority, smashing 110 off 82 balls to notch his first professional 100 in his 141st senior innings across all formats. Bethel's intent was clear from the start. He targeted Keshav Maharaj with a series of audacious strokes, including 3 consecutive A rasping cover drive brought up his 100 and his celebration. Arms outstretched, sprinting towards the pavilion, reflected both relief and raw joy. By the time he was stumped, charging Maharaj in the 41st over, England were already past 300. Joe Root played the perfect foil, a picture of control and compiling an effortless 100 off 95 balls. His 19th ODI century, extending his record as England's most prolific in the format. Together, Bethel and Root added 182 runs for the 3rd wicket, running South Africa ragged with precision and patience. Butler! Jacks add late carnage after Bethel's dismissal and Harry Brooks' casual run-out. Joe's Butler took charge, smashing 62 not out off 32 balls. His shot selection was audacious. A scoop over fine leg, a ramp-off burger, and a towering straight 6 that silenced South Africa's bowlers. Will Jacks joined the party with a couple of brutal, lofted 6s, helping England finish on 414 for 5. Their 7th 400-plus score in ODs. South Africa's bowling numbers made grim reading. Nandre Burger conceded 95 runs in 10 overs, the most expensive figures by a South African in ODs, while debutant Cody Yusuf went for 80. The extras tally minus 27 runs, including 19 wides, reflected a ragged performance that all but sealed their fate. Archer's fury ends the contest early. If Bethel's 100 was England's statement of promise, Archer's spell was a reminder of raw pace's enduring power. Back to full fitness. Archer tore through South Africa's top order in a searing spell of 4 for 10 in 7 overs. His first wicket, a loosener edged behind by Aidan Markram, set the tone. He then removed Ryan Rickleton, Matthew Britsky, who top-edged trying to leave one, and Tristan's cranking speeds past 93 miles per hour. 150 kilometers per hour. Bryden Koss, 2-12, added to the chaos, dismissing Wyon Mulder and dueled Bruys cheaply. Adil Rashid then mopped up the tail with 3 for 30. South Africa bowled out for 72 in just 23.5 overs. It was a batting collapse so complete that they narrowly avoided their lowest ever ODI score of 69. Thanks to a last wicket stand of 15, a consolation win, but a powerful statement. This match may have been a dead rubber, but its significance shouldn't be underestimated. England's 342-run margin of victory is the largest in men's ODI history, surpassing India's 317-run win over Sri Lanka in 2023. Bethel became the second Englishman to score an ODI 100, cementing his reputation as a generational talent. For South Africa, this was a humbling end to what had been a dominant series. Their fielding errors, Berger's drop of Bethel on 44 chief among them, and wayward bowling laid bare their inconsistency, while their batting collapse raised questions about depth under pressure. For England, it was a cathartic performance. Root anchoring, Bethel exploding, Butler rampaging, and Archer terrifying batters. As Harry Brook put it afterward, this was the ultimate performance. South Africa may have lifted the series trophy, but England walked away from Southampton with something equally important. Their swagger restored, and their next generation, led by Jacob Bethel, ready to take center stage.
Rain, chaos, and a missed run-out, Titans topple Mumbai in a last-ball nail-biter. Under the lights at the Wankhede, amidst swirling winds, intermittent rain, and pulses racing, Gujarat Titans GT edged past Mumbai Indians MI by a single run, off the final delivery. It was a match that swung, stumbled, and ultimately slipped out of Mumbai's grasp, with rain clouds playing the perfect accomplice to GT's heist. The result not only halted MI's 6-match winning streak, but sent GT to the summit of the IPL 2025 table, in what may be remembered as one of the defining thrillers of the season. Early firepower meets fielding fumbles. GT's decision to bowl first was instantly vindicated. The pitch, rich in seam movement, rewarded discipline. Mohammad Siraj and Arshad Khan choked the top order, dismissing both openers cheaply. But the Titans let the game drift. Will Jacks, dropped twice, on 0 and 29, punished them with a stylish 53, while Suryakumar Yadav extended his golden streak of scores beyond 25. At 97 for 2 in 10 overs, MI looked on course for a 180-plus total. GT bowlers strike back, old hands and new plans. Just when Mumbai were primed to explode, our Sai Kishore applied the brakes. Bowling with guile and precision, he dismissed a charging Suryakumar and outfoxed Hardik Pandya, both trying to hit across the line. Rashid Khan, coming off a rare off-game, found his rhythm. He deceived Jacks, and in tandem with Prasid Krishna and Gerald Cutsey, snuffed out the middle order. A late burst by Corbin Bosch added spice, but also saw him take a blow to the head, a moment that would echo later. Mumbai crawled to 155 for 8, a total that seemed defendable only because of the weather and what followed next. A match under threat. The rain begins. With a light drizzle already teasing the Wankhede air, GT's chase began tentatively. The MI pace trio, Jasprit Bumrah, Trent Bolt, and Ashwani Kumar, Bosch's concussion sub, were relentless. Shubman Gill and Jos Buttler faced a barrage of seam, swing, and rising deliveries. Bolt removed Siddharthan early, while Bumrah and Bolt combined to keep the scoring at bay, just 21 in the first 5 overs. If rain had stopped play at that moment, MI would have walked away winners. But the rain eased. The match continued. Middle-order maneuvering and Rutherford's rebellion. Butler sparked to life, only to fall to Ashwani's clever change of pace. Sherfane Rutherford, drafted in as impact player, arrived just when things looked dire. GT were behind on DLS and Rutherford had just 1 run in 5 balls. He responded with a fearless charge, in side-edged boundaries, lofted drives, and a vital overtaken off Jack's part-time spin. Just when GT moved ahead of par, rain returned. Another break. Another plot twist. The calculations begin, Bumrah, Bolt, and the clock. After what felt like a night of theater, the umpires brought the players back for one final act, 6 balls, 15 runs, and 3 of Mumbai's best bowlers out of overs. Chahar, entrusted with the task, was up against a wet ball, a reduced field, due to MI's slow over rate and 2 finishers in Tebdiya and Cutsey. First ball, 4. Second. Third, 6. Fourth, a no ball, followed by a wicket. 5 needed off 2. 3 off 1. The last ball, 1 fumble, 1 miss, 1 win. Chahar fired in the final ball. It was drilled to mid-off. The batters ran. Hardik Pandya fielded and looked up. No one at the stumps. No backup. He had to throw himself. He missed. GT won by 3 wickets. The crowd roared. Players collapsed. MI stood stunned. The themes of the night: margins, mistakes, mayhem. Rain's influence loomed throughout, but never dictated unfairly. It only heightened tension. Dropped catches and no-balls cost MI dearly. 3 no-balls from their bowlers, including Hardik, brought fury and reflection. GT's bowling unit, once again, was their bedrock. Their variety, depth, and control allowed the batters to play calculated cricket. Mumbai's middle-order frailty, masked by recent wins, was exposed again.
South Africa's redemption. Markram's masterclass seals historic WTC triumph at Lord's. Date, the 14th of June, 2025. Venue Lord's Cricket Ground, London. Event ICC World Test Championship Final. Result: South Africa beat Australia by 5 wickets. The final frontier conquered. At long last, South Africa have broken the shackles of history. After decades of near misses, semi-final heartbreaks, and the painful chokers tag, the Proteas have lifted the ICC World Test Championship mace at the hallowed Lords. In a match rich with tension, grit, and moments of pure brilliance, Aiden Markram led South Africa to a thrilling 5-wicket win over Australia. The scorecard snapshot. Australia 212 and 207. South Africa 138 and 282 for 5. Result: South Africa won by 5 wickets. Player of the match Aiden Markram, 136 off 207 balls. Day-by-day drama. Day 1, Rabada's ferocity 5 for 51 kept Australia to 212. South Africa then collapsed to 43 for 4. Day 2, Cummins 6 for 28 and cleaned up South Africa for 138. Australia faltered again in their second innings, reduced to 144 for 8 by stumps. Day 3, Stark 58 lifted Australia to 207. In response, Markram and Bavuma added an unbeaten 143 to take South Africa to 213 for 2. Day 4, Markram scored a masterful 136 and led South Africa to a triumphant chase of 282, the highest ever in a Lord's final. The final chase. South Africa resumed needing 69 more runs. Temba Bavuma, battling a hamstring injury, added poise and grit before edging Cummins for 66. The moment was set for Markram to carry the baton. With poise and elegance, he pierced gaps, shouldered pressure, and anchored history. He fell with 6 runs to go, but the job was nearly done. Kyle Verrin then drove the winning run through cover, triggering euphoric celebrations among fans and teammates. Star performers. Aiden Markram 136 from 207 innings of a lifetime. Temba Bavuma 66 while injured showed immense leadership. Kagiso Rabada 9 wickets, relentless and precise. Mitchell Stark 7 wickets, 58 runs for it until the end. Pat Cummins 6 wickets in the first innings, 300 test wicket. Voices from the balcony. Temba Bavuma, we came with belief. We've been to the doorstep so many times. This time, we kicked it down. Aiden Markram is the most special moment of my career. To do it here at Lord's is a dream. Kagiso Rabada, they said we didn't earn our spot. We just beat Australia in a final. Pat Cummins, we didn't do enough. South Africa show why they are champions. A day of destiny. The winning moment was symbolic. A clean drive by Verrin to the offside, followed by cheers, embraces, and tears. Graham Smith beamed. Pollock embraced Markram. Balma lifted the mace with one hand and his son in the other. Unity, pride, joy, all radiated from Lord's. From Johannesburg to Cape Town, Port Elizabeth to Durban, fireworks lit up the skies. For a nation too often denied cricketing glory, this was more than just a win. It was redemption, triumph, and hope wrapped in green and gold. The legacy. This victory will echo for generations. South Africa are no longer the nearly main. They are world champions. Let the dancing continue. Let the mace shine bright in the hands of a nation reborn. Microphone high, Seals, Rutherford, and Chase, the three notes of a Calypso victory. Rain clouds hovered above Taruba, but under them, the West Indies orchestrated a performance built on pace, power, and poise. Pakistan's innings began like a song stuck in the wrong tempo. The openers found the odd boundary but were strangled by a stream of dot balls. Jayden Seals sensed the tightening grip and pounced. First Simayuv, frozen after 9 scoreless deliveries, then Barbara Jazam bowled through the gate by a delivery that whistled in like a bullet. 2 wickets in 3 balls, and the hosts had their crowd dancing early. From there, Pakistan never quite found rhythm. Mohammad Rezwan's start was painstakingly slow. Abdullah Shafi's resistance ended soon after a long rain break, and the spinners kept chiseling away. Even Hussein Talib's brighter cameo was cut short by Roston Chase's canny low-bounce delivery. It was left to young Hassan Nawaz to inject late momentum, but the weather again intervened, wiping away the final 3 overs of Pakistan's fight back. A target of 181 from 35 overs looked modest, but Hassan Ar's early strikes and Rezwan's early spin choke rattled the West Indies. Casey Carty struggled to get the ball off the square, pressure mounting. Then in walked Sherfane Rutherford. Rezwan, sensing danger, brought Shaheen Afridi back. Rutherford sensed opportunity. 1 over, 2 fours, and a 6. 17 runs. And when part-timer Salmon was handed the ball next, Rutherford tore into him for another 20. In the space of 2 overs, the equation had flipped. The West Indies had room to breathe. Mohammad Nawaz, Pakistan's best bowler on the day, fought back with 2 crucial wickets, including Rutherford himself. The scoring slowed. The tension returned. But Roston Chase was still there, calm, measured, waiting for his moment. 2 clean 60s off Saim Ayub in the 27th over dropped the asking rate back under 6, and from then on he and Justin Greaves milked the fast bowlers with quiet assurance. When Chase drove through the covers for the winning runs, the match had come full circle, starting with Seals' fire, peaking with Rutherford's blaze, and finishing with Chase's cool hand. A 5-wicket win, a level series, and a reminder that when the West Indies blend discipline with flair, they can still make the Caribbean crowd sing. Gladiators roar in Rawalpindi. Allen, Shakil and Abrar crush Zalmi in PSL 2025 statement win. PSL 10 got its first seismic shocker as the Quetta Gladiators sent a thunderous warning to the rest of the league, trashing Peshawar Zalmi by 80 runs in a match that had fireworks, finesse, and full-blown domination. The script was explosive. Enter Finn Allen and Saud Shakil, exit Zalmi's bowling plans. Follow that with a wrecking ball spell from Abrar Ahmed, and what you get is one of the most commanding wins in recent PSL memory. First, the phenomenal assault. You know a batter is on another level when he smacks 53 of 25 balls and it still feels faster than it looks. Finn Allen came out swinging like a man poses. With power, intent, and zero respect for line or length, he set the tone by decimating Sufian Mukim 3 sixes in a 4 in 1 over. Yes, please. He departed eventually, but the storm had already ripped through Zawi's early confidence. Saud Shakil, precision meets poise. While Allen brought the thunder, Saud Shakil was a lightning, sharp, elegant, and lethal. His 59 of 33 balls wasn't just a supporting act, it was a masterclass in powerplay batting under control. Together, the pair posted 65 in just 6 overs, effectively turning the game into a mountain before Zalmi even blinked. Then came the follow-up act, Hassan Nawaz, Really Rosso, and finally Kushal Mendes, who torched the death overs with an unbeaten 35 of 14, lifting Quetta to a massive 216 for 3. Babar gone. Awir strikes early. If Zalmi had even a shred of hope in this monster chase, it evaporated on the second ball. Muhammad Amir, back in the PSL with fire in his veins, dismissed Babar armed for a duck, the Zalmi captain's worst possible start. Rawalpindi stood stunned, and Zalmi never recovered. Abrar Ahmed, the magician, strikes again. In came Abrar Ahmed and outwent Zalmi's hopes. His spell was deceptive, dangerous, and devastating. 4 wickets for 42 runs, including the crucial blows to Harris, Kolakitmore, and late-order hitters. A web of spin that Jalmi never escaped. The middle order collapse, 6 wickets for 24 runs, left nothing but rubble. Ayub and Owen lone warriors. There were glimmers of resistance. Saim Ayub compiled a gritty 50 of 38 balls, and Aussie Mitchell Owen lit up the day with 31 of 13 balls, including 4 sixes. But when you are chasing to 117, glimmers aren't enough. You need a floodlight of form, and Zalmi were running on emergency power. The final verdict, Quetta means business. This wasn't just a win, it was a message. The Gladiators, often slow starters in the PSL, now look like genuine title contenders. Their top order clicked, their spin trump card fired, and their dead bowling held strong. Team balance? Check. Firepower? Double check. If you are sleeping on Quetta this season, wake up, the Gladiators have arrived. Gladiators march into their second match fired up. Zalvi, they'll need more than hope to bounce back. PSL 10 has officially ignited, and it's already an unforgettable ride.
Day 3 Test cricket at its best. Manchester Magic. Root's milestone. India's misery under golden skies in Manchester. Joe Root authored yet another majestic chapter in his legendary career. While the scorecard will remember his 150, the day itself will be etched in the minds of fans as the moment England seized command of the series and India began to lose grip on the script. Root's 38th Test century wasn't just a statistical marvel, it was a masterclass in poise and precision. Every tuck to leg, every dab past point, every silky drive through the covers radiated authority. As he moved past Dravid, Callis, and Ponting to become the second highest run scorer in Test history, only one man remains ahead, Sachin Tendulkar. The chase is on. But this was no solo act. Ali Pope, sturdy and composed, partnered Root in a 144-run stand that rendered India's attack toothless for the first 2 sessions. Their alliance was patient and calculated, draining the sting from India's pace trio. Even the usually menacing Jasprit Bumrah seemed to step behind, wicketless until his 24th over. It was Washington's Sundar, curiously underused until after lunch, who finally broke through. He dismissed Pope and then Harry Brook in a swift double strike, offering India a flicker of hope. But Root and Stokes, as calm and commanding a duo as any in world cricket, turned the tide once more. And then an interruption, not by wickets, but by cramp. Stokes, already the hero with ball in hand 5 wickets in the first innings, now began limping. But like Pant the day before, he returned later, welcomed back like a gladiator to a roaring coliseum. By stumps, he was unbeaten on 77, partnered by Liam Dawson. And England's lead stood at a daunting 186. India's bowlers were visibly drained. Bumrah had rolled his ankle, and Siraj injured his foot. Their fatigue matched the fading hopes of their team, as England batted on deep into the evening, with control and clarity. What started as a morning of balance had ended in dominance. Root's 150, Stokes' resilience, and a wagging tail had flattened India's fight. The pitch had begun to misbehave, offering bounce, turn, and uncertainty. But England looked at ease, while India looked out of answers. From 358 all out to trailing by nearly 200 runs, India's fortunes have shifted dramatically. Their only solace? A chance, however faint, to claw back on day 4. But make no mistake, this day belonged to Joe Root. The numbers glittered. 13,379 test runs, 12 centuries against India. First man to score 1,000 runs at Old Trafford. Second, only to Sachin. And yet, he barely raised a thumb in celebration. That's Root, humble, relentless, historic.
India's 4-1 series win over England is a bold statement of T20 dominance. This isn't just a victory. It's a declaration that India has evolved into an unstoppable force in T20 cricket. Abhishek Sharma's 135 off 54 balls exemplifies this evolution. Fearless, aggressive, and calculated. He didn't just hit boundaries, he dismantled England's bowling attack with elegance and power, treating even the fastest bowlers like mere club-level pacers. India's approach is about controlled aggression. They maintain high run rates even after losing wickets, unlike England, who played recklessly and collapsed under pressure. India's bowlers exploited England's weaknesses, targeting their middle order with precision. Mohammad Shami and the spinners knew exactly how to challenge England's power hitters, while England's bowlers were too predictable. This series win proves that India is not just the best T20 team. They are redefining the game. With a perfect blend of fearless youth and experienced leadership, they are building a legacy that will dominate for years to come. This is the new India, intelligent, adaptable, and ready to change the face of T20 cricket.
What Team India can learn from Australia in selecting the best team for Sydney. Australia's commanding victory in the fourth test at Melbourne not only showcased their on-field prowess but also highlighted the effectiveness of their selection strategy. The way Australia has built their team around form, adaptability, and tactical balance provides India with valuable lessons as they head to the Sydney Test with hopes of salvaging the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Here's what India can learn from Australia in assembling the best possible XI for the crucial Sydney Test. 1. Prioritising form over reputation. One of Australia's most notable strengths has been their willingness to back in-form players, even if it means tough calls regarding seasoned stars. Australia's example. Scott Boland, despite limited international experience, has been consistently selected due to his effectiveness, especially in home conditions. Similarly, Travis Head has been utilised strategically for his ability to provide quick runs and improve the over rate. India's opportunity. Instead of persisting with out-of-form senior players, India should consider rewarding performers like Nitish Kumar Reddy and Yashasvi Jaiswal, who have demonstrated the temperament and skills required in high-pressure scenarios. 2. Horses for courses approach. Australia's selection strategy often revolves around the conditions and the specific demands of each match. Australia's example. The inclusion of Nathan Leon as a key spinner in Melbourne and the strategic use of Travis Head to balance the attack shows Australia's focus on tailoring their team to the pitch and opposition. India's opportunity. For Sydney, known for aiding spinners, India could consider pairing Ravindra Jadeja with another frontline spinner like Kuldeep Yadav or Washington Sundar to exploit the conditions fully. 3. Emphasis on all-round contributions. Australia consistently values players who can contribute in multiple facets of the game, which adds depth to their lineup. Australia's example. Pat Cummins' all-round performance in Melbourne, contributing 90 runs and taking key wickets, was a game-changer. Cameron Green in earlier matches has also exemplified the value of a balanced skill set. India's opportunity. Backing Washington Sundar or Axar Patel as all-rounders could provide the much-needed depth to India's batting lineup while strengthening their bowling options. 4. Stable roles and defined responsibilities. Australia ensures that players are given clear roles, which allows them to focus on their strengths without constant changes in their responsibilities. Australia's example. Marnus Labuschagne, despite occasional failures, has been a constant at number 3, solidifying the backbone of their batting. Similarly, Scott Boland has a well-defined role. Bull is a relentless line and length bowler. India's opportunity. India must avoid shuffling players like KL Rahul across different roles. A defined position for each player, including the lower order, can lead to better performances. 5. Tactical captaincy and strategic flexibility. Australia's ability to execute their plans stems from a captain and team management that adapt to evolving match situations. Australia's example. Pat Cummins' strategic decisions, such as bringing himself on at critical junctures or introducing Travis Head to target India's middle order, demonstrate proactive leadership. India's opportunity. Rohit Sharma must take bold decisions, whether it's aggressive field placements, rotating bowlers effectively, or instilling a sense of urgency among the batters to seize control of sessions. Key changes India could consider for Sydney. 1. Strengthen the spin department. Pairing Ravindra Jadeja with Kuldeep Yadav or Washington Sundar could leverage Sydney's spin-friendly conditions. 2. Reinforce the batting order. Give consistent roles to batters like KL Rahul and focus on building a strong top 3 to set the tone. 3. Include an extra all-rounder. Backing players like Axar Patel or Washington Sundar for their dual skills can add depth to the side. 4. Rotate the pace attack. Consider including a fresher pacer like Umran Malik or Shardul Thakur to share the burden with Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli have been the backbone of Indian cricket for over a decade. But after the recent defeat in Melbourne, we're left wondering, are we witnessing the twilight of their careers? Both players have shown flashes of brilliance, with Kohli's century in Ahmedabad and Sharma's dominance in limited overs cricket proving they still have it in them. Yet consistency has been a struggle. The emergence of young talents like Jaiswal and Gill adds pressure, and the weight of expectations looms large. But let's not forget their incredible track record of comebacks. The upcoming Sydney Test is a golden opportunity for them to silence critics and reaffirm their legacy. They may need to adapt their roles, focusing on mentoring the next generation while still delivering when it counts. The question remains, can they rise to the occasion one last time? The cricketing world is watching, and the stage is set for a potential final act. KL Rahul is one of India's most talented batters, yet he's being treated unfairly. Despite his impressive performances, he's constantly shuffled around the batting order, making it nearly impossible for him to find his rhythm. Imagine being asked to switch roles in a play every night. How can you deliver a stellar performance? While others struggle, Rahul's contributions often go unnoticed. He's shown resilience, especially when the top order falters, yet his rare failures are magnified. This double standard is baffling. Instead of leveraging his versatility, the team seems to view him as a mere plug-and-play option. To truly unlock his potential, India must define a stable role for him. Backing Rahul publicly and allowing him to settle into a position will not only boost his confidence, but also strengthen the entire batting lineup. It's time for the management to recognize his value and treat him with the fairness he deserves.
Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli have been the backbone of Indian cricket, but after that crushing defeat in Melbourne, it feels like we're at a crossroads. Their experience is invaluable. Sharma's captaincy and Kohli's fierce determination have shaped our team. Yet, we can't ignore the signs. Kohli's soft dismissals and Sharma's struggles to convert starts raise questions about their consistency. With young talents like Jaiswal and Gill knocking on the door, the competition is fierce. The pressure is immense. Every failure is magnified. But let's not write them off just yet. The Sydney Test is a golden opportunity for redemption. If they can rise to the occasion, it could reignite their careers. As the team evolves, they might need to shift from being the mainstays to mentors, guiding the next generation while still delivering when it counts. This isn't just about their legacy. It's about proving they still have what it takes to shine in the toughest moments. The cricketing world is watching closely.
The last hurrah for Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli have been the pillars of Indian cricket for over a decade, delivering unforgettable performances and leading the team through countless victories. However, after India's humbling defeat in the fourth Test at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, questions are being raised about their future in the longest format of the game. Is this the beginning of the end for two of India's greatest batters, or do they still have a final act to deliver? The case for Sharma and Kohli: 1. Experience and leadership. Both Sharma and Kohli bring unparalleled experience and tactical acumen to the table. Sharma's ability to read the game as captain and Kohli's aggressive leadership style have defined India's cricketing ethos in recent years. 2. Glimpses of brilliance. Despite their struggles, both players have shown flashes of their old brilliance. Track record of comebacks. Both players have faced lean patches in the past but have always managed to bounce back. Kohli's revival in T20 cricket and Sharma's resurgence as an opener in 2019 are testament to their resilience. The challenges they face: declining consistency. Both players have struggled for consistency in recent years. Kohli's soft dismissals and Sharma's inability to convert starts in this series have raised concerns about their adaptability in challenging conditions. Changing dynamics of Indian cricket. India's young talents such as Yashasvi Jaiswal, Nitish Kumar Reddy, and Shubman Gill are making strong cases for permanent spots in the team. The competition for places is fiercer than ever, and selectors may lean towards investing in the future. The weight of expectations, the pressure to perform at every outing weighs heavily on Sharma and Kohli. Any failure is scrutinized intensely, often overshadowing their contributions. Is this the end? While the Melbourne defeat may signal the need for introspection, it is too early to write off two legends of Indian cricket. Test cricket is as much about mental toughness as it is about form, and both Sharma and Kohli have shown they possess the grit to overcome challenges. What lies ahead? The Sydney Test. With the Border Gavaskar Trophy on the line, the Sydney Test presents a golden opportunity for both players to silence critics and reassert their dominance. A match-winning performance could reignite their careers. World Test Championship Final. While India's qualification for the WTC final is no longer in their hands, a strong showing in Sydney could keep them in the reckoning, offering Sharma and Kohli another shot at redemption. Adapting roles as the team evolves. Sharma and Kohli might need to adapt their roles, focusing on mentoring younger players while contributing in key moments rather than consistently carrying the team. Conclusion: the Melbourne loss is not just a reflection of India's weaknesses, but also a reminder of how quickly the landscape of cricket can change. Whether this is the last hurrah for Sharma and Kohli will depend on their ability to adapt, evolve and deliver in the crucial moments ahead. While time may not be on their side, their legacy and hunger to succeed could still drive them to a final chapter of greatness. For now, the cricketing world watches and waits.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. The spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Java India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Five key reasons for India's Melbourne misery. India's 184-run defeat in the fourth test at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, MCG, not only handed Australia a 2-1 lead in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, but also dealt a significant blow to their World Test Championship, WTC hopes. Despite moments of brilliance, the Indian team faltered under pressure, with their struggles in key areas proving costly. Here are the 5 critical reasons behind India's Melbourne collapse. Batting failures in crucial moments. India's batting lineup, apart from Yashasvi Jaiswal's valiant efforts, failed to withstand Australia's relentless bowling. Top order struggles. Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul were dismissed cheaply in both innings, leaving India's middle order exposed early. Rohit's first innings 17 and single-digit second innings score reflect his inability to anchor the innings. Kohli's misfires. Virat Kohli's string of soft dismissals continued, with his drive outside off-stump against Mitchell Starc on day 5, epitomizing his recent lack of form and questionable shot selection. Lower order fragility. The tail, which had fought valiantly in past series, collapsed under pressure. The final 7 wickets fell for just 34 runs in the second innings, turning a potential draw into a crushing defeat. 2. Over-reliance on Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah was once again the standout performer, taking 9 wickets in the match, including a magnificent 5-4 in Australia's second innings. However, the lack of consistent support from other bowlers left too much burden on his shoulders. Lack of support. Mohammad Siraj and Akash Deep had their moments but failed to sustain pressure, allowing Australia's lower order to add valuable runs. Over-bowling Bumrah. India's reliance on Bumrah led to him bowling long spells, which may have contributed to fatigue, especially during Australia's last wicket stand. 3. Fielding woes. India's fielding performance was riddled with errors, including dropped catches at critical junctures. Jaiswal's misses. Jaiswal, though brilliant with the bat, dropped multiple catches, including key chances of Manus Labuschagne and Pat Cummins. These missed opportunities allowed Australia to rebuild and extend their lead. Crucial misses. Fielding errors in Australia's second innings were especially costly, giving the hosts a psychological edge and additional runs. Australia's bowling brilliance. Australia's bowlers, led by Pat Cummins and Scott Boland, executed their plans to perfection, exploiting India's vulnerabilities. Cummins' all-round heroics. Cummins earned the Player of the Match award for his all-around performance, with 6 wickets and 90 runs across the match. His ability to extract bounce and movement troubled India's batters throughout. Boland's consistency. Boland's knack for striking in crucial moments dismantled India's lower order. His second innings figures of 3 for 39 underscored his impact. Lyon's closing act. Nathan Lyon's ability to clean up the tail and his crucial breakthroughs in the middle overs ensured India never gained momentum. 5. Tactical missteps and mental fatigue. India's tactical decisions and mental lapses were glaring, especially on day 5. Defensive approach. India's cautious start in the second innings, aiming to save the game rather than chase the target, allowed Australia to dictate terms. Poor shot selection. The dismissals of Kohli, Pant and others highlighted a lack of application and awareness of match situations. Inability to handle pressure. With the WTC final on the line, India's inability to handle the pressure of high-stakes cricket was evident, particularly in the final session where they lost 7 wickets. Looking ahead. India's defeat in Melbourne highlights key areas of concern, particularly the fragility of the batting lineup, over-reliance on Bumrah, and fielding lapses. With the series finale in Sydney offering a chance to salvage pride and retain the Border Gavaskar trophy, India must regroup quickly and address these glaring issues. For Australia, the victory is a testament to their resilience and teamwork, led by Cummins' exceptional captaincy and all-round performance. With a spot in the WTC final now within their grasp, they will aim to close out the series on a high. As cricket fans reflect on this gripping test, it serves as a reminder of the fine margins that separate glory from despair in the longest format of the game.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Jumba India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner Archava. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's 184-run defeat in Melbourne was a harsh reality check. The batting lineup crumbled under pressure, with only Yashasvi Jaiswal showing any fight. Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul's early dismissals left the middle order exposed, while Virat Kohli's soft dismissals continued to haunt him. Jasprit Bumrah was a lone warrior, taking 9 wickets, but he couldn't carry the team alone. The fielding errors were inexcusable. Dropped catches at critical moments cost us dearly. Australia's bowlers, led by Pat Cummins, executed their plans flawlessly, while India's defensive mindset and poor shot selection in the second innings sealed our fate. With the series finale in Sydney looming, it's time for India to regroup and address these glaring issues.
South Africa's resilience shines in thrilling 2-wicket victory over Pakistan. In a nail-biting first test at Centurion, South Africa showcased remarkable grit and composure to secure a dramatic 2-wicket victory over Pakistan. With just 32 runs required and only 2 wickets in hand, Kagiso Rabada and Marco Jansen emerged as heroes, steering their side across the finish line in a match that kept fans on the edge of their seats. The turning point, Rabada and Jansen hold their nerve. Chasing 148 for victory, South Africa endured a mid-order collapse that saw 4 wickets tumble in the space of 12 balls, leaving them reeling. Enter Rabada and Jansen, who combined their skills and mental toughness to steady the ship. Rabada's unorthodox but positive approach brought invaluable boundaries, while Jansen played a more orthodox and patient game. Together, they added 32 crucial runs, embracing the pressure and turning it into an unforgettable performance. Rabada's quick-fire 31 off 26 balls included a series of well-timed strokes that belied his position as a lower-order batter. His back-to-back boundaries off Amar Jamal in the penultimate over effectively sealed the win. Reflecting on his innings, Rabada called it the best test innings of my career, a sentiment echoed by his captain and coach. Captain Bavuma and Coach Conrad, the emotional spectrum. Captain Temba Bavuma admitted to seeking refuge in the dressing room during the tense final moments, only daring to rejoin his team when the victory was nearly within reach. His emotional response underscored the significance of the match, not just for the win itself, but for what it represented in South Africa's World Test Championship (WTC) campaign. Coach Shukri Conrad, typically calm and analytical, admitted to being at a loss for words. "You can't script this," he said, summing up the collective relief and joy felt by the team and their supporters. His message to the players had been clear: back your instincts and commit to your decisions. That advice paid off in a big way. Bowling brilliance sets up the chase. Earlier in the match, South Africa's bowling unit, led by Rabada and Marco Jansen, restricted Pakistan to 211 and 237 in their 2 innings. The relentless pressure exerted by the bowlers, both pacers and spinners, ensured that the target remained within reach, despite a challenging pitch. A message of resilience. This victory not only booked South Africa's spot in the WTC final, but also underscored their resilience and adaptability under pressure. It was a classic example of believing in one's processes and embracing the moment. From Rabada's fearless shot-making to Jansen's calm demeanor and Bavuma's eventual jubilation, the match had it all. As South Africa did a lap of honor at Centurion, the message was clear. When the odds are stacked against you, it's about digging deep, trusting your teammates, and staying true to yourself. This performance will be remembered not just as a thrilling win, but as a testament to the spirit of South African cricket. Pakistan's spirit and skill push South Africa to their limits in Centurion thriller. Though South Africa emerged victorious by 2 wickets in a gripping first test at Centurion, Pakistan deserves immense credit for the tenacity, skill and heart they displayed throughout the match. In a game that swung back and forth, their effort reminded the cricketing world of their fighting spirit and the quality of their players. Bowling excellence, Pakistan's pacers deliver. Pakistan's bowlers, led by Mohammad Abbas and Naseem Shah, were relentless in their pursuit of victory. Abbas's precision and Naseem's raw pace caused constant trouble for the South African batters, especially during the second innings. The duo combined for crucial breakthroughs, including a stunning middle-order collapse that almost snatched the game from South Africa's grasp. Amir Jamal, playing in just his second test, showed immense promise. His ability to deliver under pressure highlighted Pakistan's strength in producing fearless young pacers. Collectively, the bowling unit kept South Africa under constant pressure, taking wickets in clusters and ensuring the target was no mere formality. Babar Azam's leadership and key contributions. Captain Babar Azam's composed leadership on a challenging pitch was a testament to his growing stature in world cricket. While his innings of 73 in the first innings laid a strong foundation for Pakistan, his strategic use of bowlers and field placements kept South Africa on edge during the tense final session. Babar's decision to trust his young pacers in crunch situations exemplifies his belief in nurturing emerging talent, a hallmark of Pakistan's cricketing culture. Saud Shakil's grit and determination. Saud Shakil stood tall with a gritty half-century in the second innings, showcasing his ability to adapt under challenging conditions. His partnerships with the lower order pushed Pakistan's total to a fighting 237, giving their bowlers something to defend. Shakil's performance is yet another reminder of Pakistan's deep batting reserves and their capability to produce resilient players for high-pressure situations. Unwavering spirit and sportsmanship. Even when the odds seemed against them, Pakistan's players never gave up. The energy in the field, the camaraderie among the team, and their determination to fight until the last ball made this match a true spectacle. The emotional rollercoaster of the final session was a testament to Pakistan's ability to rise to the occasion, regardless of the circumstances. A battle worthy of the WTC stage. Although Pakistan narrowly missed out on victory, they have every reason to hold their heads high. Their performance in Centurion serves as a reminder of their credentials as fierce competitors on the global stage. The young talents and experienced heads in the team blend seamlessly, and this match is likely to fuel their hunger for success in the remainder of their WTC campaign. A game that honors both teams. Cricket thrives on contests like these, where neither side gives an inch and every run is hard-earned. Pakistan may not have come out on top, but they played a huge role in making this test a classic. Their resilience and skill pushed South Africa to the very brink, and their sportsmanship added to the spirit of the game. As both teams move forward, Pakistan can take immense pride in their performance. Matches like this are not just about the results, but about the stories they tell and the inspiration they provide. Pakistan's fightback in Centurion is one such story, a tale of courage, character, and the undying spirit of cricket.
India's fiery chase beckons as WTC dreams hang by a thread.
The fourth day of the fourth test at the Melbourne Cricket Ground was a gripping roller coaster of emotions, culminating in Australia eking out a lead of 333 runs. Thanks to Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland's heroic last wicket stand, the hosts managed to frustrate India's bowlers and stretch their advantage. However, as the stage is set for the final day, India faces a tantalizing question. Will they dare to chase history and keep their World Test Championship WTC hopes alive? Bumrah's magic sparks life. Jasprit Bumrah was at his devastating best, tearing through Australia's middle order in a spell of pure brilliance. His dismissal of Travis Head marked his 200th Test wicket, a milestone achieved with a seeming masterclass. Bumrah's fiery burst, removing Head, Mitchell Marsh, and Alex Carey in quick succession, left Australia reeling at 91 for 6. Bumrah's brilliance, his figures of 4 for 56, showcased his ability to step up in crucial moments. The searing delivery that breached Sam Constas's defence set the tone for a relentless assault on Australia's batters. Support from Siraj and Deep. Mohammad Siraj in particular bowled his best spell of the series, dismissing Labuschagne and Khawaja. Akash Deep, while erratic at times, added to the pressure by finding movement off the pitch. Australia's lower order resists. At 99 for 6, India looked poised to bundle out Australia with a modest target in sight. But Marnus Labuschagne, 70, Pat Cummins, 36, and the remarkable last wicket pair of Nathan Lyon, 41, and Scott Boland, 10, dug deep to extend the lead. Labuschagne's grit, dropped twice by Jaiswal, Labuschagne made India pay with one of the most vital knocks of his career. Lyon and Boland's fight back. Their unbroken 55-run partnership frustrated India, keeping the hosts in the driver's seat. India's WTC hopes, one last throw of the dice. India's path to the WTC final hinges on this game, and a win in Melbourne is non-negotiable. A fourth innings target of 334 will demand an all-time great chase. No team has ever successfully chased more than 332 at the MCG. Historical context. The Gabba heist of 2021, where India chased 328, looms large in the memory of fans and players alike. The parallels are striking. A depleted Indian side, a challenging target, and the world watching. What's at stake? A win here keeps India in contention for the WTC final. Anything less, and their hopes are all but extinguished. The strategy for Day 5. India will need a perfect mix of aggression and caution to achieve the improbable. Solid start. Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal must set the tone with a brisk yet steady partnership. Losing early wickets could derail the chase before it begins. Middle order resurgence. The onus will fall on Virat Kohli and Nitish Kumar Reddy to anchor the innings. Kohli's experience in chases and Reddy's newfound confidence will be pivotal. Countering Lyon and Boland. Nathan Lyon's sharp turn and Boland's relentless accuracy will test India's resolve. The batters must be proactive against Lyon to prevent him from dictating terms. The road ahead. The pitch, while showing signs of wear, still offers enough for both batters and bowlers. With the crowd expected to exceed 90,000 on Day 5, the atmosphere will be electric. Australia will rely on Lyon and Cummins to strike early and tighten the noose, while India will aim to draw inspiration from their storied history of improbable wins. Conclusion: a fight to the finish. As the sun rises on the final day, the equation is simple. Australia seeks to finish what their lower order started, while India aims to rewrite history and keep their WTC dreams alive. The stakes couldn't be higher. The narrative couldn't be more thrilling. Will this be another chapter in India's glorious fightbacks, or will Australia seal their dominance at the MCG? Whatever the outcome, one thing is certain: Day 5 promises to be a spectacle that will resonate through the annals of cricket history.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like ocean's tide, every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Five reasons why India can win the Melbourne Test. The Boxing Day Test at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, MCG, is set to be a cricketing spectacle. With the series tied 1-1, India and Australia are battling for supremacy in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. For India, this match is an opportunity to retain the trophy, make a statement, and stay in contention for the ICC World Test Championship WTC final. Here is an in-depth analysis of why India has the edge going into this pivotal encounter. Jasprit Bumrah, the X Factor. Jasprit Bumrah's extraordinary skill set and current form make him India's biggest weapon. Leading the wicket-taking charts with 21 dismissals in just 3 matches, Bumrah has terrorized Australia's batting lineup with his unerring accuracy, lethal yorkers, and deceptive bouncers. His ability to deliver in clutch moments has been a hallmark of his career. Why Bumrah matters at the MCG? Historically, the MCG pitch offers pace, bounce, and seam movement in the early stages, suiting Bumrah's strengths. His knack for exploiting even minimal reverse swing will be vital in the latter innings. Bumrah needs just 6 wickets to reach 200 in tests, making him the second fastest Indian bowler to achieve the milestone. Such a personal landmark could further motivate him. Tactical insights. Targeting Australia's out-of-form top 3, Bumrah's early breakthroughs could set the tone for India.
His battle against Steve Smith, who thrives under pressure, will be a contest to watch.
Supportive bowling lineup. While Bumrah spearheads the attack, India's bowling depth has shown resilience. Mohammad Siraj's ability to swing the ball both ways complements Bumrah's aggression. Ravindra Jadeja's accuracy and all-round prowess add a crucial dimension to the attack. Mohammad Siraj. With 13 wickets in the series, Siraj has been instrumental in maintaining pressure from the other end. His knack for dismissing left-handers like Usman Khawaja and Travis Head gives India a strategic advantage. Ravindra Jadeja. The MCG pitch is expected to crumble under scorching temperatures, bringing spinners into play. Jadeja's pinpoint accuracy and variations could exploit such conditions. His batting ability provides depth and insurance in the lower order. Emerging options. Akash. Deep's ability to bowl consistent lengths and generate bounce makes him a potential game-changer. The inclusion of Washington Sundar, who adds a spinning option while bolstering the batting, could prove strategic. 3. Batting potential in the top order. India's top order, despite its inconsistencies, holds the key to their success. The combination of experience and youthful exuberance can put the Australian bowlers under pressure.
Yashasvi Jaiswal.
The young opener impressed with a century in the first test. While his form has dipped, his aggressive stroke play can unsettle the Australian quicks. KL Rahul. With 235 runs in 6 innings at an average of 47, Rahul's ability to anchor the innings makes him invaluable. His steady starts often lay a solid foundation for the middle order. Virat Kohli. Though Kohli has struggled with consistency, his record at the MCG speaks volumes. With a history of playing defining knocks at this venue, Kohli's resurgence could turn the tide. 4. Australia's vulnerable top order. Australia's top 3 have averaged their lowest in home series history. This vulnerability could tilt the scales in India's favour. Challenges for Australia.
Sam Constas, making his debut, will face immense pressure against India's fiery paces.
Usman Khawaja and Manus Labushagna's lean patches have added to Australia's woes. India's strategy. Early wickets will put Australia's middle order under pressure, forcing them into defensive play. Targeting Smith and Head early could expose the inexperienced lower order. 5. All-round balance. India's all-rounders bring versatility and balance to the side. Players like Jadeja and Sundar provide batting depth while maintaining control with the ball. Key contributions. Jadeja's lower order runs have often rescued India in tight situations. Sundar, if included, offers an additional spin option and the ability to counter-attack. Predicted playing 11 for India. Yashasvi Jaiswal, young fearless opener with the ability to take on Australia's quicks. KL Rahul, reliable opener, crucial for steady starts. Shubman Gill, Elegant batsman who can counter-attack. Virat Kohli. C. Inspirational leader and match winner. Rishabh Pant. WK. Aggressive middle-order batter and skilled wicket-keeper. Rohit Sharma. Veteran batsman providing stability and leadership. Ravindra Jadeja. All-rounder and key spinner. Washington Sundar. Nitish Kumar Reddy. Adds depth and flexibility. Akash Deep. Persistent bowler with potential for breakthroughs. Jasprit Bumrah. India's spearhead in the bowling department. Mohammad Siraj. Complementary pacer providing swing and control. Conclusion. India enters the Melbourne Test with a balanced squad, potent bowling attack, and the determination to clinch the series. If their top-order batsmen deliver, Bumrah continues his dominance, and their bowlers exploit Australia's vulnerabilities, India has a strong chance of emerging victorious. This match promises high-intensity cricket, with the world eagerly watching to see who prevails on one of the sport's grandest stages.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like ocean's tide, every swing of hope we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Rohit Sharma's struggles as an opener have become a hot topic in Indian cricket. With an average below 25 in his last 10 innings, it's clear something isn't clicking. His recent dismissal for just 3 runs against Australia was a painful reminder of his inconsistency. The soft pull shot that led to an easy catch highlights a troubling pattern. He often plays loose strokes early on, putting the team under pressure right from the start. Technical flaws are evident too. Rohit's inability to handle the short ball and poor footwork against swing have left him vulnerable. Meanwhile, younger players like Yashasvi Jaiswal are stepping up, showcasing a composed approach that Rohit seems to lack. The frustration among fans is growing, and as captain, his batting failures only amplify the scrutiny on his leadership. If he doesn't turn things around soon, we might see new faces at the top of the order. The team needs consistent performances, and the clock is ticking for Rohit Sharma. Australia's batting success in the Melbourne Test is a masterclass in resilience and strategy, even with Travis Head's unusual failure. Stephen Smith led the charge, showcasing his ability to read the game and adapt his innings perfectly. Young Sam Constas, on debut, brought an aggressive mindset that disrupted India's plans right from the start. Partnerships were key. The synergy between Smith and Cummins highlighted their understanding, while their athleticism turned singles into twos, putting pressure on the Indian fielders. Australia capitalized on India's bowling flaws, targeting loose deliveries and neutralizing threats like Bumrah and Siraj. Mental toughness shone through as the team maintained focus despite setbacks, with batters quickly adapting to changing conditions. Their calculated risk-taking kept the pressure on India's spinners, ensuring they never settled. This performance is a testament to Australia's collective effort and unrelenting positivity, setting them apart in this test.
India has a real shot at winning the Melbourne Test, and here's why. First, Jasprit Bumrah is in phenomenal form, leading the wicket charts with 21 dismissals. His ability to exploit the MCG pitch's early seam movement will be crucial. Then there's Mohammad Siraj, who's been a consistent threat, especially against left-handers. The top order, featuring the explosive Yashasvi Jaiswal and the steady KL Rahul, can put pressure on Australia's struggling bowlers. Speaking of Australia, their top 3 are in a slump, which could play right into India's hands. Finally, India's all-rounders like Ravindra Jadeja add depth to both batting and bowling. If Bumrah can strike early and the batsmen capitalize, India could very well take the series. It's all set for an electrifying contest at the MCG.
Australia's commanding Day 2. Performance in Melbourne. Day 2 of the Melbourne Test saw a masterclass from Australia, who tightened their grip on the game with a commanding performance led by Stephen Smith. The day's play showcased the brilliance of Australia's batters, the grit of their captain Pat Cummins, and the challenges India faced in keeping the contest alive. A combination of resilient partnerships, calculated risks, and lapses in India's bowling ensured that Australia ended the day as clear frontrunners. Below, we break down the key moments and analyze the expert perspectives that define this enthralling day of cricket. 1. Stephen Smith, the Supreme Architect. Stephen Smith once again stamped his authority on the game with a well-crafted century, his 34th in Test cricket. His innings, punctuated by 9 boundaries and 2 sixes, was a testament to his ability to soak pressure and grind out runs when his team needed him most. Smith's calm demeanor and impeccable shot selection drew praise from analysts and fans alike. Technical brilliance. Smith's footwork was a major talking point. Against a formidable Indian attack led by Jasprit Bumrah, Smith exhibited precise movements, coming forward to negate the swing and going back to cut or pull with authority. His ability to pick lengths early allowed him to control the pace of the game. Mental toughness. The psychological battle between Smith and India's bowlers was evident throughout the day. Analysts noted how Smith used his mental fortitude to frustrate the opposition, refusing to be drawn into risky shots. His century celebration, the gangster nod, embodied his confidence and determination to lead Australia to a strong position. 2. India's bowling, moments of brilliance amidst struggles. While Jasprit Bumrah continued to be India's standout performer, the rest of the bowling unit failed to provide adequate support. Bumrah's spell to dismiss Travis Head was particularly noteworthy. A length ball that jagged back sharply to hit the top of off-stump, leaving the batter stunned. Bumrah's masterclass. Former fast bowlers hailed Bumrah's consistency and his ability to extract movement on a surface offering limited assistance. His dismissal of Mitchell Marsh, a back-of-a-length delivery that climbed awkwardly, showcased his skill in exploiting bounce and angles. Supporting cast falters, Mohammad Siraj and Akash Deep, while tireless, lacked the incisiveness needed to trouble set batters. Akash Deep in particular bowled several probing spells, but was unable to convert opportunities into wickets. Experts opined that his inexperience at the international level was apparent, though they praised his resilience. Underutilization of spin. Critics questioned India's decision to sparingly use Ravindra Jadeja and Washington Sundar on a pitch that started to show uneven bounce. With the ball occasionally keeping low, the lack of sustained spin pressure allowed Australia's batters to settle. 3. Partnerships define Australia's dominance. One of the hallmarks of Australia's innings was their ability to build partnerships. The stand between Stephen Smith and Pat Cummins was pivotal, with both players complementing each other's styles. Cummins' counter-attacking approach balanced Smith's steady accumulation of runs, adding critical momentum to Australia's innings. Dynamic approach. Cummins' innings was a mix of aggression and smart cricket. His use of the crease, particularly against short-pitch deliveries, was exemplary. A series of uppercuts and back-foot punches highlighted his confidence, drawing admiration from commentators. Rotating strike. Analysts pointed out how effectively Smith and Cummins rotated the strike, denying Indian bowlers the chance to settle into a rhythm. Their ability to convert ones into twos, coupled with precise boundary hitting, kept the scoreboard ticking. 4. Field placements and tactics. Under the microscope. India's defensive field placements during critical junctures were heavily scrutinized. Against a batter of Smith's caliber, setting deep fields early in his innings allowed him to bat with minimal pressure. Missed opportunities. Observers noted how India's reluctance to employ attacking catches at key moments, particularly when Smith was in the 90s, cost them a chance to regain control. A tighter field could have forced errors from the Australian batters. Strategic lessons. Former Indian cricketers emphasized the importance of adapting field placements based on match situations. Test cricket is about creating pressure, one expert remarked, highlighting the need for proactive captaincy. 5. Tactical decisions, a mixed bag. India's bowling changes and overall approach to the day's play drew mixed reviews. While Bumrah was rightly used as the enforcer, the timing of other bowlers' spells left room for debate. Washington Sundar's role. The introduction of Sundar late in the innings puzzled commentators, as his tight lines and variations could have been utilized earlier. His dismissal of Marnus Labuschagne, who attempted an aggressive shot, was a reminder of the impact spinners could have had. Workload management. With Bumrah bowling extended spells, concerns were raised about over-reliance on him. Experts suggested that India needs to find a second strike bowler to share the burden, particularly in high-pressure games. 6. The Pat Cummins factor, leading from the front. As Australia's captain, Pat Cummins showcased why he is one of the most respected cricketers in the modern era. His contributions with the bat, alongside his tactical acumen, played a significant role in Australia's dominance. Adaptability. Cummins' ability to switch gears, defending resolutely when required and attacking loose deliveries, was praised by pundits. His 50-run partnership with Smith was a testament to his maturity and understanding of the game. Leadership insights. Observers noted how Cummins' leadership was reflected in his batting approach. By setting an example with the bat, he inspired his team to maintain their focus and intensity. 7. Australia's resilience under pressure. Australia's ability to weather challenging phases and emerge stronger underscored their dominance. Whether it was Smith and Labuschagne resisting India's morning spells, or Cummins leading the charge in the final session, the team's resilience was on full display. Expert take. This Australian side thrives under pressure, remarked a seasoned commentator. They absorb the heat and turn it back on the opposition, as seen with their partnerships today. What lies ahead? Day 2 still underway. With a substantial total on the board, Australia has the upper hand as they prepare to bowl on a pitch that will likely deteriorate. India's batters face a daunting task, requiring discipline and patience to stay in the game. Key areas to watch. How will India's top order handle Australia's pace attack under scoreboard pressure? Will the pitch's uneven bounce create opportunities for Nathan Lyon and the seamers? Expert predictions. Former players emphasize the importance of the first session on day 3. It's make or break for India, one expert declared. They need to bat deep into the day to have any chance of competing in this test. Conclusion. A day of Australian supremacy. Day 2 at Melbourne was a celebration of Australia's skill, resilience, and tactical prowess. Stephen Smith's masterclass and Pat Cummins' invaluable contributions highlighted the depth of their side, while India's struggles with the ball exposed gaps in their strategy. The insights and expert perspectives from the day reveal the intricacies of Test cricket and set the stage for a gripping Day 2. The question now is whether India can rise to the occasion and claw their way back into the game, or if Australia will march towards an unassailable lead. As the Melbourne Test unfolds, the world waits with bated breath for the next chapter in this fascinating contest.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Field of blazing glories flame, every play not the name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirit proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The Kohli Jaiswal run-out fiasco was a pivotal moment in the Melbourne Test. Jaiswal, cruising on 82, was run out due to a disastrous mix-up with Kohli. After a solid shot to mid-on, hesitation crept in. Jaiswal called for the single, but Kohli hesitated, leading to both batters ending up at the same end. Pat Cummins calmly executed the run-out, and just like that, India lost a crucial wicket. This dismissal shattered a flourishing 100-run partnership and triggered a collapse, with India losing 3 wickets for just 13 runs, finishing the day at 164 for 5. The psychological impact was immense. Losing Jaiswal, who was in great form, dented the team's confidence. Now, trailing by 111 runs with only the lower order left, India's chances of avoiding the follow-on look grim. This mix-up could very well be the turning point, tightening Australia's grip on the match. Day 2 of the Melbourne Test showcased a gripping contest as Australia maintained their upper hand despite a promising start from India. Stephen Smith's masterclass shone through, as he anchored Australia's innings with a brilliant century, pushing their total to a daunting 474 runs. The lower-order batsmen added vital runs, frustrating the Indian bowlers. India looked strong initially, with Jaiswal and Kohli building a solid partnership. Jaiswal's fluent 82 runs gave fans hope, but a disastrous mix-up led to his run-out, triggering a dramatic collapse. From a comfortable 153 for 2, India plummeted to 164 for 5, with Scott Boland and Pat Cummins exploiting the conditions brilliantly. As the day ended, India found themselves in a precarious position at 164 for 5, trailing by 111 runs. With Rishabh Pant and Ravindra Jadeja at the crease, the challenge ahead is monumental. Australia will be keen to wrap up the innings quickly, while India must regroup and fight back to save the match. Walking onto the hallowed turf of the Melbourne cricket ground, I felt the weight of history and expectation. Facing India's elite bowlers like Bumrah and Siraj, I knew I had to be fearless. Each scoop and reverse sweep was a statement. This was my moment. I wasn't just playing for myself. I was igniting hope for a new generation of Australian cricket fans. Every boundary forced the Indian bowlers to rethink their strategy, creating space for my teammates to thrive. The praise from legends like Ricky Ponting and Harsha Bhogle was surreal, but it only fueled my determination. This debut wasn't just about runs. It was about setting a tone for the future. I'm ready for the challenges ahead, and I'm here to make my mark. Australia's Day 2 performance in Melbourne was nothing short of a masterclass, led by the indomitable Stephen Smith. His 34th Test century showcased not just technical brilliance, but also remarkable mental toughness, frustrating India's bowlers with his impeccable shot selection and footwork. While Jasprit Bumrah shone with his skillful spells, the rest of India's attack struggled to find their rhythm, failing to capitalize on key moments. The partnerships were crucial, especially between Smith and Pat Cummins, whose dynamic approach added momentum to the innings. Cummins' ability to rotate the strike and counterattack kept the pressure on India, who seemed hesitant with their field placements and bowling changes. As Australia tightened their grip, the resilience they displayed under pressure was evident. The question now is whether India can regroup and respond effectively. The stage is set for an intriguing Day 3, where every run and wicket will be pivotal.
Stephen Smith's masterclass in Melbourne was nothing short of extraordinary. Watching him bat was like witnessing a master painter at work. His footwork was impeccable, dancing around Jasprit Bumrah's deliveries with the precision of a craftsman. Each shot was a calculated decision, not forced but elegantly placed, especially that 6-over deep square leg. Pure dominance. What truly sets Smith apart is his mental fortitude. Under pressure, he thrives, absorbing the intensity and rotating the strike with ease. His partnership with Pat Cummins showcased this perfectly. While Cummins played his shots, Smith kept the scoreboard ticking, ensuring Australia regained control. And when he reached his century, that trademark nod was a powerful reminder of his journey back to the top. It's not just about runs. It's about crafting innings that change the game. Smith's brilliance is a testament to the art of Test cricket, where skill meets patience, and every ball tells a story.
A global trail of honor. PM Modi's collection of prestigious awards abroad. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's diplomatic journeys are as much about global cooperation as they are a testament to India's growing stature in the world. In recent visits to the West Indies, Nigeria, Brazil, and most recently, Guyana, the Indian leader has been celebrated not just for his statesmanship, but also for his transformative impact on global policies and India's development trajectory. Here's a glimpse into the honors bestowed upon PM Modi during his illustrious international tour. Guyana, a historic visit celebrated with warmth and honor. In November 2024, Prime Minister Modi embarked on a historic visit to Guyana, marking the first by an Indian Prime Minister in over 5 decades. The Guyanese government extended a heartfelt welcome, reflecting the deep-rooted cultural and historical ties between the two nations. During this visit, PM Modi was conferred with the Order of Excellence, Guyana's highest national honor, in recognition of his efforts to strengthen bilateral relations and his commitment to the development of the global South. The ceremony was a vibrant affair, featuring traditional Guyanese music and dance, symbolizing the rich cultural tapestry shared by both countries. In his address to the Guyanese Parliament, PM Modi emphasized the shared values of democracy and humanity, stating, "The relation of India and Guyana is very deep. It is the relation of soil, sweat, and diligence. West Indies, a tropical welcome to innovation and leadership." In the heart of the Caribbean, PM Modi was honored with the Caribbean International Leadership Award, recognizing his efforts to strengthen ties between India and the CARICOM nations. Against the picturesque backdrop of turquoise seas and golden sands, the Prime Minister was celebrated for his initiatives in renewable energy, such as the International Solar Alliance, and his visionary stance on climate change. During the ceremony in Kingston, Jamaica, local dignitaries lauded his efforts in fostering South-South cooperation, particularly through developmental projects and investments in technology that have benefited small island nations. PM Modi has become a beacon of hope for nations seeking sustainable growth, remarked a West Indian leader. Modi, in turn,
charmed the audience with his inclusive rhetoric, promising to continue bolstering Caribbean-Indian ties through culture, cricket, and commerce. Nigeria, champion of the Global South. In the bustling metropolis of Abuja, Nigeria rolled out the red carpet for PM Modi, presenting him with the Order of African Unity Medal for his unwavering commitment to the Global South. Modi's leadership in championing issues critical to Africa, such as digital infrastructure, healthcare access, and sustainable agriculture, took center stage. The vibrant ceremony saw traditional Nigerian dancers celebrating this unique bond, with PM Modi donning a Nigerian agbada, reflecting his respect for the nation's culture. Addressing the gathering, he expressed India's enduring solidarity with Africa, calling for a collective push towards equitable global development. Africa holds a special place in India's heart, Modi declared, reinforcing his vision for a more equitable and prosperous future. Brazil, bridging continents through diplomacy. In Brazil, PM Modi was conferred with the Order of Rio Branco, one of the nation's highest civilian honors, during his participation in the BRICS summit in Brasilia. The award recognizes leadership in strengthening economic partnerships across continents, particularly through BRICS, and his relentless advocacy for multilateralism. Amid the grandeur of Brazilian hospitality, Modi's speeches resonated deeply with the audience as he discussed the shared values of democracy, sustainability, and economic inclusivity. His cultural diplomacy shone brightly when he participated in a capoeira demonstration, symbolizing the confluence of Indian and Brazilian heritage. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva commended Modi's ability to bring nations together, saying, Prime Minister Modi embodies the spirit of a leader who seeks not just national, but global transformation, a legacy of recognition and influence. PM Modi's collection of prestigious awards from diverse corners of the globe underscores his emergence as a statesman whose influence transcends borders. From his advocacy for sustainable development to his emphasis on cultural diplomacy, Modi has not only positioned India as a global leader, but also built lasting bridges of friendship. These awards also reflect a broader acceptance of India's leadership in tackling critical global challenges, climate change, healthcare equity, and technology-led development. Modi's journey across the West Indies, Nigeria, Brazil, and Guyana is a vivid illustration of a leader at the pinnacle of global recognition, inspiring billions while fostering a world united by shared aspirations. With every accolade, the narrative of a resurgent India continues to captivate the global stage. PM Modi's story is not just India's story. It is a story of a new world order, one where collaboration triumphs over division. Poem, Rising Star of Bharat. From the lands of the Himalayas to the ocean so blue, a leader rises, proud and true. In every heart, his spirit ignites, uniting nations with wisdom's light. With dreams as vast as the open sky, he charts the course where futures lie. A melody of progress, a harmony of peace. India's glory, he helps release. O Bharat ke chand, tu roshan kare, teri betan se duniya sovan kare. Ha desh mein ganj tera naam, tere cadman pe ho salam. Dhati se ambar tak julai raag. मोदी के साथ हाय भारत का भाग, झूम जगत, टुपी हाय गाँव, तेरे साथ आईने रंगीन के साथ. In Guyana's sunlit, emerald embrace, the seeds of friendship you firmly place. In Nigeria's rhythms, your voice is strong, a promise of unity, a hopeful song. Brazilian skies and the Caribbean tide. Witness your vision, open and wide, from ancient soil to modern days. You lead the world in countless ways. सपनों का साथी, वीर भारत का, विश्व में चमका, सितारा सबका. नाच रहे सूरज, लहराती हवा, जहान भी गई तू, चमका भारत का दिया. ओ भारत के चांद, तू रोशन करे, तेरी बेटन से दुनिया सुवन करे. हर देश में गंज तेरा नाम, तेरे कैडमन पे हो सलाम. धरती से अम्बर तक जो लाए राग, मोदी के साथ हाय भारत का बाग. झूम जगत, चुपी हाय गाँव, तेरे साथ आए नए रंगन के साथ. With every award, a story we weave, of India's glory and dreams we believe. A heritage of wisdom, a future so bright, a tapestry of hope in the world's sight. Modi ji, your journey inspires the soul. A vision of one day, a single goal. Let every heart sing, let every voice rise. The song of Bharat under infinite skies. Namati, Namati, O Bharat ke saathi, Jagat ke deepak, dukh meeta tambati. Swagat hai, abhar hai, shukriya sabka, Bharat ke chand, tu hai vishwa ka sikka. Translation: We bow to you, O friend of Bharat, the lamp of the world, spreading joy far and wide. Welcome, gratitude, thanks to all. O moon of Bharat, you are the star of the world.
In the land of 1,000 tales, where dreams unfurl, a melody rides on the wind, a story to unfurl. Colors dance, voices sing, the rhythm of the soil. Unity in diversity, the Bharat's precious jewel. Rising star of Bharat, shining bright and bold, inspiring the souls across the globe. A melody untold, from the peaks of the Himalayas to the Arabian Sea. The world dances to your tune, oh Bharat's dignity. Whispering flute, harmonious grace, enchanting the glow with every single phrase. Subtle strings, resonating the truth, guiding the youth to a future uncouth. As the tabla resonates, cultures blend in harmony. Rising star of Bharat, your song is our astronomy. A fading sitar note, leaving an eternal mark. In the land of 1,000 tales, where dreams unfurl, a melody rides on the wind, a story to unfurl. Colors dance, voices sing, the rhythm of the soil. Unity in diversity, the Bharat's precious jewel. Rising star of Bharat, shining bright and bold, inspiring souls across the globe. A melody untold,
From the peaks of the Himalayas to the Arabian Sea, the world dances to your tune, oh Bharat's dignity. Whispering foot, harmonious grace, enchanting the go with every single phrase. Subtle strings, resonating the truth, guiding the youth to a future uncouth. As the tabla resonates, cultures blend in harmony. Rising star of Bharat, your song is our astronomy. A fading sitar note, leaving an eternal mark.
Sitar and folk melody.
Tablet jointed, real people invited. Harmony on that tail, culture on the
regard est prophétie. Visse dirty at your boo, we go gun do a bootleg. Body the cover your funds and the job in my bitter rate. Come to the new folk and I say.
India, a historical, political, and economic perspective with leadership insights. India's rise on the global stage is not a recent phenomenon. It is the culmination of a rich history, political resilience, and a visionary approach to economic and social development. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's trajectory has been propelled further, making it a key player in shaping global trends and partnerships. Here's an in-depth exploration of India's journey, its current strengths, and the leadership that drives it.
Historical context: a civilization rooted in richness.
India's history spans millennia, marked by achievements in science, philosophy, culture, and trade. The ancient Indus Valley civilization showcased advanced urban planning and trade networks. Over centuries, India became a melting pot of cultures, shaped by the influences of Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, and European colonization. Colonial rule under the British Empire significantly disrupted India's socio-economic fabric, but it also galvanized a movement toward independence. Figures like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru laid the foundation for a democratic independent India in 1947, emphasizing nonviolence and social equity.
Political resilience, the world's largest democracy.
Post-independence, India emerged as a secular democratic republic, guided by the principles of its constitution, which enshrines justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Over 75 years, India has demonstrated resilience through political upheavals, economic challenges, and social changes. India's political landscape is a vibrant tapestry, with a multi-party system reflecting its diversity. Despite challenges like poverty, corruption, and communal tensions, India has maintained its democratic character, holding free and fair elections regularly. PM Narendra Modi's leadership. Since taking office in 2014, Narendra Modi has provided a transformative vision, steering India toward global prominence. His leadership focuses on decisive governance, simplified tax systems like GST, and the removal of bureaucratic inefficiencies. Global diplomacy, strengthening partnerships with countries across the globe, emphasizing India as a bridge between the global north and south. Domestic reforms, initiatives like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Jan Dhan Yojana, and Ayushman Bharat have reshaped public health and welfare.
Economic strength, the rise of a global power.
India's economy is one of the fastest growing in the world. From an agrarian economy in 1947, it has evolved into a diversified powerhouse across technology, manufacturing, and services. Key highlights of India's economic growth. 1. Technology hub. India is a global IT leader, contributing to cutting-edge advancements in AI, fintech, and digital innovation. 2. Manufacturing revival. Initiatives like Make in India have boosted domestic production and foreign investment, strengthening sectors like automobiles, defense, and electronics. 3. Startup ecosystem. With over 100 unicorns, India is the third largest startup ecosystem globally, fostering innovation in health tech, edtech, and green energy.
4. Sustainability leader. India is a pioneer in renewable energy, aiming to generate 500 gigawatts of renewable capacity by 2030. Impact of PM Modi's economic policies.
Under Modi's leadership, India has seen reforms aimed at unlocking its economic potential. Infrastructure growth, rapid expansion of highways, railways, and urban development. Financial inclusion. Schemes like Jan Dhan Yojana have brought millions into the banking system. Tax reforms. Implementation of GST simplified indirect taxation, making India more investor-friendly. Global diplomacy. India's emerging role. India's foreign policy under Modi reflects a blend of pragmatism and assertiveness, Recognizing the void left by waning U.S. engagement in certain regions, India has positioned itself as a dependable partner for nations across the Caribbean, Africa, and Latin America. Guyana and the Caribbean. India shares historical ties with Guyana and the Caribbean through its diaspora. Today, these bonds are reinforced by energy collaboration, India's investments in Guyana's oil sector, cultural diplomacy, strengthening ties through shared heritage and interests like cricket, Africa. India's engagement with Africa has deepened through trade, technology transfer, and education. Key initiatives include development loans for infrastructure projects, affordable pharmaceuticals, and telemedicine solutions.
India filling the global leadership gap.
With the US perceived as less interested in global leadership and multilateralism, India is stepping up. Its approach prioritizes sustainability, spearheading initiatives like the International Solar Alliance, equity, advocating for fair trade and technology access, diplomacy, balancing relationships with the US, China, and Russia while championing the global South. India is not merely filling a void, it is redefining leadership in a way that emphasizes collaboration, equity, and shared prosperity. The Modi factor, a catalyst for transformation. PM. Modi's tenure has been a catalyst for India's rapid transformation. His leadership style, marked by decisiveness, vision, and connection with grassroots aspirations, has elevated India's global standing, fostered a sense of pride and confidence among citizens, inspired nations worldwide to look at India as a model for inclusive growth. The road ahead. India's rise is a story of resilience, innovation, and visionary leadership. Guided by its historical values and bolstered by modern strategies, India is shaping a future where it stands as a beacon of hope, prosperity, and unity for the world. As PM Modi continues to steer the nation, India's journey exemplifies the power of strong leadership in harnessing a nation's potential for the greater good. This is India on the rise, a nation reclaiming its place at the global forefront. India's growing economic progress, a historical, political, and economic perspective with leadership insights.
Introduction. India's emergence on the global stage.
India, a nation with a civilization stretching back thousands of years, is experiencing an unprecedented transformation in the 21st century. From its historical roots as a land of innovation and philosophy to its contemporary role as a rising global power, India's journey is both inspiring and instructive. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India has not only accelerated its domestic development, but has also emerged as a strategic and dependable partner for nations worldwide. This report delves into India's economic progress, political resilience, and cultural richness, providing a comprehensive perspective on the factors contributing to its global rise. Furthermore, it explores how PM Modi's leadership has been instrumental in shaping India's trajectory, particularly in filling the leadership void left by other global powers like the United States. Historical context: a legacy of excellence. Ancient India, a cradle of civilization. India's contributions to humanity are as ancient as its rivers and as vast as its mountains. The Indus Valley Civilization, which flourished around 2500 BCE, was one of the world's earliest urban centers. Its advanced town planning, drainage systems, and trade networks highlight India's early ingenuity. Over millennia, India became a hub for knowledge and philosophy. Contributions such as the invention of zero, advancements in astronomy, and texts like the Upanishads and Arthashastra laid the foundation for scientific and economic thought. India's wealth attracted global traders, making it a centerpiece of ancient trade routes like the Silk Road.
Colonial era, struggles and resilience.
The advent of British colonialism marked a challenging phase in India's history. While colonial rule exploited India's resources and weakened its economy, it also sowed the seeds of modern governance, infrastructure, and education. The Indian independence movement, led by figures like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, emerged as a global symbol of nonviolent resistance. Independence in 1947 set the stage for India to redefine its identity as a sovereign, democratic republic. Post-independence growth, foundations of progress. India's early years of independence focused on nation building. Policies under Nehru emphasized self-reliance, industrialization, and scientific research. Landmark initiatives like the Green Revolution and establishment of IITs and IIMs created a foundation for economic and technological growth. However, the economic liberalization of 1991 marked a turning point, opening India to global markets and unleashing its entrepreneurial spirit. Political landscape: the strength of democracy. India's democratic fabric. India, with over 1.4 billion people, is the world's largest democracy. Its governance system, rooted in a multi-party structure, has enabled diverse voices to contribute to its progress. Despite challenges such as political polarization and regional disparities, India's democratic institutions have remained robust. Leadership under PM Modi. Since taking office in 2014, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has redefined leadership in India. His tenure is marked by 1. Policy reforms. Initiatives like the Goods and Services Tax, GST, have simplified taxation, boosting business efficiency. 2. Economic modernization. Programs such as Make in India and Startup India have invigorated manufacturing and entrepreneurship. 3. Cultural revival. Efforts to celebrate India's heritage while embracing modernization have resonated deeply with citizens. 4. Global diplomacy. Modi's active engagement in forums like BRICS and G20 showcases India's commitment to multilateralism. Economic growth, a story of resilience and innovation. Key economic indicators. India's economic progress is reflected in its impressive GDP growth and sectoral diversification. As of 2024, GDP. India's GDP is projected to exceed $5 trillion, making it the fifth largest economy globally. Startups. With over 100 unicorns, India is a global hub for innovation. Exports. India's exports have grown, particularly in IT, pharmaceuticals, and textiles. Technology and digital revolution. India's embrace of technology has revolutionized its economy. Programs like Digital India have connected rural areas to digital infrastructure, boosted fintech through Unified Payments Interface, UPI, enhanced governance transparency via e-governance, green growth and sustainability. India is a leader in renewable energy, with ambitious goals to achieve 500 GW of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. The International Solar Alliance, spearheaded by India, demonstrates its commitment to sustainable growth. India's role in global diplomacy. Filling the void of global leadership. As traditional powers like the United States show reduced global engagement, India has emerged as a dependable partner. Its foreign policy balances relationships with major powers while advocating for the global South. India's emphasis on equity, sustainability, and cooperation resonates globally. Strategic partnerships. 1. Guyana and the Caribbean. India's cultural ties with the Caribbean have evolved into economic partnerships. Collaborations in energy and climate resilience highlight India's role as a trusted ally. 2. Africa. India's investments in Africa span healthcare, education, and infrastructure, reflecting a commitment to shared growth. 3. BRICS and beyond. India's active participation in multilateral platforms strengthens its global influence. The Modi factor, a leadership revolution. PM Modi's leadership has been pivotal in India's transformation. His approach combines visionary policies, addressing both short-term needs and long-term goals. Grassroots connection, engaging directly with citizens through initiatives like Man Ki Baat. Global outreach, strengthening India's image as a responsible global player. India's path forward, opportunities and challenges.
While India's growth story is inspiring, challenges remain.
Addressing income inequality, enhancing infrastructure in rural areas, ensuring environmental sustainability.
However, with strong leadership and a united citizenry, India is well poised to navigate these challenges and emerge as a beacon of hope and prosperity.
Conclusion: India's rise as a global power. India's journey from an ancient civilization to a modern powerhouse is a testament to its resilience, innovation, and leadership. Under PM Modi's guidance, India is not only addressing domestic challenges, but also shaping global narratives. As a trusted partner and a visionary leader, India's rise signals a new era of collaboration and progress on the world stage. India is rising, and the world is watching.
India, a celebration of natural beauty and cultural richness.
Introduction: The enchanting land of India.
India is a land of unparalleled diversity, where majestic natural landscapes blend seamlessly with a rich tapestry of cultural traditions. Stretching from the towering Himalayas in the north to the serene beaches of the south, and from the vast Thar Desert in the west to the lush forests of the northeast, India's natural beauty is awe-inspiring. Adding to its charm is a vibrant cultural heritage that spans thousands of years, encompassing art, music, dance, festivals, and cuisine. This report delves into the natural